U.S. airstrikes against Qom, Isfahan, and Kashan, all in the center of Iran. A large column of smoke can be seen rising along the coast opposite of Abu Dhabi. Breaking news, explosions again are heard in Doha. This is from Bahrain, by the way. This is Bahrain. Okay? You've decided, like anybody who's supporting this, you've decided to take the whole Middle East with you. Just wanted to say that. This is again scenes from, no, actually image 1 is Bahrain, and then this is Qatar. Okay, image 1 is Bahrain, and this is Qatar. This is scenes from Bahrain. Look at this. Let me get rid of this sticker actually. Look at this. This is from Bahrain. Bahrain doesn't directly get involved in conflict, but it indirectly does it. Bahrain itself is a proxy. It literally signed the Abraham Accords, and it's also an active proxy helping the UAE. So that's why they're being targeted. This is in Kuwait. Thank you, Goldie. Appreciate you. This is an Iranian impact in Doha. It's in an area called Al-Waqrah, which is south of Doha. By the way, how old are these photos? These photos are from a couple of hours ago. I'm going through all the rundown. All the rundown. By the way. All the rundown. The United Nations are calling... Oh my God. The United Nations are calling for restraint and for all parties to cease hostilities, because we know that the United Nations is very credible in stopping any of this. I'm not spreading the rumor that Khamenei has been unalive because it has not been verified. Right? That's why I'm not spreading that information. Right? So I just wanted to say, interceptions, explosions taking place in Erbil, Iraq. 3 large explosions heard in Amman. Footage shows missile debris in Qatar.
साइड पे हो जाओ, साइड पे भागो। वो मार देंगे। Oh my God. Guys, look at other. Look at other. Look at other. Look at other. Anything here? Oh
This
my
is
God.
in Qatar. This is in Doha.
बिल्कुल मेरे रूम के सामने। या अल्लाह खैर।
This is in Qatar, by the way. Iranian missiles launched towards Israel. 3 U.S. Israeli airstrikes against a missile launch site in Khamenei. You might not see as much footage out of Israel, by the way. Again, people in the chat, I do not know if Khamenei has been unalived, so I would much prefer if we don't say it. because we don't know if he's unalived. It has not been verified. I know I've heard the rumors, but I'm not going to repeat it because it has not been verified. Let's not spread misinformation around and cause mass hysteria. So I do not know yet. The moment that I get any type of confirmation or verification that he has been unalived or whatever it is, we'll get it. The moment U.S.-Israeli airstrikes struck Al-Khamenei compound, this is Tabriz. Oh Lord, in Iran. U.S.-Israeli arrival in Yazd, central Iran. So they've also been airstriking central Iran. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against a missile launch site in Ahvaz, southwest of Iran. What is that? What am I seeing on my screen? Oh, it's a puzzle thingy. Okay. Reports of the Wing of Zion being currently repositioned. Scenes from Ahvaz, southwest of Iran. As you see, it's really bad. I don't know if Russia is going to be involved because they're way too preoccupied with Ukraine. I don't think Russia will be able to attack open up another front. NBC reports both Canada and Australia have issued statements supporting the U.S. strikes in Iran. Israeli outlets report it was a single missile and was already intercepted. Alerts are unlikely to sound. Russia denounced the ongoing strikes during a call between the Russian and Iranian foreign ministers. New alerts sounding in Bahrain. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Tabriz Air Base in northwest Iran. AFP reports an Emirati company is suspending supplies immediately to an Iraqi gas complex. There have been launches detected in central Israel. U.S. Navy is once again attacking Iranian naval assets in the Persian Gulf. Wait, what misinformation did I spread? I'm confused. Why is somebody saying I spread misinformation? Or is it in the chat? Yes, I've already said it. Khamenei, listen, we do not know if Khamenei is unalived. Okay? So that's why I'm refusing. For now, until it gets confirmed, I am not stating it. Insane footage of an Iranian Shahed 136 drone striking a U.S. radar in Bahrain. So this is in Bahrain.
مسيرة يا شباب مسيرة اضرب 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 عدل.
Did y'all see that? Hold on. Did you see how it attacked? The drone?
مسيرة يا شباب مسيرة.
You see that? It's right here. This is the drone. It's a self unaliving drone, right? It's a Shahed drone.
اضرب 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 عدل.
This is in Bahrain. U.S. Israeli airstrikes against Nurabad, southern Iran. Yes, the Bahraini citizen right now was actually celebrating that attack on the US radar, by the way. If you guys don't understand Arabic, he was saying Odrub. Understand Arabic, he was saying Odrub. The attack of his own country. Because it was attacking a US radar. Imagine how much you have to be hated that, you know? Because it was attacking a US radar. That's why he was saying Udrub, Udrub. Explosions are heard over Abu Dhabi again, by the way. Explosions also heard in Dubai. Sirens in Tel Aviv. New is US-Israeli airstrikes against a missile base in Yazd, central Iran. As you can see here, there have been airstrikes. By the way, this, I don't know, I'm not going to sit here and say this is indicative of the all Bahraini citizens, but what I'm saying is, you know, that this is what in this video, particularly. Interceptions over Tel Aviv, US-Israeli airstrikes against Corve in western Iran. So basically they're attacking Iran on all fronts, not only in Tehran, but they're attacking Iran on all fronts. This is a US-Israeli carried out interceptions of 2 Iranian ballistics within Iranian space. This is an image that shows interceptions just west of Zanjan, which is in northern Iran. US has bombed a location. Zanjan, this is northern Iran. Would you look at that? Is it glitching for anyone? Is my live glitching? Explosions heard over Doha and Qatar. Okay, not me. If you find it glitching, by the way, just scroll out and scroll back in. Home Front Command has given the all clear. US Israeli airstrikes against Sanandaj, western Iran. Hold on. People are telling me. Oh. Okay, this is from 13 hours ago. I don't know if it's true though, because they're citing Israeli sources. They're citing Israeli sources. Hold on. Is this actually true? Has he actually died?
This attacks back in June last year that lasted the 14-day war, essentially. But there, President Trump claimed to have demolished the entire Iranian nuclear infrastructure, saying that the U.S. had achieved its ends, or rather, the president had achieved what...
Yeah, it's going to be in the list of updates. Let's just continue, right, with the updates. U.S. airstrikes against radar facility in northern Iran, by the way. Again, because it's Israeli sources that are confirming it, and I'm not too sure yet. I want to listen to it from Iran itself, confirming it, you know? Look at all of this. What is the justification for this? Oman's foreign minister Badr Abu Sayyidi said, and I quote, this is on his official X account. He said, and I quote, "I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this, and I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war." Right? That's what he said. President Donald Trump is not expected to make another speech today, according to Axios. Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, illegal, and illegitimate. Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. Our powerful armed forces are prepared for this day and will teach the aggressors the lesson they deserve. This is Iran's foreign minister, by the way, saying this. These are U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Khair Abad, Markazi province, central Iran. As you can see here. We're getting footage out of it. By the way, in the morning, we had somebody from the UAE who had just saw the missile fall in the UAE, and we were able to kind of hear his thoughts on my panel. So it's always diabolical how many people end up showing up in my live that we had a person who just saw a missile hit in front of him. This is U.S.-Israeli airstrike against Tabriz, northwest Iran. This is the fourth time the city and its surrounding area has been struck. The IRGC has begun deployment onto the streets of Tehran. Northern Israel is likely targeted. U.S.-Israeli airstrike against Shitgar Lake in Tehran. Alerts are about to sound in northern Israel and around Haifa, because Haifa has already been hit, by the way. U.S. Navy attacks the port city of Shabahar, southeast of Iran. More alarms in Haifa. There were sirens in Kuwait, explosions reported over Qatar and Bahrain, explosions over the UAE, Iranian impacts in Bahrain. This is Bahrain. Bahrain has been hit the most. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Bahrain has been hit the most. This is from Bahrain. Bahrain has been... Residential buildings were hit in Bahrain. I'll be showing them here. U.S. and Israeli jets fly over Shiraz, well within Iran's western airspace. Israel believes Ali Khamenei has been assassinated. This was a couple of hours ago, but we don't know. Again, these are Israeli sources that are saying this, and unless we have a confirmation from a third body, independent body, or from Iran themselves, I'm not going to spread that. Yes, there is no confirmation. Another missile barrage has been detected on its way to Israel. According to Dana Weiss, a war correspondent for Channel 12, it is the popular opinion among the Israeli security establishment that Ayatollah Khamenei, that supreme leader of Iran, has been eliminated. We do not know yet. Again, these are Israeli sources that are saying this, right? So I would take this with caution, with a grain of salt. U.S. airstrikes against Tabriz. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against the port city of Shabahar, southeastern Iran. U.S. airstrikes against Debarez, southern Iran. U.S. airstrikes against Zarabad, southeast Iran. As you can hear, they're attacking all over the place, right? U.S. jets are operating within Iran's southern airspace. U.S. airstrikes against Yazid, central Iran for the second time in 90 minutes. Israel is expecting a larger than usual barrage. Alerts are expanding. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Bandar Kangan on the coast of the Persian Gulf. As you can see here. Above average amount of Israeli interceptors have been launched. Sources tell Reuters that IRGC Commander General Mohammed Pakpour and Iranian Defense Minister Amin Nezirzadeh were killed in today's assassination strikes. The U.S. is now urging its citizens to leave Lebanon. Didn't I tell you guys that today in the morning? That Lebanon is also going to be removed, like going to be dragged into the war. I just wanted to say that. Scenes from Tabriz, northwest of Iran, after you.
Tabriz.
Look at this.
Tabriz.
Yes, Lebanon is going to be again dragged. Reports of new launches from Iran. An Iranian missile was intercepted over central Israel. Kermanshah, Iran now.
الان کرمانشاه را که پردیس چند تا جنگنده به سرعت اومدن زدن و رفتن صداهای خیلی وحشتناکی اومد. الان کرمانشاه را که پردیس چند تا جنگنده به سرعت.
By the way, Iranian drones are believed to reach Israel's airspace within the next hour. There's more alerts in central Israel. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Iran monitoring channels continue to report a large number of U.S. jets freely operating in western and southern Iranian airspaces. This is a full-out invasion. I don't know if people realize this. This is a full-out invasion, by the way. To the people who are arguing, should the U.S. be involved? No, the U.S. is in full-out war. Right? Yes, the U.S. is in full-out war. Shabahar, southeast Iran, after the U.S. attacks. Netanyahu's plane, Wing of Zion, is circling off of the coast of Israel. It is unknown if Netanyahu is on board. China calls for an immediate stop to the U.S.-Iran war and offers its moral support for Tehran. Abbas Argachi to NBC. As far as I know, the leader of Iran and the president of Iran are alive. Alerts in central, and this is what I mean, like I want Iranian confirmation from this, because the Iranians have been saying that he's still alive. Alerts in central Israel, including Tel Aviv, interceptions reported. Multiple U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Shiran, western Iran. U.S. airstrikes struck a missile launcher east of Karaj, western Iran. U.S. airstrikes struck a missile launcher east of Karaj. Home Front Command has given all clear. A U.S. official says that they have eliminated Iran's air defenses. There's more explosions over Dubai, UAE. 2 Iranian ballistics were intercepted. More launches detected in central Israel. France will convene a Security Council in 2 hours and 30 minutes on the topic of the Middle East. Is because they're shutting off the internet. And they've told people not to post anything. So that's why you're not going to get a lot from Tel Aviv, by the way, footage. Reports of the Shaheed. Scenes from Israel and IDF air defense system launch. Okay, so this is from Israel, by the way. Israeli media report a ballistic missile impact in central Israel. Multiple interceptions reported over Doha. Launches detected towards Ashdod and Ashkelon. Footage of intercepting over Doha. Sirens over Tel Aviv, sirens sounding in Kuwait, interceptions in Tel Aviv. This is Dubai, by the way. This is from Dubai. Tehran citizens are receiving messages from the Iranian state asking them to leave the city immediately, as reported by AFP. Scenes from the impact site of Iranian ballistic missile impact in central Israel. This is now footage from central Israel. As you can see here, there has been impact in central Israel. There have been impacts in Haifa and Tel Aviv. This is just footage in central Israel. This is the Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom. He said, and I quote, "Our forces are active and British planes are in the Israeli sky today as part of a coordinated regional defensive operation to protect our people, our interests, and our allies." Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Why is it always the British? Why the fuck are the British always involved in everything? A new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles have been detected. Target appears to be Jerusalem. This is scenes from Dubai.
Probably everything's blocked over there.
By the way, this is in Dubai. Dubai got hit multiple times, and so did Abu Dhabi. Fox News reports that the United States used kamikaze drones for the first time in its strikes on Iran. Interesting. Iranian drone impacts Kuwaiti International Airport. Sirens sounding across Israel right now. Sounds of interceptions over Amman, Jordan. Trump held a phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu a couple of hours ago, and there were more air raid sirens activated in Bahrain. Scenes from Kuwait International Airport. By the way, if people are asking, I'm just giving you the updates of the past couple of hours so you guys can be fully informed on what's happening and the scale. The IDF said, and I quote, "The Air Force has begun a flight and is currently attacking missile launchers in Iran to remove threats to the state of Israel." This is in Dubai. Oh my God. Did you see that? How could you not? Yeah, this is in Dubai. 3 sites where gatherings of Iranian terror regime officials were struck simultaneously, and several senior officials essential to manage of the campaign and the regime's governance were eliminated, said a high-level Israeli military source, according to Fox News. A new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles has been detected. There has been no U.S.-Israeli airstrikes on Iran in 45 minutes. Hezbollah in Lebanon offers Iran its moral support and condemns the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announces the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, according to Iran. Oh. Fucked. What? Did I not say that? Did I not say that? Yeah, I did. A new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles has been detected. Repeat, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announces the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, according to Iranian state outlets. U.S. strikes against Bushehr, southern Iran. Sirens now sounding in southern Israel. The Emirati Ministry of Defense said that no casualties from missile fragments in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. There were U.S. airstrikes against Bandar Abbas in southern Iran. There was a new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been detected. These are scenes from Qatar as well, from Doha. crazy shit, bro. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Scenes from Bahrain showing Iranian ballistic missile interceptions as well. So this is according to the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations continues to monitor the maritime security situation amid significant military activity in the region and has received multiple reports from company security officers of vessels operating in the Arabian Gulf, stating that VHF Channel 16 broadcasts have claimed that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. These reports cannot be independently verified at this time. Mariners are advised that VHF broadcasts or statements indicating the closure of the Strait of Hormuz are not legally binding and do not constitute a lawful restriction on navigation under international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, unless implemented and enforced in accordance with applicable legal... Bull fucking shit, bro. Why the hell are you talking about legal frameworks when you literally preemptively decided to attack a sovereign nation? This is why I hate people who say, follow the law. The same people who are actively violating the law are saying the law should be followed when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz because they know it's going to impact them, right? Reports of airstrikes against Tehran, Isfahan, Iran. This is footage showing impact of an Iranian drone on Kuwait. Oh my God. So, Kuwaiti airport terminal has also been attacked. There are more U.S. strikes against Bushehr, southern Iran. There was a new wave. This is scenes from Zanjan, northwestern Iran. Hold on. Let's see this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Over 200 people have been unalived in Iran, by the way. Over 200 people have been unalived in Iran. Over 700 have been injured. I just wanted to say that. Scenes from Manama, Bahrain. So this is in Bahrain, by the way, in the capital city of Bahrain. Did you see that? That was a residential building getting struck in Bahrain. Yeah. It was an apartment building. This is, oh my God. This is footage from Zanjan, Iran. Impact. This is another. Bahrain has been hit real bad. Holy shit. This is Bahrain. What hit the residential building was a self-unaliving drone, like a kamikaze drone. The Air Force has launched another airstrike targeting missile launch sites and defense systems in central Iran, according to the IDF. So the Israeli Home Front Command has said, following an assessment of the situation, the Home Front Command has issued instructions that it is possible to leave protected areas, but the people should remain close to protected areas throughout the country. So this is...
Confirm.
Let's hear what this is. This is... hold on. So this is the Iranian foreign minister being asked by a BBC News reporter.
Confirm for us whether the top leadership is still alive, or where are they?
I'm not in a situation to confirm anything. The point is that our people are, the whole system, the whole nation is focused on defending our national integrity, on our sovereignty and territorial integrity. So,
okay. 12 injured since this morning, said the Kuwaiti Ministry of Health. 4 injured in explosion, said Dubai authorities. The U.S. base in Manama has been struck again. There was a new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been detected. More sirens activated in Amman, Jordan. More sirens activated in central Israel. By the way, the Burj Khalifa, there was an attempt to attack the Burj Khalifa. So this is again in Dubai. Look at that. There was also, here's more.
Oh my God. Burj Khalifa. Sí, va. Sí, ahí pegó. Uy, chico, ahora sí se fue. Aquí pegó. Retira. ¿A quién le pegó? Bueno, muchachos, ¿a quién le pegó?
No, this is in Dubai. The Burj Khalifa is the tallest building in the world. So they're attempting to strike the tallest building in the world, which is the Burj Khalifa, which is in Dubai. This is another strike in Bahrain. Kuwait says 3 of their army personnel were injured in attacks on Ali Al Salam Air Base. This is scenes from Amman, Jordan, where there is debris stuck on the street after Jordan intercepted an Iranian, as you can see. Bahrain. These are Bahrainis celebrating Bahrain getting attacked. Imagine how much a country has to hate you that they're celebrating the attack on their own country because it's attacking your assets. They're celebrating because they don't like the U.S. Army bases probably in their country, because it's the U.S. Army bases in their country that dragged them into this war. So this, again, this is footage of Bahrainis in Bahrain who are celebrating because army bases are being attacked by Iran. So the IDF is warning civilians in Isfahan industrial area to immediately evacuate the region as Israeli airstrikes are incoming. There are reports of more explosions in Bahrain. Netanyahu's plane, Wing of Zion, has now left and is flying over Greece after circling for almost 4 hours. Netanyahu is such a fucking coward. Can I just say that? This guy decided to leave Israel and go to Greece after he co-started World War III. Since the start of the war, Qatar has been targeted by 44 ballistic missiles and 8 drones. Yes, he fled the country. The US and Israel have carried out a combined 800 attacks on Iran. 800 attacks, and it hasn't even been 24 hours. Over 200 jets were involved in the opening strike, making it one of the largest aerial assaults in modern history. Israel's sources report early signs of launcher preparations for more ballistic missiles. Hostile aircraft alert in southern Israel. The mayor of Tehran confirms the death of Ali Khamenei's son-in-law and daughter-in-law in U.S. strikes. Oh my God. Breaking confirmation that Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. So this is from Iran IRGC transmission. This is the IRGC Navy, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy of Iran. Effective immediately, all navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is prohibited. No vessels of any type are permitted to transit the Strait of Hormuz until further notice. This is the IRGC Navy.
This is Sepah Navy.
Hold on, this is what they say.
This is Sepah Navy, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. From now on, all navigating through the Strait of Hormuz is forbidden. No ship in every type is not allowed to pass from the Strait of Hormuz till next notice. This is Sepah Navy, out.
Okay. U.S. Central Command commenced Operation Epic Fury at the direction of the President of the United States. U.S. and partner forces began striking targets at 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, prioritizing locations that posed an imminent threat. Targets included Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. The president ordered bold action, and our brave soldiers, sailors, airmen, marines, guardians, and coast guardsmen are answering the call, said Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of CENTCOM. Following the initial wave of U.S. and partner strikes, CENTCOM forces successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone strikes. There have been no reports of U.S. casualties or combat-related injuries. Damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations. The first hours of the operation included precision munition launched from air, land, and sea. Additionally, CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion Strike employed low-cost, one-way attack drones for the first time in combat. Operation Epic Fury involves the largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation. I'm not gonna watch this circle jerk of like colonial entities, bro. Anyways, vessels are actively turning away from the Strait of Hormuz, confirming the IRGC's shutdown of the strait. People really be thinking that they're like in Top Gun or something like that, bro. No American casualties in the Iranian retaliation, said the United States Department of War. Clashes have erupted between the Afghan Taliban forces and the Pakistani military along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. Israel, not the U.S., was the one that attacked Khamenei. 30 bombs were dropped on the compound. Khamenei's military secretary is dead, and apparently so are family members. Khamenei is almost certainly dead, said an Israeli journalist, Amit Segal. The Iranian intelligence department is in panic mode after Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and 4 top spies were assassinated earlier today, said the Washington Post. This is insane video of an Iranian drone attacking a residential building in Bahrain, by the way. So that was in Bahrain. There's another hostile drone infiltration alert from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. While the U.S. and Israel have gained air control over western and southern parts of Iran, Israel believes complete air superiority is expected tomorrow, according to I-24 reports, which I-24 is Israeli news, by the way. U.S.-Iran talks were intended to be a deception, said Israeli Channel 11 reports. So they never had any intention of actually negotiating with Iran. It was just intended to be a deception. Emmanuel Macron says France was neither implicated nor warned in advance by the U.S. that strikes would be conducted. He maintained that the dismantling of the Iranian nuclear program has to be done diplomatically. Awkward silence across the Middle East. There are many signs that Khamenei is gone, said Benjamin Netanyahu. The operation will continue as long as necessary. Patience is also required, said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This war will lead to true peace. Is the peace in the room with us? Is the peace in the room with us, y'all? Yes, a lot of these images that you're seeing, by the way, they're not going to be shown on like mainstream. They're not being shown on like mainstream media for some reason. I don't know why. The roar of the lion is now heard all over the world. Israeli Prime Minister this guy is so fucking cringy. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, people of Iran, do not miss this opportunity. It is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Take to the streets, overthrow your murderous regime. We are with you. Sirens are sounding in Kuwait again. The U.S. consulate in Erbil has been closed. Netanyahu and Trump had agreed upon this week as the start of the war a long time ago. Everything else was a deception. Yeah, he said the roar of the lion is being heard everywhere else, but he's hiding in Greece. Make that make sense. Breaking, Supreme Leader Khamenei will not be delivering a speech, Iran's Ministry of Culture reports. Explosions over Doha and Qatar. Visual confirmation of the Israeli drone shot down near Khamenei, Iran. Initial reports of another explosion in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Iranian drones are targeting Al Udeid base in Qatar. U.S.-Israeli jets have re-entered Iranian airspace from the west and the south. Trump directly spoke with leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and NATO. The U.S. Secret Service has increased protection for President Trump, Vice President Vance, and other senior cabinet members. U.S. service members capture the moment a Patriot air defense system failed to intercept an Iranian missile over Al Udeid base. Oh, it failed to intercept it. Oh my goodness.
Come on.
Oh. It hit. This was in Qatar, by the way. This was in Qatar. U.S. issues a worldwide caution to its citizens. U.S. issues a worldwide caution to its citizens for fear of possible Iranian retaliations. Sirens in Bahrain, repeated entries of Iranian one-way drones into the Gulf countries. Explosions in Bahrain. This is the UAE, Jebel Ali port in the UAE. The Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larjani, is alive and has tweeted, "We will make the Zionist criminals and the shameless Americans regret their actions. The brave soldiers and the great nation of Iran will deliver an unforgettable lesson to the hellish international..." Let's repeat this again, okay? This is the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. They thought he was dead. He's actually alive. And he had the time to tweet this. He said, and I quote, "We will make the Zionist criminals and the shameless Americans regret their actions. The brave soldiers and the great nation of Iran will deliver an unforgettable lesson to the hellish international oppressors." That's what he said. Breaking news, visual confirmation of more drone impacts. This is more drone impacts in Bahrain. This was in Bahrain. Okay, so this is saying that Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has been killed. I don't know how true this is. It is increasingly likely that with the death of the Supreme Leader, IRGC hardliners are now officially in full control of Iran. Reuters is now reporting the Ayatollah Khamenei's body was recovered from a destroyed building following an airstrike. Reuters has since backtracked on confirming Khamenei's death, reiterating that Israeli officials and Israeli outlets are the ones that are confirming this. Again, as I mentioned, these are Israeli outlets. And note from admin, if Israel confirms an elimination, they're almost always accurate. Israeli outlets and military officials are reporting that Khamenei is dead. We do not know yet. Hebrew Channel 12 reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been briefed and shown documentation on the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Israeli Defense Minister Katz is set to deliver a speech in the coming hours in which he will likely confirm Khamenei's death in an official capacity. It has gone quiet. No new reports of airstrikes in Iran or on Gulf states, Israel, for the last half hour. The AFP reports mass celebration from people's homes in Tehran after Israeli media's announced the death of Khamenei. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah. Again, this is Fox News, by the way, that's confirming this. President Trump is now in the Situation Room. Oh, you're in the request? Hold on. Yes.
So Al Jazeera has reported two things. One, that the Iranian state media has reported that the Supreme Leader is alive and he's commanding. And they're also reporting that Israeli are saying that he and other high officials have been unalive.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sam, for that update.
You're welcome. No worries. And that's Al Jazeera. So the two reports are obviously conflicting with each other, but that's what Al Jazeera is reporting right now.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
No worries.
Exactly. This is precisely why I didn't really want to confirm it. So it says here the IDF has released a list of Iranian figures assassinated. The list includes Amir al-Hajizda, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, Ali Shamkhani, head of the Armed Forces General Staff of Iran, Hosseini Salami, Deputy for Security and Law Enforcement Affairs at the Ministry of Interior, Hassan Jalali, Commander of the Air Defense Force, Muhsin Fakhirzada, Head of SPND, and Khatam Al-Anbiya Headquarters, Head of the Intelligence Department. So these are all the people that they're claiming to have assassinated. This is according to Israeli news, not fully confirmed. I'll only believe it if Iran itself comes out and confirms it. Trump says he has a very good idea who Iran's next leader will be. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why can't he have a heart attack? He eats so much KFC, bro. Why can't his has so much high blood pressure and he pops a vein? Or just some kind of cholesterol attack or a heart attack, bro. This guy eats so much McDonald's and so much KFC. Oh my God. Allegedly, by the way. Allegedly. Trump says he has a very good idea who Iran's next leader will be, per ABC News. Breaking Iranian missiles launches towards Israel. Central Israel is being targeted. 4 explosions in Dubai. Again, more explosions happening in Dubai 10 minutes ago, by the way. Targeting area expanded to the north as well. Alerts have begun in central Israel and are expanding. Sirens in Tel Aviv. Interceptors launches from Tel Aviv. Direct hit in Tel Aviv. Heavy smoke pile has emerged at the landing site on AP's live stream. There's visual confirmation of an Iranian missile impact in Tel Aviv. There's loud blasts in Tel Aviv again. Interceptors keep being launched over Tel Aviv. More launches towards Israel. 2 Israeli interceptors self-intercepted. This person who's talking, are you in Iran? They keep in the chat saying that they hear missiles. I'm guessing you are in Iran. Oh God, may God protect you. So this is in Tel Aviv, by the way. So missile has struck. There has been more explosions over Qatar again, by the way. There have been more explosions over Qatar. Qatar is being attacked really bad. New alarms in Tel Aviv. Let's see what Jazeera is saying. Hold on.
Their opposition within the country and try to build a system that can have some legitimacy and support within the country. That is more important than anything the United States does or Israel does. But it's a difficult thing to do when bombs are falling on you.
Well, absolutely. Barbara, I mean, look at it this way. We have, on the one hand, the loss of all the country's proxies. Then we've had those protests. We had an economy which has been tanking. And we've got inflation, which is through the roof. I mean, this government is looking shaky, is it not?
Absolutely. But, this government, I mean, that's a broad term. The Iranians used to refer to the 1,000 families under the Shah. Well, there are 1,000 families under the Islamic Republic that will still be around. Do they become part of a new system? I mean, that's why I say, even if Khamenei is dead, there will be a transition to something new. What happens to the IRGC? You have no guarantees about what comes next. But I hope and pray that the United States and Israel will stop this soon, because I don't think it's going to achieve anything positive. And obviously, it's rattling everyone in the region. It's time for Iran to begin to respond to this internally in a coherent and systematic way.
Bro.
And I just don't, I hope there are messages that are being sent to what is left of the Iranian government about a way out of this.
I mean, literally, the studio here in Doha is shaking with the explosions taking place. Barbara around us. Tell me something. How should countries in this part of the world react to the Iranian, perhaps escalation or banging, or should I say attacks taking place here? In fact, sorry, Barbara, I've got to interrupt you here because we're going to get over now to the UN Security Council very quickly.
Oh, God.
We take it seriously. We believe them. And we act. Our objectives are clear. First, to eliminate the immediate threat posed by the Iranian regime.
What the fuck?
Second, to dismantle its nuclear program.
What the fuck?
Third, destroy its ballistic missile production and capabilities. Fourth, neutralize naval threats. Fifth, break the terror proxy network. Today, unfortunately, we have heard condemnations from some members of this council and from the UN Secretary General. That is hypocrisy. We all know when the real escalation began.
It's an Israeli representative.
When the Iranian regime armed proxies across the region.
Oh my God.
When it expanded missiles and drones.
Oh my God.
When it advanced its nuclear program in violation of all its commitments. And when it brutally slaughtered its own people. Now, Israel and the US act to prevent an irreversible and immediate threat, and the condemnation is immediate. Some call this aggression, we call it necessity. We call it survival. To the brave soldiers of the US, the IDF, our Air Force, intelligence and security services, you are defending our people with courage and resolve. You stand like lions. Our entire nation stands behind you. To the brave people of Iran, we stand with you. We admire your courage. Our war is not with you, but with the murderous regime that continues to plan attacks against us and has crushed the Iranian people for almost 50 years. History has taught us what happens when declared threats are ignored, when leaders openly call for our destruction and build the means to carry it out.
This is so dystopian,
we do
y'all.
not dismiss it. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. Thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing. Since you're talking about regime change, can you confirm whether or not the Iran Supreme Leader has been killed and what happens next, if so?
We will continue to target the leadership of this radical regime, and we will do whatever necessary to enable the right conditions for a new future for the people of Iran and stability for the region. Thank you. As long as it will take to achieve the goals I just mentioned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador, the Prime Minister told the Iranian people that he will let them know when it's time for them to come on the streets. What's the end goal here for Israel?
I think everyone sees what's happening on the ground and understand that the time for the Iranian people to take control of the future is very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador. Thank you. Ambassador.
Well, there you go. That is the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Dan, on defending the actions that Israel has taken after launching strikes earlier on this Saturday against Iran. And we're just having a look at what cities in Iran were actually targeted in this joint military joint military operation with the United States. Kulsum Sharif explains.
Israel and the US have hit several cities right across Iran. Targets include as high as Babusar in the north and as far south to the port of Chabahar.
Oh my
We've
God.
seen Qom come under attack, Isfahan in central Iran come under attack. Well, these are the big prominent names we've mentioned,
All
but other areas
sides of Iran are being attacked.
Let's take a look at what's happening inside Tehran. Well, a high security area with the Supreme Leader's office And right down here, this street is the Pastua Street. It has the Office of the President, Office of the Iran National Security Council, and the Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guards Intelligence Center. Here's what's happened. This satellite image shows the extent of the damage to the Supreme Leader's office and plumes of smoke that we are seeing. Reuters news agency has said the Supreme Leader was not in Tehran at the time of the attack. But the biggest casualty we are seeing is down here in the south, in Minab. Here's what's happened. A girls' elementary school was hit. The Iran foreign minister says children are among dozens of people who have been killed. Now, from this satellite image, we gather all these are houses. It's a residential stretch. And on this side, agricultural land. We're not sure why the school was hit and if there are any military installations around here. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will retaliate and has been retaliating by targeting U.S. military bases right across the stretch. So we've seen explosions that have been reported throughout the day. We've seen missile interceptions that have also been taking place. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will attack Israel and has launched missiles into Israel. Weeks of tensions, weeks of diplomacy, and weeks of military buildup has now resulted in this.
Indeed, Mike Hanna is joining us from Washington, D.C. And Donald Trump's been speaking again, this time telling NBC that he thinks that the Supreme Leader may well be gone.
Yes, in an interview with American media, President Trump has just said that we feel that this is a correct story, were his exact words in that particular interview. He then continued and added the sentence, most of Iran's leadership is gone. That's the view of the President of the United States. We haven't had any other confirmation from other administration officials or even claims as to this, but we've just heard from the President saying those particular words, that as far as he concerns, it appears that the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, has been killed in these ongoing strikes by the US and Israel. We've also had further briefings from administration officials who are repeating the allegation that Iran had stepped back during the negotiation process, and pointing out as well that the ongoing strikes at the moment are aimed largely at the Iranian conventional missile facilities, saying that there was also evidence, the administration officials claim, that Iran was busy rebuilding those nuclear facilities, which the US claimed to have completely destroyed last year.
Mike Hanna there in Washington. Let's get to Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Nida Ibrahim joins us live from there. Nida, what is the latest? We're certainly having another attack take place in the last half an hour in Doha. What about in Israel and the West Bank?
We also had another wave of Iranian missiles that all at least one were, where they were intercepted, but at least one has made its way, according to the Israeli Channel 14, causing major damage in one of the buildings inside Tel Aviv. Now, where we are standing right now is a place that is overlooking the city of Tel Aviv and many other Israeli areas that were under attack, and we've seen the rockets fly above head. Also, we've seen the interceptors meeting them halfway, let's say, in the air. But all in all, when we talk about where we are right now in the occupied West Bank, there are so many Palestinians, but also there are the illegal Israeli settlements. And these settlements have been given so much protection when it comes to shelters, when it comes to places where people can stay in safely, but also in terms of the batteries, the interceptors that usually work to fend off or defend the citizens from the Iranian attacks. But at this point, as we speak, the Palestinians stay without any shelter whatsoever, and the interceptors are faced the other way to protect the Israelis and not the Palestinians. But indeed, from what we've been seeing today and tonight, it seems like this last wave has been the largest in terms of the number of missiles, and at least one of them has succeeded to not be intercepted and hit a building in Tel Aviv. According to the Israeli ambulances, they say that their teams have rushed to the area where the missile has fell, and they will be updating people. Okay, so we have an update from the Israeli media. They're saying at least 5 Israelis were hit in that latest rocket attack that targeted Tel Aviv again. Israeli media.
بالمواطنين والمقيمين والزوار بضرورة الالتزام بالإجراءات.
Citizens, the residents, to follow all the instructions and also to follow all the instructions that are being sent by the Ministry of Interior to stay at home and not to leave the house until unless there is an urgent situation, and also to avoid
to make coffee
any shrapnel, and to call number 999 in order to report these shrapnel. Also to receive the information only from official sources, not to post or share any videos of these attacks in order to cooperate with the relevant authorities. The Ministry of Interior affirms in cooperation or collaboration with the relevant authorities that we are working and we are fully prepared in order.
I'm going to be live until I can.
بما يضمن سرعة الاستجابة ودقة تنفيذ الإجراءات. كما تواصل الجهات المعنية أداء مهامها ضمن منظومة وطنية موحدة ترتكز على إمكانيات متطورة وخطط استباقية مدروسة بما يكفل حماية أمن الدولة وسلامة المجتمع ويعزز القدرة على التعامل مع مختلف التحديات بكفاءة واقتدار. وفي الختام نثمن تعاون ووعي المواطنين والمقيمين.
He's basically telling the citizens to not leave their homes, to be careful.
Been listening to a press conference here in Qatar as the day closes, and more than 66 missiles have been fired at the state of Qatar. Missiles and drones. James Bays, Al Jazeera's diplomatic editor.
More than 66 missiles have been
This is in many respects, James,
sent to Qatar.
The worst nightmare for so many Gulf countries who bank on stability and security to develop their economic vision. And what we have is 66 missiles fired at Qatar so far, volleys of missiles that we could hear just moments ago. And of course, this situation not unique to Qatar, since other Gulf countries have also been targeted. And we just heard the press conference there telling everybody to shelter in place. And that remains, that will continue to be the case going forward until further notice, really.
And remember that all of these Gulf countries, it's different from a few years ago during the first Trump administration, but all of these Gulf countries had been urging diplomacy rather than the military track. But it's the military track that they now find themselves caught up in. This part of the world, as you know, is a center for commerce, also for aviation. Flights coming in to Doha, flights coming into Dubai, flights coming into Abu Dhabi. No one is moving, not just the people here, but everyone who comes through this. This is a place that is a place of transit for so many people getting around the world, and so much disruption right now. And of course, the fears that that disruption is also entering the maritime realm as well, with the shipping that goes through the Straits of Hormuz, although Iran hasn't formally cut those straits yet, and the Houthis are also threatening action in the Red Sea. I think the next phase potentially could be real economic.
Wait. There have been 17 updates since I went to make coffee? What the fuck? Hold up. Okay. So this is image from Tel Aviv. Oh, hold on. There you go. There's a massive smoke and flames at the site of one of the Iranian missile impacts in Tel Aviv. Reports of a ship being struck in Ashdod, Israel. President Trump says Khamenei likely died in strikes. The site of an Iranian missile impact in central Israel. Holy shit, look at that. Look at that strike in Israel. This is Iranian impact at the Dubai International Airport. Wait. Dubai International Airport got struck? When did this happen? Did this just happen? Dubai International Airport just got struck, bro. No, I know that Dubai got hit. What the hell? Israeli media reports at least 4 impacts in central Israel alone. Home Front Command has given the all clear. What you just saw is, yes, this is 2 minutes ago. This is 2 minutes ago. This is 2 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. You guys might hate me. The Dubai International Airport. Oh my goodness. You guys might hate me, but Dubai International Airport. Oh my goodness. Holy shit, bro. Oh my goodness, y'all. Dubai has been getting hit the whole day, by the way. Just wanted to say that. Dubai has been getting hit the whole day. You're crying. The UAE is literally genociding Sudanese people, by the way. Yes, innocent people who have nothing to do with this, may they be protected. But the UAE is genociding Sudanese people. And this is precisely why, this is precisely why I'm saying it's okay. Let us in on the laughter. Yes, the UAE is a genocidal regime that is genociding Sudanese people currently. And the UAE is also destroying African countries. You guys want to know how many countries? I'm making this, hold on. I'm making this thread manually, and it's such a headache. But I feel like this is something that is needed, by the way. Hold on. Wait. I'm having to do this manually, but this is what I'm working on currently, by the way. Where is it? So this is a spreadsheet that shows all the countries that the UAE is involved in currently. Well, not all the countries, just African countries, right? Hold on. It's loading. Thank you. Give me a second. I don't know why it's taking so long. There we go. You see all of this? These are only countries that the UAE invested in or was present in. And all of this is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countries. I'm only 7 countries in. And not only 7 countries, 1 entity, which is the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development entity. Yes, I'm making this spreadsheet, by the way. This is detailed. It's going to be 100% detailed. I'm going to be, I'm going to post it in my I'm going to post it in my link tree after I'm done with it. But this is literally the investments that the UAE has. It's investing in Burundi, in Djibouti. It invested in the past in Eritrea before it got kicked out in Ethiopia. You know, the Ethiopian prime minister, the drones that he's using to unalive Amhara people, to unalive Tigrayan people, to unalive like a lot of Ethiopian people, he's getting those drones from the UAE. He's getting these drones from the UAE, by the way. Okay? So the UAE is actively causing havoc, participating in multiple genocides all across East Africa and all across Africa in general. So yes, this is precisely why some people might be more happy that the UAE might get attacked, you know? The IRGC announces it has targeted the Israeli naval base in Ashdod, by the way, in Israel. This is central Israel being attacked by Iran. Israeli media reports that at least 4 impacts happen in Central Asia.
International law and international humanitarian law must always be respected.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Since this morning, I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel against Iran.
Central Israel.
And I also condemned the subsequent attacks by Iran, violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. We are witnessing a grave threat to international peace and security. Military action carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region of the world. Let me be clear, there is no viable alternative to the peaceful settlement of international disputes. Lasting peace can only be achieved through peaceful means, including genuine dialogue and negotiations. Mr. President, second, the facts. The situation on the ground is very fluid. There are many unconfirmed reports. Here is what we know. About 20 cities across Iran.
All right, you're listening to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. James Bays, you were a UN correspondent for the longest time. You're a diplomatic editor. You had an idea, I think, of what Guterres was going to say.
Yeah, and he's saying things that I think have always mattered. They are the principles of the UN Charter. They are international law. But sadly, the UN Secretary General is saying things and people are not listening now, and they've not been listening for some years now. In fact, he's sounding like a broken record. But for the record, he has just said...
the person who was just speaking was Antonio Guterres. He's the UN Secretary General.
The UN Charter.
So he was speaking.
Iran has done in response, targeting the countries in the...
Al Jazeera reports explosions in Al-Baghdad International Airport in Iraq.
UN Secretary General.
Holy shit.
International law. It's getting forgotten in all this, but clearly it's important.
So apparently Al Jazeera is reporting explosion at Baghdad International Airport.
Of course,
the Arabic Al Jazeera.
It was Israel and the US that started it, and he's saying that's a clear breach of...
Should we watch the UN Security Council if it's... Hold on. Let's see if we can find it live.
What are we going to see today at the UN? Because you gave me a list of speakers earlier. This has been an emergency meeting of the United Nations.
Yes, it's live. Okay.
That has been
I'm going to switch over to the UN Security Council. I want to see what they're going to say.
Direct talks between US and Iran mediated by Oman. Preparations have been made for technical talks in Vienna next week, followed by a new round of political talks. I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered. Mr. President, third, the region and the world need a way out now.
This is live, by the way.
I call for de-escalation and an immediate cessation of hostilities. The alternative is a potential wider conflict with grave consequences for civilians and regional stability.
The man who's speaking is Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General.
Table, notably on the Iran nuclear program. I note that the US President has reportedly talked with leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Iran's foreign minister has reportedly spoken to his counterparts in GCC countries and Iraq, and everything must be done to prevent a further escalation. To this end, I call on all member states to strictly uphold their obligations under international law, including the UN Charter, to respect and protect civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law, and to ensure nuclear safety. Let us act responsibly and together to pull the region and our world back from the brink. Thank you.
Yes, this is live.
Secretary General for his briefing.
This is live.
For those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Of France, oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his comprehensive, enlightening briefing. I'd also like to thank the Presidency of the Council for having convened this meeting at such short notice. The President of the French Republic, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, asked that the Council immediately deal with this issue given the seriousness of the moment. Mr. President, this region needs peace. And in order to do this, we need Iran to respect its international obligations. We are very concerned at the launch of this new war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. The escalation underway is dangerous for everyone, and it must cease immediately. Faithful to principles and attachment to the United Nations, France calls for de-escalation, and we would recall that respect for international law is the condition for stability and long-term security
international law?
in the region and throughout the world. We robustly condemn the indiscriminate attacks by Iran against several countries of the region. It is essential that we ensure the protection of civilians, and we express our solidarity with the countries that have been struck: Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and with our regional partners. And we are ready to deploy the means necessary to protect them if they so request. We will take all measures necessary to ensure the security of our citizens in the Middle East. Mr. President,
so he condemns Iran, but not Iran getting attacked?
Come in the context of the ongoing pursuit by Iran of its nuclear program that is destabilizing and is contrary to the general guarantees system and resolutions of this council. For years now, despite the diplomatic efforts deployed by France with our partners, Iran has not taken the opportunity to an agreement with regard to a peaceful settlement with regard to its nuclear program. In parallel, Iran has reduced its cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, which for a long time now has not been able to guarantee the peaceful nature of the Iranian nuclear problem. For many months now, the agency has not had access to the most sensitive sites of the Iranian program. Transparency has still not been provided with regard to the Iranian stock of highly enriched at 6% uranium, which represents an amount which is potentially enough to produce around 10 explosive nuclear warheads. The situation is such and so serious that last August we launched the procedure to re-establish the Security Council sanctions in response to the clear non-respect
so this is what he's criticizing
of its commitments. Over and above its nuclear program, it's also the ballistic.
This guy has not once condemned the Israeli-US joint attack on Iran, by the way.
Sources of major destabilization. Iran is continuing also a policy of systematic destabilization in countries of the region through the support that it provides to its regional allies, be that Hamas, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, or previously the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. We remain profoundly concerned by the suffering of the Iranian people, given the systematic and brutal repression that they have suffered for many years. For several weeks now, this people has seen an unleashing of unjustifiable state violence because it had the courage to demonstrate for a better life and for freedom. The Iranian people must be able to exercise their fundamental rights and must be able to freely decide their destiny. Mr. President, on the 28th of September, resolutions of this council with regard to the Iranian nuclear program were re-established. These resolutions called upon Iran to suspend its enrichment activities of uranium, to cooperate with the IAEA with regard to its ballistic activities. The Council must ensure that these resolutions are implemented, also by ensuring that the 1737 Committee is functioning properly. Iran must commit
Who here remembers the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War and the similarities of the start of the Afghanistan and Iraq War?
France, together with the E3, has been mobilized now for 20 years to find a negotiated diplomatic solution. The only thing that will solve this issue in a viable way. Together with our partners, we showed in 2015...
Now the question is, how similar is this?
And Resolution 2231 of this Council...
How similar is what you're witnessing right now
today still
to what you were witnessing in the early 2000s?
Must be our priority. We feel that an agreement is possible, and that's why Iran must seriously commit to negotiations to achieve this. We will remain available together with our partners to find a robust, verifiable and lasting solution that will guarantee that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. At this serious time, the Council must come together to call for de-escalation for respect of international law and search for a negotiated solution in order
Please like the live, share the live, repost it as well, by the way, protect it.
Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative.
Join the little heart me right next to my name to continue protecting the live.
Thank you, President. At the outset, I would like to
thank you so much for the
United Kingdom for heeding our call and for inviting to this session at this important moment. I also extend our appreciation to His Excellency the Secretary General for his briefing and for the information regarding the recent events and the repercussions on regional and international peace and security. Mr. President, my country never expected...
Bahrain.
My country, which is a champion of peace and coexistence, never expected to be targeted by wanton aggressions without any justification.
Oh my God!
The government of the Kingdom of Bahrain, my country strongly condemns the missile attacks targeting vital facilities and residential areas inside the Kingdom of Bahrain on Saturday. They were launched by the Islamic Republic of Iran, which confirmed its responsibility for these cowardly attacks. These attacks are a violation of our sovereignty and territorial integrity.
No, Bahrain is the representative of Bahrain is speaking.
They represent
the representative of Bahrain is speaking right now.
Unjustified attack that violates flagrantly international law, the UN Charter. It is also a grave threat to international and regional peace and security. The Kingdom of Bahrain strongly condemns these acts of aggression, which represent an unprecedented escalation. We reaffirm that targeting our territories, our vital facilities and residential buildings is a hostile act that is rejected, and we will deal with it firmly. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain is today under attack that are part of the missile attacks targeting several sisterly states in the region in recent hours, including the United Arab Emirates, the state of Kuwait, the state of Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, besides targeting sites in Jordan and in the Syrian Arab Republic. These grave developments reflect an escalatory pattern targeting our collective security. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms that these attacks represent a blatant violation of the prohibition to threat or use force against the territorial integrity of states as per paragraph 4 of Article 2 of the UN Charter. We hold the government of Iran fully responsible for these attacks, and the Kingdom rejects any justifications or explanations aiming at justifying these hostile activities or to violate international law. We reaffirm our steadfast commitment to the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and we reserve our full and inherent right to answer in a commensurate manner with the scope of these attacks and to take all measures necessary to re-establish our security, safety, to protect our territories, our citizens, and our residents, according to Article 151 of the UN Charter and pursuant to international law in coordination with our partners and allies. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain calls upon the Security Council to shoulder its responsibilities in confronting these grave violations and to adopting a firm position to end these hostilities, to condemn them and prevent their recurrence.
He has not condemned the attack on Iran either. I just want to clarify, these people are not addressing what caused this, which was a joint American and Israeli attack on Iran. Thank you very much, Reverend.
The state of Qatar, the state of Kuwait, and my country, the Kingdom of Bahrain, as well as on behalf of the Kingdom of Jordan and the Syrian Arab Republic.
They're all blaming Iran.
And on behalf of the GCC countries, Jordan and Syria, I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for convening this session, and I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. And as stated in the letter addressed to the Presidency today, several missile attacks launched by Iran targeted the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Sultanate of Oman, the state of Qatar, the state of Kuwait, and my country, the Kingdom of Bahrain, as well as the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the Syrian Arab Republic, in a blatant violation of the sovereignty of these states and territorial integrity, and in a violation of their safety and in violation of principles of international law and the UN Charter. This represents a rejected escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. These Iranian wanton and irresponsible actions also caused the injury of several residents and nationals in these countries and killed one civilian at least. They also damaged several facilities and civilian infrastructure, besides disrupting air navigation in the region, and also threatens to disrupt.
If you feel gaslit right now,
this is a violation of international law and will have very grave international repercussions.
You are being gaslit.
Our countries reaffirm that these violations
You're actively being gaslit. I just wanted to say that.
A violation of
the same groups of people who for years spent the time saying that Israel has a right to defend itself into other countries are now sitting here and condemning Iran, a sovereign nation, which I don't even agree with the government, by the way. I'm not a fan of the government and how it treats its people, and yet it is still a sovereign nation. And they're saying it doesn't have a right to defend itself.
Strongly condemn and denounce this Iranian wanton aggression, and we reaffirm that targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure is condemned and rejected by all international and human standards. We reiterate our full solidarity with the sisterly countries that were targeted, and we stress that the security of the sisterly countries are part and parcel of our security, and that targeting any of these states means or represent a threat to the security and stability of the whole region, and we warn against the repercussions of this refused escalation.
Wait, Iran is the one that's escalating it?
Iranian attacks are not compatible with the good neighborliness principles, and they cannot be accepted in any way. We strongly reject using the territories of the countries of the region as a scene to score points or to expand the conflict, following the efforts made by the GCC countries, Jordan, and the region as a whole in order to facilitate dialogue between Iran and the international community in order to settle differences in peaceful means.
Thank you for the gift,
and to avoid escalation in the region. While the GCC countries reaffirm that their steadfast commitment to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, they reserve their full and inherent right to self-defense pursuant to Article 51 of the UN Charter, and reserve the right to retaliate against this
Wait, so they get to retaliate, but not Iran?
International law. We reserve the right to take all necessary measures to restore security and stability and to protect our territories, our people and residents, and to guarantee our sovereignty, security, stability, and national interests. Mr. President, in conclusion, the GCC countries appreciate all the positions supporting our sovereignty and security. We call upon the Security Council to shoulder all its responsibilities in confronting these grave Iranian violations and to take a firm stance condemning and refusing these unjustified and irresponsible attacks and preventing their recurrence in a way that guarantees regional and international stability and security. We call for containing this crisis to preserve the stability and security of the region, to protect its peoples, and to avoid a wider confrontation. Thank you, President.
I'm sorry.
Representative of Bahrain.
Sack of shit.
And I'll give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Oh, okay, in Russia.
Mr. President, we'd like to thank the Secretary General for his briefing. First of all, I wish to express our firm rejection of the fact that the presidency today, that the meeting today is taking place under the agenda item, the situation in the Middle East. We wish to recall that Russia and China requested that it be held under the agenda item, threats to international peace and security. That request was also contained in the relevant letter of the Iranian colleagues. The aggression that Iran has been subjected to today
finally somebody
to lead to escalation in an already escalated region, and it could go far beyond its borders. Particularly given the fact that one of the two initiators of this military venture is far from being a state in the region. Attempts by the British presidency to artificially downplay the degree of danger of the current situation is simply unacceptable. The presidency also grossly scorned Russia and China's request to invite as a briefer to today's meeting the professor at Columbia University, Jeffrey Sachs. The British colleagues do everything they can to assert the importance of inviting representatives of civil society to Security Council meetings. That clearly does not apply to cases when world-recognized academics are going to present truth that is unacceptable to the Western governments. In recent hours, we have witnessed a further extremely dangerous ratcheting up of escalation in the Middle East. Early in the morning of the 28th of February, the United States and Israel began launching massive military strikes on the territory of Iran. It was declared that one of the aims of the attacks were the senior political leadership of the country and also civilian nuclear facilities. In real time, we are getting reports from the Iranian authorities about casualties, including among the civilian population. More than 200 people have died in 24 provinces of the country. We were particularly aggrieved to learn of the strike on a girls' school in Minab, where it is reported that 85 children were killed. We sincerely express our sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of the victims, and we wish a swift recovery to the injured. Our country will do everything necessary to ensure the security and safety of Russian citizens that are on the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Mr. President, Washington and West Jerusalem's actions are nothing other than yet another unprovoked act of armed aggression against a sovereign and independent UN member state in violation of the Charter of the organization and of the fundamental principles of international law. They are openly aimed at further interfering in the internal affairs of Iran and at destroying a state that has found disfavor with the West. The US and Israel's irresponsible step, reckless step, as we warned previously, has already led to a sharp escalation of the situation across the region. Bahrain, Jordan, Qatar, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, and Syria and Saudi Arabia have all been affected. And those countries that have repeatedly said to their American partners that they don't need this escalation in the Middle East. Moreover, the US and Israel military operation has been a betrayal of diplomacy. These countries once again are bringing to bear military force against Iran at the very height of negotiations, just as they did in June 2025. Just the day before yesterday, on the 26th of February in Geneva, there was the latest round of US-Iranian contacts with the facilitation of Oman. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran,
you're hearing is of new attacks, by the way.
Noted that
if you keep hearing a ding, it's of a new attack or an update.
For our part, we underscore that the Russian side has repeatedly received signals that the Israelis have no interest in a military confrontation with Iran. And then, despite Tehran's willingness to engage in the diplomatic process, it once again is stabbed in the back. Moreover, the fact that Washington for such a long time and methodically was building up its military presence in the region only confirms the fact that aggression against Iran was planned in advance. The actions of the United States and Israel risk triggering a humanitarian and economic catastrophe. Of particular concern, once again, are the threats to nuclear safety and security and radiological safety and security. The statements today from the President of the United States, Donald Trump, to the effect that this operation was aimed at preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon are not justified. They are unfounded. Tehran has consistently stated that it does not have any such plans and that is fulfilling its obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Moreover, Iran has repeatedly underscored its readiness to put at the basis of new agreements with the United States the preservation of its status as a state, as a non-nuclear weapons state, provided that there is observation and respect for the legitimate right of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a state party to the NPT to develop peaceful
this is live, by the way,
technologies. Against this backdrop, the attempts of Western countries to justify the US and Israeli aggression as though there were some alleged threats to international peace and security are unfounded. These are threats that were allegedly coming from the Iranian nuclear program. We, of course, recall that the only source of reliable information in this regard are the relevant reports of the IAEA Director General, and those reports never indicated that. And they never said that Iran may be engaging in the development of a nuclear weapon. The objects that strikes are being launched against are under the agency's safeguards. That is to say, a priori, they cannot be used for any such activities.
The people who just came in, this is a live at the UN Security Council.
That the IAEA
and this is the representative of Russia speaking right now.
And will condemn
so this is live.
Latest undermining of the NPT's authority and undermining of the global regime for the non-proliferation by the USA and Israel. Nuclear energy objects, including the Bushehr nuclear power plant, cannot in any circumstances be the target of strikes by armed forces. That is unacceptable. Mr. President, we note that today's events were the latest phase of consistent escalatory steps around Iran by Western countries. That includes the US-Israeli strikes on the country's territory in June 2025 and the US's open interference and the open interference by US allies in the domestic political situation in Iran in January of this year. We also remember the failed attempts by the United Kingdom, France, and Germany to trigger the mechanism to restore the effect of Security Council anti-Iran resolutions, the so-called snapback mechanism. However, that did not happen. Russia and a number of other UN member states repeatedly and in detail explained the reasons why the United Kingdom, France, and Germany did not have the right to invoke that mechanism. However, that did not work, and the United States and Israel once again have brought military force to bear. There are obvious parallels with the events of 2003 when the US representatives waved a test tube around in this room to justify their invasion of Iraq by saying that there were weapons of mass destruction present there that no one actually found. In 2023, US Vice President J.D. Vance said that the Iraq campaign was unforced. As a result,
thank you for the gifts, by the way. I appreciate you for the support.
And that Washington had to learn that lesson. However, as it turns out, that lesson has not yet been learned. In the statements of the European colleagues, and we'll hear that again today, instead of condemning aggression and the deaths of Iranian civilians, we once again will hear the statement of the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, saying the Iranian regime must understand that it has no other option but to engage in good faith negotiations to end its nuclear and ballistic programs, as well as its regional destabilization activities, end quote. Similar assessments were voiced by the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer. These absurd statements were then backed up by a joint statement of the leaders of the United Kingdom, France, and Germany.
I don't support Russia, nor do I support the West, nor do I support Iran. But the Russian representative is the first person who is not gaslighting me.
Is coming at a time when Iran has been
the first person who is not gaslighting me is this representative. And I think a lot of people in the chat feel that way too. They feel like they haven't been gaslit by this man.
It's a parallel reality. The other side of the looking glass. In the English language, there's an ideal term to describe the situation: victim blaming.
Oh, victim blaming.
One gets the impression that London, Paris, and Berlin are living within illusions that they have created for themselves and are broadcasting to the world. However, attempts to mislead the international community are doomed to fail. Any common sense person will fully well understand who is responsible, who bears responsibility for this latest uncontrolled escalation. Mr. President, we demand that the United States and Israel immediately cease their aggressive actions. An alternative to resolving the Iranian subject, including its nuclear component, the alternative to peaceful and diplomatic means simply does not exist, and it never has. We insist on the immediate resumption of political and diplomatic settlement efforts and the pursuit of solutions based on international law, mutual respect, and a balance of interests. Russia unchangingly stands ready to provide all necessary assistance for that work. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement.
Talk next.
And I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, President. I thank Secretary General Guterres for his briefing and support his call for de-escalation and return to diplomatic negotiations. Today, the United States and Israel brazenly launched military strikes against targets inside Iran, causing a sudden escalation of regional tensions. China is deeply concerned about this development. China consistently advocates that all parties should abide by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and opposes and condemns the use or threat of force in international relations. China stresses that the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Iran and other regional countries must be respected. China is deeply saddened by the large number of civilian casualties caused by the conflict. At all times, the red line for protecting civilians in armed conflict must not be crossed, and the indiscriminate use of force is unacceptable. China calls on all parties to fulfill their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, effectively ensure the safety of civilians and avoid attacks on civilian facilities. The use of force is not the right way to settle international disputes. It only intensifies hatred and confrontation. The escalation and spillover of tensions in the Middle East serves no one's interests.
Exactly.
Dialogue and negotiations are the only way to resolve differences. China calls on an immediate cessation of military actions to prevent further cycles of escalation. The military strikes occurred at a time when the US and Iran were engaged in diplomatic negotiations, which is shocking. The parties concerned should demonstrate political sincerity, resume dialogue and negotiations as soon as possible, and return to the right track of a political solution. China stands ready to work with the international community to advance peace efforts and help restore peace and stability in the Middle East at an early date. I thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Oh, Gustavo Petro about to eat down.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the United Kingdom in its capacity as President of the Security Council for the prompt convening of this emergency meeting at the request of several countries, including Colombia. We would also like to thank the Secretary General for the information shared, and we welcome the delegations participating at this meeting. Colombia is taking the floor, guided by an essential
This is live, by the way.
The protection of human life must always be at the heart of international
Yes, this is live. UN Security Council is hosting an emergency meeting.
Equally convinced that the United Nations Charter is binding. Colombia reaffirms its unequivocal defense of international law and of the purposes and principles of the Charter, international peace and security, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the prohibition of the use or the threat of the use of force, the sovereign equality of states, respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity.
Yeah, but those were Colombian mercenaries and not necessarily like state-sanctioned.
And non-intervention. Mr. President, we are facing a serious military escalation that threatens to spill over into a regional confrontation with unpredictable consequences. The use of force and the logic of reprisals are substituting diplomacy, dialogue, and law. In the face of this alarming situation, we condemn any military action that is contrary to the Charter, wherever it comes from.
The gifts in the middle are making me laugh.
Has been consistent in this organization and in this council. No state may unilaterally claim the right to attack another in order to impose regime change, and that principle does not depend on who the actor is, as it is a pillar of the international order. The prohibition of the use or threat of force enshrined in the Charter does not admit selective interpretations. When that principle is violated, international security does not prevail. The law of the strongest takes over. When force replaces law, the international order is weakened and barbarism takes its place. And the first to lose are civilians. Colombia condemns the attacks and expresses solidarity with the peoples of Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, and Kuwait. Colombia expresses its deep concern over the human cost of this escalation. Bombings are exposing entire communities to fear and to risk, including girls and boys. No military goal can justify, under any circumstances, civilians being caught in the crossfire or becoming victims of indiscriminate attacks. The protection of life must always be our highest priority. Life cannot be considered collateral damage. In this regard, we strongly condemn reported attacks against civilians and against civilian objects. This is in clear violation of international humanitarian law, particularly the principle of distinction, and we urge the immediate cessation of hostilities. strict respect for international law and international humanitarian law is not optional. The protection of the civilian population is a legal and moral obligation. Mr. President, for these reasons, Colombia prioritizes dialogue and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Not because we are naive, but on the basis of our experience.
Thank you very much for the
Because we know that war does not resolve conflicts. On the contrary, it worsens them, it makes them more cruel, perpetuates them, and passes them on to future generations. Defending international law does not mean ignoring reality. Iran has international obligations that it must fully comply with, particularly in the nuclear and human rights fields. With regard to Iran's nuclear program, full, effective and transparent cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency is essential. Therefore, we call on Iran to return to the path of dialogue and negotiations in good faith, with a view to guaranteeing unrestricted access to nuclear facilities.
Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate every single one of you
monitoring and
guys.
verification, and to resolving outstanding safeguards issues under the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Colombia reaffirms the universal goal of general and complete nuclear disarmament, and in that context we insist that Iran's nuclear program must be maintained exclusively for peaceful purposes in compliance with its international obligations. Collective security is not built with more weapons, but with more guarantees. Likewise, we join the urgent call of the IAEA for the parties to exercise restraint in the use of force, particularly against nuclear facilities, taking into account the enormous risks that such actions represent. Furthermore, Iran has the obligation to respect and guarantee the human rights and fundamental freedoms of its population, which are not a concession of the state. Much rather, these are rights that are...
I know this is serious, and I've been crying all day.
But we also state
so the fact that I'm like, thank you for making my day, because the gifts are actually so funny.
Cannot serve
and at least a little bit of joy in the middle of like a disaster is needed, by the way. So
the full application of the Charter is indispensable for the credibility of multilateralism and the preservation of the international order. International peace and security are not built by violating the sovereignty or the territorial integrity of states, nor through reprisals.
Oh my God.
They are built through rules and through dialogue. Mr. President, Colombia calls on all parties to exercise restraint and de-escalation, to urgently return to the diplomatic path,
I've been crying
to strictly
for a
respect
while.
international law, and to strengthen existing multilateral mechanisms. It is a priority to move forwards towards a framework for regional dialogue that allows us to address the underlying causes of instability in the Middle East. Therefore, we propose the convening of a peace conference for the region under the auspices of the United Nations in order to achieve sustainable political solutions. War is not a foregone conclusion. It is a political decision, but so is peace. Today, the true responsibility of the international community and of this council
I love you guys, genuinely.
is to choose it, assuming with historical responsibility its primary mandate to preserve international peace and security. The United Nations organization cannot fall short of the gravity of this moment. It needs to choose to stop destruction before it becomes irreversible, and make space for diplomacy before it is too late. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of...
By the way, I appreciate you guys, genuinely, all of you guys, the Weezers, because you guys have kept me sane.
Distinguished
I was
delegates,
crying all day before.
this is a moment in history that requires
Oh my God, the U.S. representative is speaking.
and President Trump has met the moment.
Oh my God, give me a
The
headache.
most fundamental duty of any sovereign government is the
Oh my God.
protection of its people. Operation Epic Fury is directed towards specific and strategic objectives: to dismantle missile capabilities that threaten allies, to degrade naval assets used to destabilize international waters, and to disrupt the machinery that arms proxy militias, and to ensure the Iranian regime never, ever can threaten the world with a nuclear weapon.
Oh my God.
As President Trump said last night, for decades, the Iranian regime has willfully destabilized the world. It has killed American forces and citizens, threatened regional allies, and jeopardized the security of international shipping upon which the world depends. Its massive support for violent proxies, declared terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, has brought bloodshed and disorder across the Middle East for far too long. This is not speculation. We know this to be true.
Why is the woman getting
and our
attacked?
men and women have paid for the actions of this regime and the IRGC with their lives. No responsible nation can ignore persistent aggression and violence. The regime in Tehran has led attacks that have cost American lives, hundreds of U.S. Marines in Lebanon, thousands of troops in Iraq. American hostage after hostage has suffered. Our ships fired upon dozens of times in the Red Sea. Iran has armed and financed militant organizations that undermine lawful governments and destabilize an already fragile region.
Yes.
Iran's continued pursuit of advanced missile capabilities, coupled with its refusal to abandon nuclear ambitions despite diplomatic opportunities, presents a grave and mounting danger. The international community has long affirmed a simple and necessary principle: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Oh my God.
That principle is not a matter of politics, it's a matter of global security. And to that end, the United States is taking lawful actions.
Lawful!
This body, the United States Security Council, has acted repeatedly on this threat. 20 years ago, starting in 2006, Resolution 1696 demanded that Iran suspend all uranium enrichment-related and reprocessing activities, invoking Chapter 7 of the UN Charter and adopting a legally binding resolution. When Iran failed to comply, this council followed with Resolution 1737, imposing mandatory sanctions, including bans on nuclear-related materials.
Yeah, why is the guy behind him getting
asset
hit?
freezes on key individuals and entities linked to their nuclear program, and establishing a sanctions committee. Subsequent resolutions, 1747 in the year 2007, expanded arms embargoes and asset freezes. Resolution 1803 in 2008 tightened restrictions on dual-use goods and calling for the inspections of Iranian cargo. Resolution 1835 in 2008 reaffirmed the need for full compliance. And Resolution 1927 in 2010, which was the most comprehensive, banning ballistic missile activities, tightening the conventional arms embargo, targeting the IRGC and shipping lines.
Yeah, even he knows he's chatting shit.
Iranian banking relationships, built a robust multilateral framework to curb Iran's nuclear and missile pursuits. These measures, again, adopted under Chapter 7, represented the world's collective judgment that Iran's actions pose a threat to international peace and security. And despite numerous opportunities for an alternative path, Iran remained defiant. And the Security Council decided on September 19th of last year, 2025, to restore these measures, snap back sanctions, sending a clear message that the world will not acquiesce to threats and half measures, and Tehran would be held to account. On top of these actions by the UN, American diplomacy was attempted repeatedly and in good faith.
Oh my God.
President Trump, Secretary Rubio, our special envoys, Witkoff and Kushner, were relentlessly dedicated to diplomacy. But diplomacy cannot succeed where there is no genuine willingness to cease aggression.
Oh my God.
Where there is no genuine partner for peace. As President Trump said today, and he spoke directly to the Iranian people.
Oh my God.
He said, quote, "To the proud, great people of Iran, I saw tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. The entire world has witnessed the regime's wholesale slaughter of innocent civilians."
Thank you for the gift. I appreciate it.
The sad irony is that this same regime will attempt to lecture us today about human rights and the rule of law.
What?
Its presence here in this council makes a mockery of this body. But where the UN lacks moral clarity, the United States of America will maintain it. Indiscriminate and unprovoked attacks by the Iranian regime today against our regional partners, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, and others, reinforce precisely why such actions are necessary. The regime has not only struck military assets, but civilian infrastructure as well. Those who stand with us must know that their security is not negotiable. The safety of our allies is not conditional.
You're kidding.
It is assured. The bottom line is this, colleagues. Our allies and partners can count on the United States and can count on President Trump. Colleagues, peace is not preserved by appeasing those who threaten it. Peace is preserved through strength in the face of terror. History has taught us that the cost of inaction is far greater than the burden of decisive action. And our president, President Trump, has taken that decisive action today. I thank you.
Oh my God.
The representative of the United States for the statement. And I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
I can't.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the UK Presidency for convening the Council for this urgent meeting following the latest developments in the Middle East. I also wish to thank the Secretary General for his statement. Today's developments are deeply concerning and pose the risk of further destabilizing an already volatile situation at a time of heightened tensions in the Middle East. Mr. President, let me reiterate our deep concern over Iran's unacceptable behavior related to its nuclear program, its ballistic missiles, its destabilizing activities in the region and beyond, and its violent crackdown and repression against its own people. As a consequence, the European Union, with Denmark's active support, has adopted strong sanctions against Iran, just like we have always been promoting diplomatic efforts to address the nuclear and ballistic missile programs through a negotiated solution. I also wish to express Denmark's condemnation of Iran's attacks today on countries of the region. This must stop immediately. We express our full solidarity with partners in the region under attack.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. President, at this critical juncture, de-escalation is imperative. A broader regional escalation would have devastating consequences for the Middle East and for international peace and security. We call for maximum restraint and respect for international law, including international humanitarian law. What is needed is for diplomatic efforts to reduce tension and for the negotiations to resume in good faith as the only viable, lasting solution to the Iranian nuclear issue. Iran must never be allowed to develop or acquire a nuclear weapon. This is essential for regional and international.
They all have the same script. I'm so sorry.
Finally, Mr. President,
they're not condemning
for years now,
Israel's and America's preemptive attack that caused this.
for opportunity.
They all have the same
right
script.
To be respected. For too long, authorities in Tehran have failed to heed these calls. We call on Iran to refrain from further attacks, give up their weapons programs, and to meaningfully engage with the international community in a manner consistent with its international obligations and the will and aspirations of its own citizens. I thank you.
Gaslighting.
Thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. And I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
This is in the United Nations Secretary
Thank
Council
you,
emergency meeting. It's live right
now.
now.
I'd like to thank the Secretary General for his sobering presentation and assessment of the unfolding situation in the Middle East, after concerning developments in the region. We concur with his view that there is no viable alternative to a peaceful settlement. Pakistan condemns the initiation of unwarranted attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Finally, thank you.
In violation of international law. Yet again, these attacks come at a time when renewed diplomatic efforts were underway to reach a peaceful and negotiated solution. Such a course of action will undermine the peace and stability of the entire region with far-reaching consequences. Pakistan also condemns the attacks against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, and stands in solidarity with all these brotherly countries and underscores the need to exercise maximum restraint. This is extremely unfortunate since several brotherly Arab countries were in fact supporting dialogue and emphasizing the need to avoid escalation. We particularly laud Oman's role in facilitating and mediating dialogue between Iran and the United States. These unprovoked attacks therefore constitute blatant violations of the sovereignty of the brotherly Gulf states. Pakistan also condemns the unfortunate death of a Pakistani national in the UAE.
The person who asked about my pay links, it's the first link in my bio, by the way. So my pay link is the first link in my bio.
The security
click on it.
Territorial integrity of other regional countries. President, we regret the fact that diplomacy has once again been derailed as these attacks have happened right in the middle of negotiations. These
the negotiations were a farce, by the way.
Undermine dialogue and further erode trust that was already in short supply. We offer our condolences and sympathies to civilians caught in the middle of these violent acts. Our thoughts go out to the school children in Iran and many civilians elsewhere, and the family of the Pakistani national who was killed during attacks on the United Arab Emirates earlier today. President, the purposes and principles of the UN Charter are inviolable and sacrosanct. The Charter prohibits threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of states. Pakistan reiterates the call for full respect for international law, including the UN Charter, as well as the international humanitarian law. We are deeply alarmed at the risk of regional conflagration. Safety and well-being of millions of our compatriots in the countries of the region is also top priority for Pakistan.
Wait, give me a
Pakistan is
second.
maintaining negotiated resolution to this crisis. Thank you so much.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this meeting at such a short notice. I would like also to thank the Secretary General for his briefing and his messages on respecting the principles of the UN Charter and his calling on de-escalation and the peaceful settlement of the situation. Mr. President, we express our deep concern following today's escalation. Our aim should be to return to substantial negotiations towards a peaceful settlement in line with international law and the UN Charter. As the Council meets in this critical moment, we would like to stress the following. First, restraint is imperative. The risk for a wider regional confrontation with potentially grave consequences for international peace and security is real.
Wait, I'm listening to reports. Hold on. There are 48 reports. So this is again Iranian missile being struck a ship in Israel in Ashdod. The Qatari Ministry of Defense confirms that Iran targeted U.S. early warning radar systems in Al Udeid Air Base. Prime Minister Starmer has spoken to President Trump about the current conflict. Breaking launches towards Israel detected. President Trump has seen a photo of Khamenei's corpse, Israeli Channel 12 reports. More than 40 senior Iranian security and regime figures were killed in the opening strike, according to Fox News, which is citing senior Israeli forces officials. The U.S. military carried out nearly 900 U.S. strikes in the first 12 hours of this operation. U.S. defense official tells me the strikes came from land, air, and sea and included drones. Iran has fired about 300 missiles today. In Bahrain, at the 5th Fleet headquarters, the Iranians hit an empty warehouse and a radar installation. The dome seen in the video from the strike. There are multiple redundancies, and nothing that has happened has affected the mission, according to this official. This according to Jennifer Griffin from Fox News. There's sirens right now in Tel Aviv, interception Tel Aviv. Over 15 people are injured and at least one person is dead after the latest Iranian missile attack in Tel Aviv, Israel. Violent U.S. airstrikes against a missile site in Khosrowsha, Tabriz province. The missile site was involved in the recent Iranian ballistic launches. No direct impact in Tel Aviv, around 4 interceptions over the city. Multiple U.S. airstrikes against Sahand Mountains, northwest Iran. Casualty count rises to 21 in Tel Aviv. 21 people dead in Tel Aviv. Crazy. U.S. airstrikes in Ormia, western Iran. The U.S. is currently carrying out a large and extensive bombing campaign across Iran. U.S. airstrikes against Bandar Abbas, again, southern Iran. U.S. airstrikes against Ahfaz, southeast Iran. This is President Trump on Truth Social said, and I quote, "Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of the IRGC, military, and other security police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity, later they only get death. Hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting, in that not only on the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in only one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter." This was Trump. President Trump announced Khamenei's death. U.S. attacks on Qom, central Iran, multiple impacts reported. U.S. airstrikes against Bandar Abbas, southern Iran. Prince Sultan Air Base in Riyadh. Saudi Arabia is currently under Iranian ballistic missile attacks again. U.S. double tap in Bandar Abbas again. Explosions reported in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. There are at least 2 Israelis dead again. Confirmation of Iranian drone impact in Dubai. Next to the Burj Khalifa. Did it hit it? Hold on. I think it hit it. Or it hit right close to it.
In coordination with their Israeli forces against targets inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Iran's
the target is the Burj Al Arab, 5-star hotel in Dubai.
Deeply troubling escalation.
Oh, Somalia speaking.
A serious intensification of hostilities in the Middle East and threatens to engulf the entire region in an uncontrollable cycle of violence, suffering, and pain. The A3 condemns the missiles and drone attacks carried out by Iran against the sovereign territories of Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. The A3 reiterates that all member states must respect their obligations under international law, including the Charter, which prohibits the threat of the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. These actions risk further destabilizing the Middle East and underscore the urgent imperative to safeguard broader peace and internal stability, particularly as the geographic scope of military activity expands beyond the initial parties to the conflict. The A3 remains steadfast in its commitment to the fundamental principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. At the same time, the A3 recognizes the concerns of all states in the region, which must be addressed through dialogue and peaceful means in accordance with international law and the UN Charter. We believe that all member states share a responsibility to act in accordance with these commitments, and that these are essential foundations for international cooperation and peaceful coexistence. Mr. President, the A3 calls for restraint, urgent de-escalation, and sustained dialogue. All parties must act fully in accordance with international law and the United Nations Charter to safeguard international peace and security. Our position underscores the importance of dialogue.
Oh my God, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate
and
you.
Respect of international law. It's important for all parties to exercise restraint and responsibility, uphold international law, and avoid any actions that could escalate tensions or threaten regional peace and stability. The A3 stresses that the spillover effects of these hostilities
I don't think they only condemn
countless lives and threaten to deepen existing crises. The A3 expresses its solidarity with the people of the region and reiterates that the African Union's commitment to peace, stability, and mutual respect among nations and regions. Mr. President, in this regard, the A3 urges all parties to prioritize diplomatic engagements, including the ongoing international mediation efforts facilitated by the Sultanate of Oman to prevent further deterioration and uphold international rules-based order. At this critical juncture, the A3 calls for the swift return to the path of negotiations as the only viable means to reach a sustainable agreement regarding the Iranian nuclear program. Sustainable peace can only be achieved through diplomacy, not through force. The A3 strongly reaffirms the urgent necessity of establishing a Middle East zone free of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, applicable to all states in the region without exception, in accordance with relevant international resolutions. We also stress the need for all Middle Eastern countries to join the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as a step toward regional and global security. We emphasize the paramount importance of protecting civilians and civilian infrastructure, including in the context of cross-border strikes and retaliatory actions, and as well as refraining from targeting nuclear facilities that are under International Atomic Energy Agency safeguards, in line with relevant IAEA resolutions and the United Nations Security Council decisions. The A3 reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism and the principles of the United Nations Charter. We urge all parties to act with responsibility and wisdom, placing the well-being of the region's people
the subtitles are not working.
Considerations. It's important to seize this moment to redouble our efforts for de-escalation and to support a diplomatic process that can deliver peace, stability, and security for all states in the Middle East. The A3 stands ready to support all efforts within this Council and in cooperation with regional and international partners to facilitate a peaceful, inclusive, and lasting resolution to the situation in the Middle East. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. President. We thank your presidency for convening this meeting, and we acknowledge the presence of the representatives of the countries that are honoring us with their participation. We would also like to thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his briefing at this meeting. Less than a year ago, we were in this same chamber deliberating on similar events to those that are of concern to us at this meeting. And these are events that today are still developing, which prevents us from entirely knowing their scope and their consequences. However, we must ask ourselves whether the repetition of these actions can really lead to different results and to a sustainable solution, or whether, on the contrary, the aggressive cycle of attacks and counterattacks will only lead to an escalation of violence with increasingly serious and unpredictable consequences to the detriment of international peace and security. Let us recall that in January we considered the brutal and disproportionate use of force by Iran against its population, which was legitimately exercising its right to protest. According to estimates from independent media and non-governmental organizations, that resulted in the deaths of thousands of people. These previous facts point to a delicate situation in the country and the region, and they represent a clear and worrying warning
Translators.
of the possible
the thing in their ear is
and
translator.
human consequences of the escalation of the armed conflict. The Republic of Panama notes with grave concern the severity of recent events, which could trigger a regional conflict with serious direct repercussions on neighboring countries, such as those that have just been suffered by Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, which Panama considers to be lamentable.
Oh my God.
This scenario must be avoided, especially in a context in which the Middle East has already been seriously affected by various crises in recent years, the consequences of which may transcend and cause harm beyond the immediate region and may affect the rest of the world with incalculable consequences. The intensification of tensions will only increase instability and suffering, particularly impacting the most vulnerable populations, those that are always the first to suffer the consequences of conflicts. In this uncertain and dangerous situation that we face, We are reminded that it is essential to guarantee the respect for and protection of the civilian population during conflict in accordance with international humanitarian law and the values that this Council is called upon to protect. Therefore, we reiterate our urgent call for dialogue, restraint, and the cessation of the use of force. Diplomacy and negotiation.
No, Israel didn't speak yet.
In accordance with the principles
I'm gonna wait.
Charter of the United Nations and international law.
I was gonna close it, but I was gonna wait until Israel speaks.
As the preferred and
China has spoken.
means for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Thank you very much.
The representative of Panama for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Iran hasn't spoken either.
Allow me to begin by thanking the United Kingdom as presidency of this council for convening this meeting on such short notice. And I would also like to thank the Secretary General for the briefing provided. For decades, Iran has been a malign, destabilizing actor in the region.
Oh my God.
It has repeatedly and systematically violated its international obligations and posed a threat to international peace and security. The Iranian regime has attacked and destabilized neighbors, exported terrorism, developed an illegal ballistic missile program, and participated in widespread sanctions circumvention. Iran has violated UN Security Council resolutions 1696, 1737, 1747, 1803, 1835, 1929, and this aggressive behavior is consistent. It spans decades. While international law must be respected at all times, the Iranian regime has continuously ignored its responsibilities and binding commitments under the JCPOA and the NPT. The regime has openly maintained its illegal nuclear program, despite repeated and genuine diplomatic engagement from the European Union, the UK, and the US. The IAEA Board of Governors has confirmed over the last 8 months that Iran is failing to engage and to grant monitors access to installations. And this is unacceptable. Iran must cease its illegal nuclear program, comply with its international obligations, and return to the negotiating table.
Oh my God.
For decades, Iran has maintained terror as its modus operandi. Iran has supported, armed, financed, and trained terrorist groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. It has enabled and emboldened attacks against countries near and afar. It has caused the death of thousands of civilians. It has promoted radicalization and the spread of terrorism, and undermined global energy and maritime security. Beyond the Middle East, Iran has directly supported Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. More than 50,000 of the same Iranian Shahed drones, now striking numerous countries in the Middle East, have been transferred by Iran to Russia. Iranian weapons, Iranian technology have contributed to killing thousands of innocent Ukrainians, and like Russia in Ukraine, Iran is now bringing terror to innocent civilians in the Gulf countries.
Oh my God.
Latvia stands with the brave people of Iran. Brave people that have endured so much. Decades of brutality and repression. Recently, this council met to address the atrocities perpetrated by the Islamic regime against its own people in the streets of Iran. Latvia and the European Union have already imposed sanctions against the IRGC. The Iranian people must be able to determine their own future, free from violence and repression.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
For instance, Latvia joins the call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and urgent de-escalation. We call on all sides to protect civilians and avoid further escalation. Latvia condemns the unprovoked Iranian strikes against countries in the region, namely our fellow member of the Council, Bahrain, and Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. Strikes on these countries constitute a threat to regional and international peace and security, and we stand in solidarity with our partners. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as a representative of the United Kingdom. I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. Colleagues, this is a fragile moment for the Middle East. The United Kingdom played no role in the strikes against Iran. But we are under no illusion about the nature of the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime has murdered thousands of its own people simply for exercising their fundamental rights and freedoms.
Oh my God!
Iran has repeatedly ignored calls to find a durable and acceptable solution to the nuclear issue, while continuing to destabilize the region through its support to proxies and partners. We strongly condemn Iranian strikes across the region, including the attacks on a hotel in Dubai, the attack on Kuwait's civilian airport, and attacks on civilian targets in Bahrain. We extend our support and solidarity to all our partners, many of which are not parties to the conflict. Regional stability remains a priority. As my Prime Minister stated, UK forces are active and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional offensive operations to protect our people and regional partners, as the United Kingdom has done before and in line with international law. Reports of strikes on civilians and civilian infrastructure are deeply alarming. The protection of civilians and full respect for international law is critical. Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That is why we, alongside our French and German partners, have continually supported efforts to reach a negotiated solution. We have always been clear that only a diplomatic solution can fully and sustainably address these threats. We want to see the swiftest possible resolution that ensures security and stability for the region. Iran must refrain from further strikes and its appalling behavior to allow a path back to diplomacy. We will continue to work with our partners to this end in support of peace and security and the protection of civilian life across the region. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate and merciful, we appreciate the Secretary General for his briefing and his contribution to this meeting. We express our sincere appreciation to the Russian Federation and China for supporting the convening of this emergency meeting of the Security Council to address the manifest aggression committed by the United States and Israeli regime. I also thank those council members, in particular China, Pakistan, and the Russian Federation, who have today taken principled position in condemnation this unlawful act. And it is regrettable that some members of this body, in a blatant double standard, disregarded the flagrant act of aggression committed by the US and Israel on Iran and condemn Iran for using its inherent right to self-defense on the UN Charter. Mr. President, this morning the United States regime jointly and in coordination with the Israeli regime initiated an unprovoked and premeditated aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran for the second time in the recent months, while deliberately attacking civilian populated areas in multiple large cities of Iran where millions of people reside. As a result of this brutal armed attack, hundreds of civilians have been killed and injured. The aggression and atrocious crime of the United States regime and the Israeli regime and the deliberate and persistent targeting of civilian infrastructure are going. In addition to the numerous civilian residential buildings, the aggressors have also targeted a school in the city of Minab, Hormozgan province, killing more than 100 children.
100 children!
Innocent civilians continues to rise. This is not only an act of aggression, it is a war crime and a crime against humanity. Yet today, once again, the representative of the United States, through a regrettable pattern has attempted to distort facts and rely on misinformation to justify the blatant aggression of the United States and Israel against my country. The facts, however, are unequivocal. The justification advanced by the representative of the United States today are illegal and entirely devoid of legal foundation. The baseless allegation invoked to defend this unlawful use of force have no standing under international law. The invocation of preemptive attack claims of imminent threats or other substantiated political claims cannot legitimize aggression. Such claims are unfounded legally, morally, and politically, and they contradicted the clear principles of the Charter of the United Nations. I also categorically reject the assertion made by the representative of France, the United Kingdom, and certain other Western members regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. These claims lack a factual and legal basis. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the Israeli regime have openly claimed responsibility for this act of aggression and have explicitly articulated regime change as their objective, an unmistakable admission of their intent to violate Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The President of the United States has falsely described this aggression as necessary to neutralize an imminent threat to the American people. This is nothing more than a deliberate attempt to mislead the international community and the U.S. public opinion and manufacture consent for unlawful war. Similarly, the representative of the United States has cynically sought to mislead this council, yet history provides ample documentation that the foreign policy of the United States has repeatedly relied on unlawful force, covert intervention, and political manipulation to alter the governments of other member states. This record is well established. The reality is clear and undeniable. What is taking place today against my country by the United States and the terrorist regime of Israel is a blatant act of aggression, a full-fledged violation of international law. No justification, no accusation, no narrative of disinformation can legitimize or excuse this manifest crime and aggression. Mr. President, we have communicated on several occasions with this Council and the Secretary General about warmongering statement and interfering actions in the internal affairs of Iran by the President of the U.S. in a blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law, and called for the Council action. Regrettably, all were unanswered. The issue before the Council is straightforward. Whether any member state may, including a permanent member of this Council, through the use of force, coercion, or aggression, determine the political future of another state or impose control over its affairs. International law and the Charter are explicit on this matter. Article 2, paragraph 4 of the Charter categorically prohibits the threats of use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Mr. President, against this backdrop, I would like to make the following points. 1. What is occurring against my country is a clear act of aggression. It is an open armed aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States and Israel war today is not merely a war against Iran. It is a war against the Charter of the United Nations, a war against international law, and a war against the international legal order upon which the United Nations and the Security Council have been built for over 8 decades. As the Charter affirms, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations from a scourge of war. The Charter, adopted in 1945, is founded upon this fundamental principle. members shall refrain from threat or use of force in international relations. The sole exception is the inherent right of self-defense under Article 51, and only in the event of an armed attack, the military aggression carried out by the United States and Israel satisfies none of the criteria of lawful self-defense. Accordingly, the action of the United States and Israel constitute a manifest violation of Article 2, a peremptory norms and a fundamental principle of international law accepted by all member states. Neither the Charter nor international law recognize internal matters of states as justification for the use of force by other states. Were this otherwise, no international legal order could endure. The rule of law would be replaced by the rule of force. 2. In responding to aggression on large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent unlawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed force of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts. Consequently, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objective within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense decisively and without hesitation until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms. 3. Iran remains firmly committed to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighboring countries. Under no circumstances will we target the sovereignty, people, or interests of our neighboring countries in the Persian Gulf. Our legitimate response have been directed solely and exclusively at the bases and assets of the hostile government of the United States that operate beyond the control of the host states. Priority has been given to the targets that diminish the aggressor capability and capacity to continue its malign actions. We had previously...
Am I the only one who's getting anxiety from the dings?
This warning to the Secretary General and the Security Council.
Every time it...
4. Despite continuous U.S. hostile policy, we were sincerely and seriously pursuing the path of diplomacy and dialogue to reach a just, fair, and sustainable agreement. Yet, for the second time in the midst of the negotiation, the United States...
The ding is an update on a new attack.
And resorted to force and launched an attack against my country.
A new update, a new attack. That's what the ding is.
Of the United Nations, presently interfering in Iran's internal affairs. They are even calling on the people to riot against their own government. The recent record of the United States toward Iran is equally clear. Since January 2025, the U.S. administration against...
General attack. So if there's any update on any attacks, it dings either from Iran or from the U.S. or from Israel.
Strangulation through sweeping sanctions. The General Assembly has repeatedly voted by overwhelming majorities against such unilateral coercive measures. The objective of these illegal measures has been transparent, unconditional surrender. Despite repeated warning by Iran to the Secretary General and the Council regarding serious violation of the Charter by a permanent member, the Council has regrettably failed to discharge its primary responsibility, allowing the erosion of the rule of law in favor of the rule of force.
Exactly.
5. Just as the Israeli regime succeeded in dragging the United States into the quagmire of war with Iran, the United States in turn is deliberately seeking to expand the scope of the conflict by exploiting spaces in the Persian Gulf region. The hostile U.S. government dream of swallowing Iran and forcing the Islamic Republic of Iran into submission. will never be realized. This war, before being a contest of military equipment and advanced technologies, is a battle of wills. And in that battle, the Islamic Republic of Iran will prevail. Furthermore, the Islamic Republic of Iran has repeatedly affirmed its commitment to diplomacy and negotiation. However, it will never submit to pressure, coercion, or force. Diplomacy has rules and principles. It cannot coexist with aggression. Sixth, the duty of Council members is to defend international law and specifically the Charter. They are not called upon to judge the political system of states, nor to determine whether military aggression or economic siege leads to freedom or domination. Expression of concerns and empty condemnation are not sufficient. The Council must act. Pursuant to Article 39 of the Charter, the Security Council must immediately determine the United States and Israeli regime have committed an act of aggression and demand the immediate cessation of its unlawful use of force, including any explicit or implicit threats against Iran, and require binding assurance of non-repetition. Affirm that the United States and Israeli regime bear full international responsibility for all materials and moral damage inflicted upon the infrastructure and facilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and are obligated to provide full reparation. Let me conclude, Mr. President, with a simple and undeniable truth. Israel and the United States have attacked Iran. They have violated international law and the Charter of the United Nations. They must be held accountable. So long as this aggression continues, Iran will continue to exercise its inherent right of self-defense firmly, proportionately, and without hesitation until the aggression ends. The Security Council must act now and stop this act of aggression immediately. Silence is complicity in this crime. I thank you.
Yes, the U.S. has spoken.
Representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Oh my God, Israel is speaking.
Mr. President, for 47 years, the Islamic regime in Iran
Get the tomatoes ready.
Enchanting.
Get the tomatoes ready.
Marjbar Israel, Marjbar America. Mr. Iravani, do you want to translate these chants? Your leaders have been chanting it for years in public events, in your parliament. Marjbar Israel, Marjbar America. They mean death to Israel, death to America. Israeli and American flags were painted on roads so they could be trampled. Our flags were burned in public squares. This is not the anger of our radical fringe. It is state-sanctioned hatred. And while those Marjbar chants echoed, uranium was enriched, centrifuges span, missiles were built, facilities were buried deep underground. It was never just empty rhetoric. It was preparation for action. But today, alongside our ally, the United States, we act to stop it.
Tomatoes.
Israel stands before you today, having acted with the United States to confront and stop an existential threat before it became irreversible. The operation targets nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile sites, the machinery of repression that fuels terror across our region. We did not act of impulse.
Oh my God.
We did not act of aggression.
Oh my God.
We acted out of necessity.
Oh my
because
goodness.
the Iranian regime left no reasonable alternative. This joint effort will continue for as long as the threat remains. We thank President Trump and acknowledge the close cooperation between Israel and the US, which has brought the alliance between our countries to an all-time high in peace and in war. Let us be clear about what we are confronting.
Oh my God.
This regime has built nuclear weapons in blatant disregard of international law and UN resolutions. It has brutally murdered its own citizens.
Yes,
and crushed dissent. It's happened now as we speak in cities in Iran. It has expanded missile arsenals and armed proxies across the region. It has openly declared its intention to erase Israel from the map. Now, as it faces consequences, it is launching missiles and drones across the region, endangering the UAE, where a Pakistani citizen, unfortunately, was killed. Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Iraq.
The tan, by the way, look at his hand.
Speak in the last hour.
And his face.
A rocket targeted the city of Tel Aviv.
Oh my God.
Civilians, they don't target military bases. Civilians struck a building in Tel Aviv. An innocent woman was killed and 21 people were injured. This is a regime that destabilizes wherever it reaches. It spreads violence outward while crushing freedom at home. It is not reacting, it is expanding. It is a machinery of radicalism that does not recognize borders. Mr. President, diplomacy was exhausted. Iran was required to stop enriching uranium, stop heavy water projects, stop developing nuclear-capable missiles, and allow full inspections.
Oh my God.
Iran did none of it. Instead, it fortified its nuclear facilities so we cannot get to them, accelerated missile production, and continued to fund terror. Since the last operation in the summer, they spent billions on the proxies. The resolutions were clear. The strategy was just as clear. Delay, delay, delay. But we will not be played.
Oh my God.
And it's simple what they were planning. They were building the means to corner us.
Oh my God.
To force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall.
He's a clown.
That is not a future Israel will accept. No responsible nation should. This operation is guided by clear objectives. Eliminate immediate threats.
Oh my God.
Dismantle the nuclear program. Destroy its ballistic missile production. Neutralize naval threats.
Is this World War III, y'all?
The proxy network that destabilizes the region.
Is this World War III?
The operation was carried out in order to protect the people of Israel within the framework of the ongoing armed conflict between Israel and Iran, in line with the UN Charter and in accordance with international law. Our forces stand ready to stop extremism armed with nuclear weapons.
This is live, yes. This is live.
Boys and girls, my son, my daughter, we salute you.
Oh my God.
You stand like lions defending our people. An entire nation stands behind you. We have heard the condemnation from few member states, from the Secretary General. But we all know that escalation did not begin today. It began when Iran armed proxies and exported terror.
Oh my God.
Expanded missiles and drones, advanced its nuclear program in violation of its commitments, turned on its own people, beating, imprisoning, executing.
What is the obsession with lions?
Where was the outrage of the UN? Where were the consequences? Now, Israel acts to prevent an irreversible threat, and the condemnation is immediate. This is the definition of hypocrisy. Some call this aggression. We call it necessity.
Oh my God.
We call it survival.
What the fuck?
Mr. President, history has taught us never to ignore those who openly call for our destruction. When a regime says it will destroy Israel, when it chants death to Israel, when it promises to wipe Haifa and Tel Aviv off the map, we believe it. We genuinely believe it when we see those hundreds of ballistic missiles that they are launching to Israel. We believe the threats. We do not ignore them. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Now let me address the brave people of Iran.
Oh my God.
You are not our enemies.
What the fuck is happening?
This is not directed at you. It is directed at a regime that has silenced you.
He's a clown, yes.
Imprisoned you.
Oh my God.
And invested in missiles and uranium while your economy suffers.
Oh my God.
You deserve better. It is this regime, the Basij, the Revolutionary Guard, who have dragged your country into isolation.
Oh, the president of Iran looks mad.
The world does not fear a free Iran. It fears a radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and driven by extremism. Your future should not be defined by those who chant for death. As President Trump has said, the Iranian people deserve dignity, security, and the chance to shape their own destiny. We are thinking about you. You are seen. You are not alone. The future of Iran belongs to its people. We stand with you.
This is a representative of Israel.
Mr. President, this week, Jewish families all around the world celebrate Purim.
Oh my God.
Many Israelis will do so now in a bomb shelter. The story of Purim happened more than 2,500 years ago.
I'm done.
In the same place.
I'm done.
In ancient Persia, an evil minister by the name of Haman sought to wipe out the Jewish people.
Oh my God.
And it began with words, with chants. It became a decree. It could have become a genocide.
What the fuck?
Queen Esther refused to remain silent. She stepped forward. She spoke up. She acted before it was too late.
2,500 years ago.
That is the lesson we learned. It is not only an ancient lesson. It is a modern one. Last week,
oh my God,
I stood at the gates of Auschwitz with dozens of UN ambassadors.
Oh my God.
We stood in a place that shows what happens when radicalism and extremism grows and no one stops it in time.
What is happening?
Before the Holocaust, some leaders, serious leaders, believed that they could calm aggression with concessions. They were completely wrong. Giving in did not stop evil. It strengthened it.
How is he victimizing himself?
Winston Churchill understood what Queen Esther understood long before him.
Churchill?
Destruction is declared, and weapons are being prepared and assembled. Leaders must act, not later, now. Today, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu understand that same lesson. For decades, the Iranian regime has built missiles, enriched uranium, armed proxies, and spread terror far beyond its borders. This regime is not only Israel's enemy. It is an enemy of stability, an enemy of every peace-loving nation.
Oh my God.
In this joint operation, Israel and the US are acting together, not because we see conflict, because we refuse to ignore declared destruction. We are stopping extremism before it becomes unstoppable. We will ensure that no radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles can threaten our people or the entire world.
The potato.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh my God.
I thank the representative of Israel.
What I got from that is Queen Esther and the Persian Cyrus the Great from 2,500 years ago is the reason as to why Israel is attacking Iran. That's what I learned.
Shukran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the presidency for convening this emergency
This is the League
session
of Arab
today.
States.
I also extend my thanks to the Secretary General for his powerful and...
That bitch brought up 2,500 years ago?
Council convenes today.
I'm sorry, are we deeping that? 2,500 years ago? To justify what happened today?
A glaring failure of the multilateral international system, a failure the League of Arab States has long warned against. Regrettably, it is a moment in which the Arab-Israeli conflict has expanded into a full-scale regional war, through which Israel seeks, through this escalation, to evade ending its occupation of Palestinian territories, to prevent the establishment of an independent Palestinian state, and to obstruct Palestine's admission to the UN in implementation of the two-state solution and the core principles of international legitimacy. Israel has done so by expanding the scope of its brutal military aggression against the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank, by intensifying its efforts to annex the West Bank, and through repeated military attacks on Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran, all in a misguided attempt that is categorically rejected both regionally and internationally to impose Israel's hegemony on the Middle East by using military means.
This is the representative of the League of Arab States.
It is at the expense of the member states of the League of Arab States and at the expense of the suffering of their peoples under Israeli policies and attacks aimed at imposing the law of force instead of the force of law. At the Council's previous meeting on this item last week, the Foreign Minister of Israel, the occupying power, made extremist religious assertions, thus offering clear
this isn't my translation.
Of Israel, which seeks to impose
this is the United Nations translation
interpretation on the word, claiming that all Palestinian land, including the West Bank, which cannot be annexed under President Trump's plan and under Security Council Resolution 2803, all this Palestinian land has belonged to Israel for thousands of years. Such claims reflect an unmistakable contempt for the legal, historical, and foundational principles upon which international legitimacy have been built in this council and in this organization. Despite the announcement 2 days ago in Geneva that negotiations between the United States and Iran on the Iranian nuclear file has made some progress, Israel has blatantly disregarded all these developments in pursuit of narrow, self-serving interests. It has launched a wanton military attack at dawn today against the Islamic Republic of Iran, claiming that the attack was intended to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. At the same time, Israel itself refuses to join the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It refuses to subject its nuclear facilities to the IAEA's comprehensive safeguards regime, and refuses at the same time to attend the United Nations Conference on the establishment of a Middle East zone free of nuclear weapons and other WMDs. That conference, held for the 7th consecutive year at the United Nations last November, with the active participation of the Islamic Republic of Iran in all its sessions, and with the continued boycott of Israel and one permanent member of this council. This Israeli boycott of this important conference is clear, although the conference seeks to achieve the same goal, which is to eliminate the ambiguous nuclear capabilities, both Israeli and Iranian. And this Israeli stand reflects the fact that Israel wants to remain the only state acquiring ambiguous nuclear capabilities in the Middle East and capable of producing nuclear weapons, which is something that Middle East countries cannot accept.
It's only one representative. Who was he texting the whole time?
Despite all the above, the clear escalation among all parties amounts to a cowardly and unjustified military assault by the Islamic Republic of Iran on several Arab states that are members of the League of Arab States. This escalation threatens to widen the scope of the military conflict and risks igniting a full-scale regional war. The General Secretariat of the League of Arab States have issued an official statement from which I quote: "The General Secretariat of the League of Arab States strongly condemns the Iranian attacks on the State of Qatar, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the State of Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan." And I add the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Lebanon. These missile attacks constitute a blatant violation of the sovereignty of states that advocate for peace and have worked to advance stability and did not participate in the war. The General Secretariat expresses full solidarity with these Arab states in confronting these attacks and affirms its support for any measures they take to defend themselves and to protect their populations. The Secretariat stresses that Arab states have taken clear positions regarding the Iranian crisis by rejecting military action against Tehran. Several Arab states exerted tremendous efforts to further mediation and to prevent the escalation we are witnessing today. The General Secretariat is deeply concerned by the grave dangers posed by the current situation in the region. It calls upon all influential parties in the international community to act immediately to de-escalate as quickly as possible, to prevent the expansion of regional instability and violence, and return immediately to dialogue. End of quote. In conclusion, Mr. President, the League of Arab States joins the Secretary General of the United Nations in urging all states to respect their obligations under international law, including the UN Charter, which clearly prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, and prohibits any use of force inconsistent with the purposes and principles of the United Nations, especially when it involves attacking nuclear facilities, which could have catastrophic consequences for entire populations. The League also joins the United Nations in calling for an immediate cessation of hostilities and de-escalation to prevent a wider regional conflict that would have dire repercussions for regional stability in the Middle East. From this standpoint, the League of Arab States urges the Security Council, particularly with the United States assuming the Council's presidency beginning tomorrow, to lead the collective security regime to immediately halt military operations and to return to negotiations on all tracks, inspired by the positive momentum generated by last week's Board of Peace meeting and by the role of President Trump in advancing global peace and in full respect for the established mechanisms of the multilateral international system, far from any geopolitical confrontations that will only prevent us from achieving global peace. Thank you, President.
I want to see who's next.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Abdulaziz, for the statement. The representative of the United States
has
the floor to make a further statement.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. President. And wish
Get tomatoes ready.
Write a reply to the so-called representative of the Iranian regime.
So-called representative?
States strongly rejects this ridiculous and frankly farcical assertion that U.S. actions are inconsistent with international law. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted, quote, "Death to America," at every turn, at every opening of its parliament. It has sought to eradicate the state of Israel. It has waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder. It is responsible for a series of unprovoked armed attacks.
Oh my God.
Targeting the United States and Israel, violations of the UN Charter, and threats to international peace and security across the Middle East. It has even attempted to assassinate the U.S. President Trump. It has done so.
Wait, what?
Not only directly, but through its proxies, seeking to hide and mask its bad actions while publicly claiming.
Wait, did I miss something? When did it happen?
Iran's menacing activities.
When did Iran attempt to assassinate Trump?
Endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, our partners, our allies around the world. The United States has made every effort to negotiate a peaceful resolution of this conflict with Iran. But Iran has failed to take that opportunity. So in close coordination with the government of Israel, the United States has taken lawful actions to address these threats.
Oh my God.
With Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. And Mr. President, I'll just say on a final note, you know who is not complaining tonight? You know who is not citing the vagaries of international law? You know who is celebrating in the streets around the world? The Iranian people.
Oh my God.
Mr. President, maybe, perhaps just maybe, they will finally be free. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. The representative of Bahrain has also asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وعذر.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for taking the floor once again. I would like to reread a paragraph from the statement of the GCC countries, Jordan and Syria. Accurately, it is as follows, and I quote, "As we have pointed out in the letter addressed to you today, a number of Iranian missile attacks have targeted today the UAE, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the State of Qatar, the State of Kuwait, and my country, the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and the Syrian Arab Republic in a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of these countries." I thank you.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for the statement.
Can we get the likes up to 700K, by the way, y'all?
Asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Oh, Iran?
Thank you. I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represent. Thank you.
Oh.
The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people and imprisoned many more simply for wanting freedom from your tyranny. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. Before adjourning the meeting, as this is really the last meeting of our presidency in the month of February, I would just like to express my thanks on behalf of the delegation of the United Kingdom to members of the Council, the Secretary General, and members of the Secretariat for all their support this month.
He represents a nation where
the meeting is adjourned.
People who grape children get away with it, by the way. Let me just get that. Let's just get that out there. He represents a nation where politicians grape children and they get away from it. They get away with it. So, the Saudi Arabia released a statement. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Let's get to that. Because it's imperative to understand where they're leaning. Hold on. So this was a statement by Saudi Arabia, and it said, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the blatant Iranian aggression and the flagrant violation of the sovereignty of the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the State of Qatar, the State of Kuwait, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The kingdom affirms its full solidarity with and unwavering support for the brotherly countries and its readiness to place all its capabilities at their disposal. Is it going to get in the war? At their disposal in support of any measures they may undertake. It also warns of the grave consequences resulting from the continued violation of state sovereignty and the principles of international law. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia calls on the international community to condemn these blatant attacks and to take all firm measures necessary to confront Iranian violations that undermine the security and stability of the region. This was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. By the way, today is the 11th day of Ramadan. So they decided to attack on the 11th day of Ramadan. And also the 11th day of Lent. So what are the recent updates? Oh my God. So we saw the Burj Al Khalifa. This is scenes from Tel Aviv. Lent is Orthodox fasting, so Orthodox Christians are also fasting. Rubio has canceled his Monday trip to Israel. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Tehran are still continuing, by the way. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against the Isfahan province in central Iran. U.S. airstrikes against Shushtar, Khuzestan province, western Iran. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against a missile base in the Ilam countryside, Ilam province. This was the Shah. Oh my God, bro. So Reza Pahlavi, okay? Reza Pahlavi, this is what he says. My fellow compatriots. So this is the Shah who posted on his X a statement. He says, and I quote, "My fellow compatriots, Ali Khamenei, the bloodthirsty Zahak of our time, the killer of tens of thousands of Iran..." Oh.
Let's acknowledge that security is here.
Okay, hold on. Let's pause that. Let's continue reading it. I already have a headache. Hold on. The killer of tens of thousands of Iran's bravest sons and daughters has been erased from the pages of history. With his death, the Islamic Republic has effectively come to an end and will soon be consigned to the dustbin of history. Any attempt by the remnants of the regime to appoint a successor to Khamenei is doomed to failure from the outset. Whoever they place in his stead will have neither legitimacy nor survival, and without doubt they will also be complicit in the crimes of this regime. To the military, security, and police forces, any effort to prop up a collapsing regime is condemned to defeat. This is your last chance to join the people, to help ensure Iran's stable transition to a free and prosperous future, and to have a share in building that future. The death of the criminal Khamenei, while it cannot bring back the spilled blood, can serve as a balm for the scorched hearts of the grieving families, the fathers and mothers, spouses and children in mourning, and the families of the selfless martyrs of Iran's Lion and Sun National Revolution. Noble and brave people of Iran, this marks the beginning of our great national celebration, but it is not the end of the road. Stay vigilant and prepared. The time for a massive and decisive presence in the streets is very near. Together, united and steadfast, we will secure the final victory, and we will celebrate Iran's freedom across our Ahura created homeland. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi. The person who released this statement is the Shah, Reza Pahlavi. Visual impact of an Iranian missile. So this is an Iranian missile attacking Jordan. Oh God. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it was the official Ministry of Foreign Affairs page from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So they posted it on their Twitter. Hold on. Wait, where were we? Okay, we were there. Sirens in Bahrain. U.S. jets are currently operating low over southern Iran. Heavy U.S. airstrikes on Tehran, Iran. U.S. airstrikes on Varamin, southeast of Tehran. U.S. airstrikes on the Virgin Heights, north of Tehran. Repeated explosions all across Tehran. The U.S. is carrying out a large-scale attack on the city. This is right now. The casualty count in Israel is now over 120 injured. Anti-government protests have erupted across the country, with most celebrating the death of Ali Khamenei. Most of the turnouts are currently in the low numbers, but are present in several cities in almost all provinces. First video is in Isfahan. Second video from Mamsani. Third video from Lepoy. Fourth video from Galender. Drone incursions into northern Israel. Yeah. This is from Iran. Thank you for the 700k likes, by the way. An attack on Iran, as Oman reports significant progress on Iran-US talk, is clear indication that an indicated Israeli Prime Minister mired in the genocide in Gaza and an Epstein-compromised US president are dangerously out of control. Two men making the world unsafe. That is 100% true. So again, Trump has also claimed this. Thank you very much. Oh my God, that's very beautiful. Thank you.
While it's not unexpected, I think it's still unfortunate. There was no, despite what President Trump said, there was no imminent threat from Iran. And so if that's the proximate cause of the rationale for this attack, which is illegal by US law and violates international law, then it wasn't necessary. It wasn't a preventative attack to deter an imminent threat. But in President Trump's statement, he makes clear that his real reason is regime change. He's trying to topple this regime in the hopes that the Iranian people put in a new and better one. Those are long odds. So again, obviously a lot of military planning went into this, and given the disparate strengths of the three militaries, the U.S. has $1 trillion military budget. Israel has a strong military. Iran's conventional military is not that strong. It relies on deterrence on its missiles. So there's no doubt that we will be able to achieve military goals.
Again, regime change means it's going to be there for a long period of time. Sheikh Zayed Airport in Abu Dhabi was struck, by the way, just a minute ago. So Sheikh Zayed Airport in Abu Dhabi was struck by an Iranian suicide drone just a minute ago. Okay. These are photos from Tel Aviv, by the way. By the way, this isn't the first time Dubai, Abu Dhabi have been attacked multiple times. Burj Al Arab was also attacked. There was attempts to also attack Burj Khalifa. A lot of the drones basically attacked right close to it. And Dubai and Abu Dhabi have been getting attacked the whole day. So this isn't new. So these are photos from Tel Aviv, a big crater that was left by an Iranian warhead. As you see here, right here. This is in Tel Aviv currently. Yeah. This is footage out of photos out of Tel Aviv, as you see right here. Oh, yeah. This is in Jordan. So yeah. Oh, this is the Burj Al Arab, by the way. See? Apparently the Burj Al Arab was attacked on the side, as you can see here in Dubai. So it's like a hotel in Dubai. It's like a very famous hotel resort. I'm not sure if Khamenei is unalived. Israeli reports are claiming he is unalived, whereas Iranian reports have not confirmed anything. So I can neither confirm nor deny. We have to wait, basically. This is scenes from Qatar, apparently. These are scenes from Qatar.
Fuck yeah! What the fuck?
So that was from Qatar. This is the Jebel Ali airport in Dubai. It has been struck. Here we go. This is the Jebel Ali airport in Dubai. So it has been struck by Iran, yes. This is right now. This is from 3 minutes ago. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes are ongoing against Iran again. So prepare to get live updates on that, y'all.
Next steps. And you have said that you think in relatively short order, we might be back to negotiations?
What the hell?
Oh, I think so. Both parties will be interested in getting back to the table and seeing what can be done. Look, the Iranian leadership is going to be concerned, is going to be more concerned about its fate, and therefore engaging in negotiations makes sense for them to try to stave that off as much as possible. And on our side, on the U.S. side, look, if there's a way to make sure that the Iranians are truly unable to reconstitute their nuclear weapons or their nuclear program, then why not? We negotiate with people all the time who are trying to kill us. That's not unusual. And the Iranians are nothing if not pragmatic, at least at a tactical level. I guess I would say one other thing, which is any other new regime that comes in, I would think that they would take the lesson that the way to prevent being invaded and having airstrikes against you is to make sure that you get a nuclear weapon. So I included as a possibility here that this strike, that this military action will actually push any new Iranian regime toward a bomb much faster.
Right. So you're among the group of people who think that this will incentivize Iran to actually keep trying or even accelerate their efforts towards not only missiles but actually a nuclear bomb. Harry Ensher, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Iran has also launched strikes on U.S. assets across the region.
Which is Bahrain.
Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital. It is not yet known if there are casualties. And that there was the scene earlier in the day when a missile hit Bahrain's capital, Manama. Authorities say that the strike targeted the service center for the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. Kuwait's international airport was damaged in an Iranian drone attack. Authorities say a number of employees had been injured as a result.
Did you mean to come up, Sam?
Say the situation is now under control. And these are the scenes from the United Arab Emirates. 4 people were injured after an incident occurred at the Dubai International Airport, according to Dubai Media Office. It says a concourse.
I reported this over an hour ago, by the way.
There have also been
the Dubai International Airport
drone strike targeting the Burj Al Arab in Dubai.
I literally gave y'all
Authorities
updates.
Confirmed that the drone was intercepted and debris caused a minor fire, they say, on the hotel's iconic outer facade. No injuries reported there. The Qatari Defense Ministry says that it intercepted 63 missiles and 12 drones fired towards its territory. Those are the skies over Doha. Officials say the attack resulted in at least 8 injuries. 1 person is believed to be critically injured. 2 ballistic missiles reached the Al Udeid air base, operated by U.S. forces and home to the U.S. Central Command. And Qatar's foreign ministry says that it has summoned the Iranian ambassador. Ibrahim Sultan Al-Hashimi is Director of Media and Communications in Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he says that Qatar reserves the right to respond to the attacks.
In the name of God the Merciful, the state of Qatar condemns in the strongest possible terms these ballistic missile attacks and considers this operation as a blatant violation of its sovereignty and the safety of its territories, and also a grave escalation that threatens the stability of the whole region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already affirmed in an official statement that it reserves its full right to respond in accordance with international law and with the Charter of the United Nations in proportion to the size of the attacks in order to protect its sovereignty and to protect its higher interests.
Let's go to Axel Zaimovich, who's live here in the Qatari capital, Doha. Axel, it's well into the night now. It's 2:30 a.m. local time in Doha. Now, before I stepped into the studio a little while ago, we were still hearing booms and explosions. Granted, that was about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. What are you seeing now? What have you seen?
Why are they not condemning Iran getting attacked?
It's really quiet here in Doha right now, but we understand that these attacks have been coming in several waves, and probably that attack that you're referring to when you were heading to Al Jazeera's office earlier today, it appears to be one of the loudest explosions we heard. We've seen the plumes of smoke and the flash explosions taking place above the capital, Doha. And what we understand, but we also got a confirmation from the Qatari officials here that the situation is stable, but they also said that 65 missiles were intercepted and 12 drones also were taken down. But what we understand that 2 of those missiles that were heading from this direction, from Iran towards Doha, they managed to penetrate Qatar's air defense system, and they targeted Al Udeid military base, one of the biggest American military installments here in the Middle East. We don't know at this stage, we don't know like how how much damage has it sustained in this attack. But what we do know that there are several emergency alerts in place, and people are constantly being urged to stay indoors and to follow official channels of communication and not to spread any panic or fake news on social media.
Axel Imovich reporting from Doha. Thank you very much. You're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and U.S. strikes on Iran. I'm Cyril Vanier, and here's the latest. U.S. President Donald Trump says that Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, is dead. Trump made the announcement in a post on Truth Social, saying that it gave Iranians their greatest chance to take back the country. There have been reports of celebrations on the streets of Tehran. Mike Hanna is joining us from Washington, D.C. Mike, tell us all the latest that you're learning on your end.
Well, the White House has called a lid, which means that there's an end that one would think to any further statements coming out in the course of the evening, and also would appear to rule out President Trump make any statement to the nation on what has been happening through the day and since the operation began in the early hours of the morning. What we do have, of course, is that statement that he released on his Truth Social page, his favored method for releasing statements of great import, in which he said or insisted that the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. He also saying as well that the U.S. will continue its operations, implying as well that there's discontent among the Republican Guard within Iran. So we do have that statement from President Trump. He's been making these statements throughout the day, well, throughout the early afternoon. He originally said it to a couple of news agencies and then now went into writing with that Truth Social statement. What we do not know at this point is what is the source of his information. This is a very important issue, quite obviously, because he makes no mention as to what the source is. Although earlier in the day, Israel was releasing statements to this effect. Whether his source is in fact Israeli intelligence or some Israeli source, we simply do not know. We've heard nothing from his own, the U.S. intelligence agencies, as to the veracity or otherwise of this report.
Mike, do we know what comes next? Do we have any expectation from either the Pentagon or the State Department? I understood what you told us about the lid, that we're not going to be hearing from the White House again today. But do we have any further indication of what the U.S. intends to do?
Well, it's been very interesting because we've heard very little from the Pentagon as to the nuts and bolts of its operations. There was a statement issued earlier on in the day by CENTCOM, but there's been nothing further. Administration officials have been briefing some reporters, but once again, nothing of real texture within what they are saying. They've been saying to us that this is an operation which began because they did not believe that Iran was being honest in the negotiations. This corresponds with what President Trump also said in the course of the day, that Iran had moved backwards in these negotiations, and this was one of the reasons for the strike. But we haven't had any indication yet of what the off-ramp is, or indeed if the president and this administration have even considered what an off-ramp would be or when enough is enough. And part of the issue here is what is the exact aim of these operations. Sure, we've heard from the president and from administration officials that among the intentions is to destroy Iran's missile capability. We've also heard that, yes, a regime change is the end. But the question that still remains is, what is the off-ramp? How long does this go on for? President Trump earlier in the day as well made a statement which appeared to be slightly contradictory. On the one hand, he said, well, this could last for a couple of days and then we'll go away. And then when Iran starts building up its nuclear program again, we'll return. And at the same comments he was making, he then said, well, this will go on for as long as it needs to go on. So there doesn't appear to be any clarity as to what the timeline is and indeed what the actual end of this operation is. And that in a way is deeply disturbing, that this operation has begun.
Went to get myself a banana
any
and some trail mix.
Information at least about what is going to bring.
I noticed that I hadn't eaten the whole time.
Also hinting that negotiations on the table, although at this particular point in time, that
so they hit the
rather ludicrous.
Jebel Ali port in Dubai.
Absolute lack of clarity.
Northern Israel is being attacked. U.S. Israeli jets have entered the southwest airspace of Iran. U.S. Israeli airstrikes in Urmia, western Iran.
What is the off-ramp?
And Israeli jets flying over Bushehr, southern Iran right now. Yes, so the attacks are commencing right now. U.S. Israeli airstrikes against Shiraz, western Iran.
Israeli war against Iran. I will be asking that question also to Nida.
I don't know about the airport in Qatar being attacked. I do know that Qatar has been attacked multiple times.
Mike Hanna, thank you very much. Nida, I think you heard Mike there.
But I don't think the airport. The airports in Dubai have been attacked, in the UAE.
Neither from the Pentagon, neither from the State Department, neither from Donald Trump himself as to really what next steps are. Donald Trump has said this on his social media, that the bombing essentially will continue for the next few days, essentially throughout the week. Have the Israelis given any more information on or clarity on what they intend to do next and where this goes from here?
Well, there are several elements at play in Israeli politics. There is, of course, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been talking about a regime change for a while now, and in his speech earlier today he talked about the fact that the war should take as much time as it needs. Of course, that
so northern Israel is being attacked right now.
Overall Israeli
by the way,
that is
these are the red alerts
to having
in Israel
to
right now.
That often, remember, we have been talking about
northern Israel is getting attacked.
June now. This is a continuation. So he needs to strike a very
and this is in Iran
between showing the Israeli public that this is a war that he must take, that he must fulfill his duties on, but also to the extent that does not.
Northern Israel is getting attacked by Iran.
Turn against him, and we've been
Iran is sending multiple missiles, and this is the Jebel Ali airport in Dubai. As you guys see, there have been attacks in Dubai itself.
The issue that the army and the military establishment is mostly concerned.
This is the Jebel Ali airport in Dubai.
That they want to subdue the the Iranian threats. They want to kill the nuclear program altogether. But it seems that in the political spectrum, and we're talking here about Netanyahu, who has been advocating.
I'm not too mad about Dubai.
Decades. It seems to
May the people get protected. That's true.
The moment that Netanyahu is finding it a crucial and key
Did y'all watch Netanyahu's speech, by the way?
Regime change. It might not necessarily be that they will this war will oversee that regime change.
Did y'all see Netanyahu's speech?
But at least it would be a major push towards it. We didn't see any confirmation from the Israeli Prime Minister's office about the killing of Khamenei, but we have been seeing Israeli officials congratulating and talking about welcoming this killing. Of course, as we have been saying, and you've been confirming to our audience, Cyril, this has, of course, been denied by the Iranians as part of the psychological warfare. And speaking of psychology, the Israeli...
Let's see what he says here. Oh, God. Is there no translation? Holy shit. Okay, well.
I would like to thank the President.
Okay, here is the translation.
I would like to thank the President Trump for his...
I'm so sorry. This person... Okay.
I would like to thank the President Trump for his historical leadership. I spoke with him again this morning, and I would like to thank him and bless him for this close collaboration. It has truly reached the record of all times, an alliance in peace and in war.
Peace?
And this war will bring about true...
No, this is a new speech. I haven't played this speech on my I haven't played this speech on my live. This is another speech. This is a new speech that he did. By the way, he had 2 speeches today. So this is another speech.
This war will bring about true peace. We targeted those at the head of the leadership of the Brotherhood of the Revolutionary Guard and all of General Staff and others. We would like to thank the brave Iranian people that they are being freed of those horrific ties with that regime. This is an opportunity. Do something. Do not sit with your arms crossed, because this moment will come and you will be demanded to go out to the streets in the masses, because you have to complete this work and you have to bring down and eradicate this regime. Your suffering and your sacrifice will not be in vain. We promised you the help, and the help.
By the way, he's talking about all of this bravery, but he fled to Greece. His plane fled to Greece, by the way.
Has arrived.
The Prime Minister of Israel speaking directly to the Iranian people, calling them the lion. And
again with the lions.
Also, at the end of his overnight comments, directly speaking to the Iranian people, telling them that their future is now theirs to take.
This message that we just heard, I was listening to this Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments as well. This mission that Israel's launched is called the Lion's Roar. That is the name that it is given. And he was saying to the Iranians, now it's up to them, that they should go out onto the streets and take down their government. It's the exact same message that we heard from President Trump earlier in the day, saying that help has arrived, that there will be these military strikes, and that eventually, when the government is weak enough, that the people should take power and overthrow their government. It's unclear which people. It's unclear how that's supposed to work. Presumably, there will be some CIA help. There'll be communication. There'll be covert actions to try and direct this. But it is a...
Did NBC just admit? Did y'all hear that? Did NBC just admit that there will be CIA help? From the people? Hold on, let me repeat that.
To work. Presumably, there will be some CIA help. There'll be communication. There'll be covert actions to try and direct this. But it is a...
Wait! He said they're going to try to direct this? Holy shit!
Incredibly risky and difficult thing to accomplish. I can't think of a time when this has ever been successful.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and...
Not NBC just admitting that.
I think you put it well, in which you said it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to make regime change any easier, because as you and I have talked about many times at this point, if the president's ultimate objective, which we know now, and the prime minister's ultimate objective is regime change, it is going to be an incredibly difficult process. It is not just going to take a few strikes over the next few days to achieve that.
Wait, hold on. What is happening? The updates is going crazy. So the sound of non-stop flights of U.S. Israeli jets over Shiraz. Okay. Explosions heard over Bahrain again. Bahrain has been rocked. New wave inbound towards central Israel. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Adimeshk, western Iran. Violent airstrikes across eastern Tehran. U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Shiraz again. Alerts over Jerusalem and surrounding. U.S.-Israeli attacks on Hamadan, western Iran. Multiple U.S.-Israeli impacts in Dezful, western Iran. Interceptors launched from Tel Aviv. So, yeah, there have been a lot of attacks on Iran. I think they said over 900 attacks, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, there have been 900 attacks.
Absolutely. Iran is a huge country, 90 million people, multiple ethnic groups. it is not at all guaranteed that if the state collapses, it collapses in one piece. You could
900 attacks on Iran alone. So the U.S. has attacked Iran about 900 times.
see Iran divide into pieces. You could see a Kurdish section. You could see a Baluchi section. You could see an Arab section close to.
Wait, hold on. Are you noticing? They're talking about ethnic divide. Pay attention to what he's saying.
See a Kurdish section. You could see a.
If you come from a country that has ethnic groups, pay attention to how they're talking about your ethnic groups.
Multiple ethnic groups. It is not at all guaranteed that if the state collapses, it collapses in one piece. You could see Iran divide into pieces. You could see a Kurdish section. You could see a Baluchi section. You could see an Arab section close to the border with Iraq. There are many different groups that might try and carve out their own autonomous area. So it is just because the supreme leader apparently has been killed along with other members of the.
That's what they want, by the way. They want to trigger a civil war. You see how Iraq, after Saddam, which I don't even like Saddam Hussein, fuck him, he's horrible. But you see how after he was toppled, how the whole country devolved into civil war and became very fragmented. And now you have so many different militias running around. You had ISIS, all these different things. That is what they want. And that's why he's even mentioning that. It's like he's foaming at the mouth saying, yeah, look at all these ethnic groups. They're divided, right? Literally, that is what they want.
The administration, their senior advisors to Khamenei, it does not mean that the entire system will neatly collapse and be replaced by a new Western-friendly government.
Oh my goodness, this guy is letting out all the secrets. He just said a new Western government? What?
It does not mean that the entire system will neatly collapse and be replaced by a new Western-friendly government. We don't know how that might even happen. There are still police on the streets. There are still Basij forces, the Revolutionary Guards, shock troops on the ground. In fact, more of them have been deployed since this operation began. So it is very difficult, if not impossible, at this stage for Iranians to go out and try and take control of government buildings or arm themselves. That could come in the coming days. That is certainly what Prime Minister Netanyahu and what President Trump have called for. But calling for it from afar and actually going out onto the streets and trying to take over government positions and government ministries and holding them is a much more challenging task.
We thank you.
What happened to every government that the U.S. toppled, by the way? Anybody know? Yeah.
Are very much in the hands of the US, with the only ally it's brought along, which is Israel. And I think it's worth taking stock, in my view, of where we are. What's been a very long day. Me and Ali were sitting here on and off throughout the day.
Yes, that was propaganda that we heard.
Trump first laid out what he was doing, and I think we were pretty shocked back then to hear that he wanted regime change and he wanted the Iranian people to rise up in a revolution. Now, 17 hours later, if it is true, and it's a very big if, that he's killed the supreme leader, President Trump really did throw the dice with a very, very big gamble. And still, in this combustible region, things can go very, very badly wrong. But if the supreme leader is dead, then the first part of his plan has paid off.
Ali, James used the word gamble, right? So the U.S. opened this door. We don't know what's on the other side. Gamble, I think we're circling around the same idea, is that it's just so difficult to predict how this plays out. You know how you start a war and you don't know how you end it. And this applies, by the way, to the United States. Examples, Iraq, examples, Libya, example, Afghanistan. Just don't know where this goes.
Well,
The main issue over here is that how the system in Iran is going to deal with this situation. If we assume that Ayatollah Khamenei was killed, then there's a new leadership or there's a council that's going to run the country. Will they adhere to his objectives? Will we see a more revolutionary system rising after the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei, who will be the martyr of the revolution? And then the new leadership will need to kind of be in front of him because they need to avenge the blood of their leader. Or we are going to witness the rise of a pragmatic leadership that is going to just climb down the ladder and get back into a situation where they can create a consensus and then, sit on a table. What kind of a table? Because now all the previous tables are destroyed, the negotiation tables. So now there is a need to rebuild a table. Who is going to rebuild this table? What are going to be the legs of this table? What's going to be the chips on the table, or who are going to be around the table? So these are the big questions right now.
James, it seems difficult to imagine right now, but I also don't want to be completely stuck and lost in the moment. I had a guest earlier tell me that he thinks the way this
explosions can be heard over Jerusalem.
In a few weeks, negotiations between the U.S. and Iran resume. In other words, the U.S. will have weakened Iran. At least that appears to be the predictable.
Explosions can be heard over Jerusalem, interceptions over the UAE, reports of impact in northern Israel, U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Karaj, northern Iran, airstrikes against Andishesh, just south of Karaj, northern Iran, heavy airstrikes against Bandar Abbas again, more alerts in northern Israel, U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Kasvin, northern Iran, U.S.-Israeli attacks against the intelligence department headquarters in Shah Abad, Iran as well.
The administration
of
Donald Trump does not work in the traditional joint agency way that the US normally works. So there remains a big question.
Do you want to see what the White House is posting on Twitter?
Yes, I was surprised after last year's attack by Israel, joined in by the US, that diplomacy could be put back together so quickly.
I want to see what the White House is posting on Twitter.
But I think it depends what sort of Iran is in place. As you said before, you raised examples of previous US wars. You raised Libya, you raised Iraq, you raised Afghanistan. Afghanistan went on for 2 decades. Iraq, regime change turned into
Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead.
A really big mess.
Hold on.
Yes, we're day one. And if Donald Trump is
Hold on, let's see what the White House is posting on Twitter.
On his metrics, and I suspect
they just posted, what's his name, Truth Social. Oh, they don't care, we read that already. The White House reposted Carolyn Levitt saying President Trump just spoke with the leaders of the UK, Kuwait, and Turkey. President Trump monitors U.S. military operations in Iran, Operation Epic Fury.
I can't think of one, or at least a recent one.
So Marco Rubio is there. That's Trump.
I don't see any success story before.
Right, with a happy ending.
President Donald Trump monitors U.S. military operations in Iran. Operation Epic Fury.
Keep the regime in place.
I'm so sorry. Who takes this tan even serious, bro? He forgot to tan his ears.
Change the country's behavior.
Go back a little bit.
What a pig.
George H.W. Bush and Noriega and the removal of Noriega in Panama, perhaps.
Vice President J.D. Vance and cabinet secretaries in the Situation Room, February 28, 2026.
1989 into 1990. It was over that.
We do not have many examples of something like this.
Hold on.
In the way that Trump and Netanyahu.
May God bless the brave men and women of America's forces. We're unleashing America's. This is what he said. He said, we are unleashing America's potential, strengthening our security, increasing our prosperity, and cementing America's status as the #1 energy superpower by far anywhere on Earth. This is what he said in Corpus Christi.
There's nothing that could happen.
He talked about American dominance. Ugh.
They are the Islamic Revolution Guards. So they are.
Look at that little fist, bro. Look at the teeny tiny fist.
Without a military or an armed force on the ground to do that,
Look at this. We're winning so much.
When the regime is under stress, but then people will be just faced.
It's from the State of the Union.
Because
make America wealthy again.
Protests at the universities in Tehran, and we saw two streets. A street with the Islamic Republic still preserves.
How can you take any of these people serious?
Ideological people who believe in this system, or people who believe that this system serves their interests, or people. There are different classifications within the Iranian society. We cannot just stereotype the whole society as pro-regime or anti-regime. There are different, clusters within this, or intervals within this society. So this is just a recipe for a civil war in Iran.
James, we now have Donald Trump in a position that I don't think have seen him in before. Whereas because he's opening the door to something that could last a long time. And he himself has used the words major combat operation, words like sustained. He's signaling this may last a long time, also signaling that there may be U.S. fatalities. This is unlike, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the Trump playbook as it's been written until now.
He did the campaign on this. He campaigned on absolutely the opposite. No more foreign wars. He was opposed to everything that happened under Obama and before that under the Bushes, Iraq and Afghanistan, and there'll be problems. If this doesn't go cleanly, there may already be problems in his MAGA base, because there's a real isolationist part of that MAGA base that does not want to be involved abroad. There are key figures like the commentator Tucker Carlson, who are very, very suspicious of Israel's links now with the United States. All of that is going to be raised. He's going to keep his people on board. He's got to keep the whole of the American people on board, and he's got a very distrustful world out there as well.
And something I might have mentioned that I think our viewers need to keep in mind, something I might have mentioned earlier, is this is an election year. For the two countries that went to war. For the United States, Donald Trump has midterms in November. He's not on the ballot, of course, but it's still a major election, because if he loses just 1 or 2 seats in the House of Representatives, he will not have the backing in Congress that he currently does. And in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu has to call an election by October at the very latest. So in both cases, we're months away.
But I think
from an
in
election.
Israel, this is going to be very popular. I think that is pretty clear.
Depending on the outcome.
Yes, but I think the same will apply in Israel as the US. And you've seen the way Donald Trump does things. He declares victory and he moves on. Yeah. And he tries to forget about things, and he wants people to forget about things. If he manages to say that he's achieved regime change and
do you know that Trump is going to use this to stay in power? He's going to hammer home the point. He's going to continue talking about it over and over and over again.
I think vulnerability, because if you look at the polls, recent days, they said that only 20% of the American people actively supported the idea of a war. Maybe he can turn this to an advantage. I think if you took a poll of the American people right now, a lot of them would say they didn't know
non-stop explosions in deathful western Iran, at least 6 to 7 airstrikes so far.
Do not follow the details of international news.
Holy shit. Okay, so this is...
one way or another, this war is going to be a campaign issue, both in Israel and in the United States in the coming months.
This is an airstrike in Bahrain.
Thank you very much to both of you.
فتح يا علي سدد يا الله يا الله يا صاحب الزمان الله أكبر.
This is happening right now, by the way, 2 minutes ago. This is Pete Hegseth. I'm actually just reading it right now. It was released 2 minutes ago as well. This is what Pete Hegseth says. He says, overnight, on President Trump's orders, the Department of War commenced Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precision aerial operation in history. The Iranian regime had their chance, yet refused to make a deal, and now they're suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. We will not tolerate powerful missiles targeting the American people. Those missiles will be destroyed along with Iran's missile production. The Iranian Navy will be destroyed. And as President Trump has said his entire life, Iran will never have nuclear weapons. The United States did not start this conflict, but we will finish it. If you kill or threaten Americans anywhere in the world, as Iran has, then we will hunt you down and we will kill you. Our warriors are the best in the world, and they are fully unleashed to achieve our objectives. May God's providence protect them in this vital mission. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War. What is happening? Iran's Khuzestan air base, by the way, was just struck by U.S. Israel. What is happening? When did Iran start it? I'm confused. Huh.
Throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Tehran's been retaliating with a series of strikes targeting multiple locations in Israel. This was the scene earlier in Tel Aviv, where the ambulance service reported more than 20 people have been injured. The Israeli military says their defenses have intercepted dozens of missiles over West Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank. We have a team of correspondents in Washington, D.C., Tehran, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, UN headquarters in New York, and here in Doha. Mike Hanna is joining us now from Washington, D.C. Now, Mike, Donald Trump very clearly says that Khamenei is dead. Is he getting that from the Israelis, or is there a separate American sourcing on this? Because it seems to me that it's all coming from the Israelis right now.
Well, that appears to be the case. We've heard nothing from any of the intelligence agencies within the United States, or indeed from the Pentagon, that they provided this information to the president. The president himself gave no indication of what his source was for this particular claim. The Israelis had been saying it throughout the day, or earlier in the day. So the assumption is at this stage is that he got it from Israeli sources in terms of this. So this is the issue. This is a question that has been being asked about it, is why was he so certain? Because this was a very carefully drafted statement. Now, earlier in the afternoon, President Trump had said in interviews with various media sources this exact same point, but not in this carefully considered and very carefully scripted way in which it came out on his Truth Social account. You read some of that posting by him, but I think also a very important point in the posting as well is that hopefully, he says, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves.
2 schools were
within
attacked.
this posting as well, he's claiming that there is some kind of insurrection or resistance to the leadership within Iran, that there can be some kind of popular uprising, that the idea of regime change, which appears to be one of the reasons for this operation, is a real possibility. But still, the question remains is, on what basis is President Trump presenting it? On another point
2
in this
schools and
particular
over 100
statement, he says,
children dead.
we are hearing that many of the IRGC military and other security police forces no longer want to fight. Well, we are hearing doesn't say where are we hearing it, and that is exactly the same with reports of the killing of Ali Khamenei. So this is a lot of questions that are being asked, and as yet we haven't had any answers from U.S. administration.
Also, questions are being asked internally, aren't they, Mike? I mean, Rohanna he has spoken about this, saying that this is possibly an illegal act. It needs to go back to Congress. So there's a lot of internal pressure to find out questions on how this actually started, right?
Well, yes, although President Trump has generally, not only on this issue, but ignored the demands from Congress to give more information or indeed to respect the rights of Congress. Very clear in the US Constitution, it's up to Congress to declare war, not the president. So here we do have this situation, and this has been pointed out by a number of members of Congress, mainly Democrat, but there have been a few isolated Republicans who have also expressed great concern about the fact that this conflict was declared unilaterally. Sure, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, informed the Gang of Eight, as they are called, this is senior leaderships from both parties on the Hill, that the operation was taking place, but he informed them as the operation had already begun. There was no sense whatsoever that Congress was in any way consulted on the legality of this operation, of this decision to go to war with Israel against Iran. So there are many questions, and these questions are going to broil in the days ahead, particularly from the Democrats. But there is a deep unease among many members of Congress, Republican as well, as I mentioned, that this action was taken without the go-ahead or indeed the knowledge of Congress, and it calls into question the limit of the powers of the executive within a country and a constitution in which these powers are very carefully appointed to each branch. The right to declare war, that is apportioned to Congress, not to the executive.
That's absolutely right, Mike. Thanks for that. Stay there. We'll come back to you in just a moment. We've got Tahid Asadi now, who joins us live from Tehran. The news that Donald Trump has said that the Supreme Leader has been assassinated. What's the reaction to that immediately when it happened? Is this one of disbelief or one of belief?
Well, actually, the entirety of the statements and reports that we have been hearing from the Iranian capital, Tehran, is quite contradictory to what we are hearing from Washington, and in particular from the U.S. President Donald Trump. Of course, it was the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi yesterday coming out in an interview to say that Iranian Supreme Leader, as well as Iran's President and the Secretary for the National Security Council and the Speaker of the Parliament are all alive as far as he knows. This is what we heard from Iranian Foreign Minister. Later on, we've got other officials, such as at least two members of the Parliament, saying that they have reports confirmed that the Iranian Supreme Leader is alive. Also, news agencies affiliated with the state, such as Tasnim, which is closely affiliated with IRGC, as well as MER, are coming out with reports saying that these are fake news. These are not confirmable reports that are coming about the health issues or the situation of the Iran Supreme Leader. However, also we've got this reports, and I was reporting earlier yesterday that Pastor neighborhood, which is a critically important area in the Iranian capital, as it is hosting the houses of actually Iran's Supreme Leader, his office, as well as the office of Iran's president, was indeed attacked several times. We don't have that much of details about those attacks as of now. But speaking of the official statements, what we can see, what we can talk about could be actually summarized in one word, and that is denial. However, there is still a sort of possibility for that. Officially speaking, we are not able to confirm that. Also, speaking of the process, according to the Article 111 of Iranian Constitution, actually there is a process in case of a death of Iran's Supreme Leader. Under that circumstance, there is going to be a council of 3 people, including the Iranian president, the head of judiciary, and 1 cleric.
I'm sorry, how did you expect?
Who are going to take control of the
genuine question.
Also, we have been
how did you expect
reports about authorities being given to Ali Larijani, the the Secretary
for
Security Council of the country. All in all,
Palestinians to be G-sided for all this time, for Sudanese people to be G-sided all this time, for Congolese people to be G-sided all this time, for literal slavery to exist and not expect a boomerang effect.
Attacks took place in the clerical city of.
How could you not expect? How could you expect it just to go away?
Events unfolded. Just give us our viewers a reminder.
How do you expect just not to be impacted by all this genocide that is happening around the world?
Also in different cities across the country.
It's a legitimate question that I have.
And Tabriz, as well as
There's multiple genocides happening around the world right now.
School being targeted, and on that we've got the latest report that more than 100 students, students at this elementary school were killed. Also, speaking of the public mood, as I was just in the downtown, this is the frustration and uncertainty that is being felt when you speak to people. And also on that, we have to keep in mind
this is Beit Shams in Israel that was attacked by Iran.
When the country was in the middle of a negotiation with the United States, just very similar to what happened today and
US-Israeli airstrikes against Ahfad, South Iran. Bandar Abbas and the Iranian First Naval Regime are under attack again.
Into real act of the war, and that is creating.
Now, why is Bandar Abbas important?
Well, Tahid, actually, that's a very good point that you're making. Let's just get into that, because you've been out, you've been watching.
Sorry.
You've been out in the streets
my God.
days before this. You were out in the streets in Tehran.
I just sneezed.
What are people feeling on the streets? Because yesterday there was a very much sense that the diplomacy might be working.
Thank you.
But today, that is really not the case.
Yes, indeed. It's a mixture of different sentiments as we speak to people, mostly highlighted by this frustration. And we have to keep in mind on that Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi came out to talk about the progress being made in the trajectory of diplomatic interaction.
The importance of that was a big sneeze, yeah. The importance of Bandar Abbas, by the way, is that Bandar Abbas is very close to the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they're attacking.
Removal of sanctions.
See that?
And that is critically important for people,
That is the Strait of Hormuz.
Serious economic
and they keep attacking. Let me show it to you guys. Hold on.
Last year, we saw massive protests driven by the economic pressure that people were feeling and are still.
This right here is the Strait of Hormuz, right?
To a possibility of de-escalation.
And this is Bandar Abbas. That's why they keep attacking it. They keep attacking it because they want to control it, so they can control the Strait of Hormuz.
Seem to be failing, and the reality.
And if you guys notice, Bandar Abbas has been getting attacked the whole time. And if you see how United Arab Emirates, Doha, Kuwait is so close to Iran, so of course they can easily attack them.
Where you are right now is almost ground zero for the attacks taking place against Tel Aviv, against other places within Israel, and in Palestinian territories as well, because it's a very small country. Just take us through what you have.
Bahrain airport has been attacked. The airport in Bahrain has been attacked, according to the Bahrain's Ministry of Interior.
Able to see me and the team and hear sounds of interceptions, as well as sounds of probably rockets making impact, as well as the sirens.
So the airports in Abu Dhabi and Dubai have been attacked. The airport in Bahrain has been attacked now.
Says for the people that they're expecting the missile launches to be hitting. But indeed, this is a place where Palestinians have no shelters, have no missile batteries to fend off the missile launches from Iran and direct them elsewhere.
Iran is going after Gulf Arab countries because that's where all the U.S. bases are. It's attacking U.S. assets in these countries.
Shrapnel from a rocket that has been intercepted falling on an area in Qalqilia, which is a city to the north of the occupied West Bank, very close to an illegal Israeli settlement. We're still waiting to hear if that caused any damages. At the same time, we heard that a rocket fell in the city of Beit Shemesh, which is west of Jerusalem in Israel, where we believe that also the first responders have gone in to try and assess the damage. Of course, initially, it's hard to get the details of how many people were injured, how many people were killed, but all in all, we can talk about the daily toll that has been given to us by the Israeli ambulance units and Israeli Palestinian tolls, and they talk about Israeli women. 121. Of course, we are here talking about some of these injuries, including psychological and small impacts.
So the airport in Bahrain has been attacked. This was confirmed by the Ministry of Interior.
Now, Nida,
the Bahraini Ministry of Interior, they confirmed that their airport was attacked.
It's very clear that the Palestinians don't have the kind of early warning systems that the Israelis have. They don't have the kind of bunkers that the Israelis have. They don't have that app that alerts you. When
over 200 people have been unalived in Iran, by the way.
That is quite clear, isn't it? It's because the Israelis simply don't allow the Palestinians to have that technology, right?
Yes, indeed. And even in illegal Israeli settlements that are in the heart of the occupied West Bank, there are the missile interceptors that would point the rockets away from the settlement, but they don't take into consideration that there are Palestinian people.
By the way, I have a very close friend of mine who is a 48 Palestinian, okay? A 48 Palestinian who's currently living in occupied Palestine. Now, who are 48 Palestinians? 48 Palestinians are Palestinians who were basically absorbed by Israel, and they were given the Israeli citizenship. They might have the Israeli citizenship, but they're not treated as equal citizens in occupied or heartland Palestine. They basically also are experience an apartheid. They live within an apartheid state themselves, but not many people talk about 48 Palestinians, unfortunately, because a lot of people don't understand that they themselves also live under an apartheid state. Now, I have a very, very, very close loved one, a friend of mine, who is a 48 Palestinian, who was basically in Europe, but he was dragged back to Israel, to heartland Palestine. And he lives in northern Israel, right? And northern Israel gets a lot of missile attacks by Hezbollah from southern Lebanon. They have had a lot of attacks, right? 48 Palestinians don't get funding for bomb shelters. These are Palestinians who have Israeli citizenship, and yet the Jewish settlements, right? They're Jewish settlements who get funding from the Israeli government for bomb shelters, whereas the 48 Palestinians within their villages don't get bomb shelters. Why am I mentioning this? Because they were just talking about how people in Gaza, people in the West Bank, they don't have any protection. Well, I'm telling you, it's not only the Palestinians who don't have citizenship. The Palestinians who do have citizenship also don't get bomb shelters. What they do need to do is, or bunkers. What they do need to do is they usually, like with my friend now, what he did was him and his whole family collected, saved up money together, and they decided to build a shelter out of their own money, out of their own pockets. They decided to build a shelter in their grandmother's house. So this is the unfair system, in that even when Palestinians do have Israeli citizenship, they still are treated like second class, or not even second class, like fourth class citizens. They live in an apartheid system. The ones who say there are 2 million Arabs in Israel, when they talk about them all the time, they try to weaponize them against like Palestinians in Gaza and Palestinians in the West Bank. Well, those Palestinians living in Israel themselves live within an apartheid system.
Debris caused a major fire on the hotel's iconic outer facade. No injuries have been reported. And the Qatari Defense Ministry says it intercepted 63 missiles and 12 drones fired towards its territory. Officials say the attacks resulted in at least 8 injuries. One person is believed to be critically injured. 2 ballistic missiles reached the Al Udeid air base, operated by US forces and home to US Central Command. Qatar's foreign ministry says it has summoned the Iranian ambassador. Now, Ibrahim Sultan al-Hashimi is the Director of Media and Communications in Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He says Qatar reserved the right to respond to the attack.
In the name of God the Merciful, the state of Qatar condemns in the strongest possible terms these...
Listen, you guys might call me a bad person. Fine. I might be bad. But I would be okay with the UAE getting airstriked again. Oh, this is from Bahrain Airport. This is from Bahrain Airport. By the way. This is from Bahrain Airport.
ضربات كانت في المطار تو ضاربين المطار الحين فريش ضربات كانت في المطار.
This is, oh my goodness, this is what Bahrain looks like. Holy shit. The UAE is the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates is a country that is made up of 7 monarchs or emirates. They have their own kingdoms. It is led by Abu Dhabi, which is also the capital city, and is also headed by the president of the country. Basically, the country's president usually comes from Abu Dhabi. The Nahyan family rule Abu Dhabi. And it's called the United Arab Emirates because it's basically a confederation of 7 by a confederation of 7 monarchies, right? So that is what the United Arab Emirates is. The United Arab Emirates is actively genociding Sudanese people. It is funding a terrorist organization called the RSF, which I would argue is basically a proxy. And it's actively genociding Sudanese people to the point where in one city in Al Fasher, 60,000 people were unalived. Hold on, actually, let me show you this, okay? While we're waiting for the updates, this is what the United Arab Emirates is doing in Sudan. Hold on. I sent this video to RTP last time. Hold on, where is it? Okay. Let me show you what the United Arab Emirates is doing in Sudan. This is what the United Arab Emirates is doing in Sudan.
Inaya Abdullah fled Al Fasher after it fell under RSF control. She says she escaped with her pregnant sister, leaving her husband behind, but the RSF stopped them on the outskirts of the city as her sister went into labor.
They asked my sister if she gave birth to a girl or a boy. She said it was a girl. They held the baby and said it's a boy. Then they went and brought wood, lit it, and boiled water and put the baby inside. The baby died. My sister died shortly after out of heartache. And my husband has been missing ever since. He didn't come with us. We don't know where he is.
Sudanese people are having their babies boiled in water, in hot water. This is being aided by the UAE. Sudanese people in 2026 are having their babies boiled in water. Let's hear that again.
And put the bent and brought wood, lit it, and boiled water and put the baby inside. The baby died. My sister died shortly after out of heart.
That is what the UAE is doing. I just wanted to tell you that. That is what the UAE is doing. So if you now were wondering why I was celebrating before when the UAE was being attacked, it's because that is literally what the UAE is doing. Let's not even begin to talk about the active slave trading systems within the UAE, the kafala system. Let's not even talk about that. Let's not talk about the fact that only 11% of the UAE are actually UAE citizens. Everybody else is a foreigner who is under some kind of slave trade system called the kafala system, where they have a sponsor, a UAE, an Emirati person as their sponsor who basically controls their life. Let's not even talk about that. But the UAE is literally a demonic country, literally a demonic country that is actively not getting the heat that it deserves. IRIB announces the death of Ayatollah Khamenei's daughter, son-in-law, and grandchild. Oh my God. So Khamenei's daughter, his son-in-law, and his grandchild were killed. They wiped out the whole family. Khamenei is the supreme leader of Iran. The supreme leader of Iran.
Khamenei's daughter and his grandchild have been killed in the US. This is according
Not me giving you that news before Jazeera does.
to Iranian state media. Donald Trump has said that Khamenei himself has been killed. He's probably citing Israeli sources. What does that do? What does that news do to the resolve of the Iranian people?
Well, I'm not sure if the news that we are hearing are true. The Iranians are saying they are not. The Americans have said, as you said, President Trump announced that the Supreme Leader was killed. But in any case, there is a institution and a constitutional process.
Somebody asked, is that why the UAE is rich? Yes. The UAE, which is a country that just gained independence in 1971, is rich because of the active interventions that it does around the world, especially in Africa. 97% of Sudanese gold goes to the UAE. 97%. So all the gold that is sold in Dubai literally comes from the UAE. Comes from Sudan and other African countries. Stolen gold.
So I think, looking at Iran's politics on an individual basis is misreading how the system.
The UAE also currently is actively helping funding Ethiopia
scenario in which
to invade my country, by the way, because I'm originally Eritrean. And the reason as to why Ethiopia is saying genocidal things about my country, threatening to invade and annex Eritrea, is with the help of the UAE, by the way. So I want to say that. No, nobody's defending the UAE, but a lot of people just did not know what the UAE has been doing. So I'm just explaining to them.
Shia Islam, generally speaking, is very hierarchical. Okay, there is an assembly of experts, like you've said. You've laid it out for us that there will be a new supreme leader elected in due course. When Khamenei died, it was almost within 24 hours that Khamenei was elected. Do you expect it to be that quick?
I'm not sure. I think during the war we'll
have
a more lengthier process, maybe due to the situation the country is going through. But I think time is not that important in the sense that the system and its functionality matters. I think the system has its way of functioning in any scenario. And I'm sure that scenario planners have had that in mind, months, if not years back, on how to proceed in such a scenario. So I think that's not really important as to how fast this can move if the news is true. Still, we don't know to what extent it is. But if that's true, I think, the process will start with the president and a council taking over and moving ahead.
So according to the Iranian Red Crescent, 201 people at least have been martyred. 747 people are wounded across 24 provinces in Iran.
You touched upon there the idea of the succession, but you also talked about the system. Sorry, we've lost Hassan there. We'll get back to him.
This is moments as Bahrain Airport. This is Bahrain Airport being targeted.
Iran has warned that any aggressive action against by the United States against it will lead to uncontrollable.
This is another U.S. Army base in Bahrain that is getting attacked currently. Oh my God, did y'all see that one? It wasn't intercepted. This is in Bahrain. Yes, it's a US base. This is in Bahrain.
Defensive capabilities and means.
Airstrikes continue against Qom in central Iran. Airstrikes continue against central Tehran. Airstrikes against Sabalan Square in Tehran currently. And as I mentioned before, Iran's supreme leaders Khamenei's daughter, grandson, and son-in-law and daughter-in-law have been confirmed to have been killed in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes.
The situation until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms.
Now, joining me in the studio is Ali Hashim, who's reported extensively from Iran and from the United States.
They were killed by America and Israel.
I want to go to Ali first. You heard our guest there talk about the idea of succession and that it will take place because that's the way the system is designed. But I want to talk to you about the system itself. The Islamic Revolution is embedded in almost all of the military institutions. It's embedded within the judiciary. It's embedded within the politics of this. So without actually invading and putting 200,000 US troops on the ground, the system is designed to survive a threat like this. But this is much stronger threat. This is much stronger action than the Iranians perhaps were expecting.
Well, in fact, with the now we don't have a confirmation whether Ayatollah Khamenei was killed or not. But just take into consideration President Trump's claim. In case this has happened, then the system is going to deal immediately with the situation. The Constitution gives a quick shortcut, which is the council led by the president, the head of the judiciary, and a member of the Guardian Council. This is automatically, so it doesn't need any measures. Then, with this council taking charge of the whole system, the Assembly of Experts can convene and elect if they aren't capable of.
I think it's because they attacked his compound.
Then they can have a council.
They didn't attack his office, but they instead attacked his compound. So it could have been his living quarters, probably,
the system
that they attacked.
And to choose.
And that's why they were there.
Now, in parallel, there's going to be a lot of things going on. The IRGC will make sure the country is in a situation where nothing is going to shake the system, because the main mandate of this the military is
I don't know why his wife wasn't there.
Islamic Revolution gods. So it's made when Khomeini came to Iran, there was the army, Artesh. So
from Iran, no. Iran hasn't confirmed anything yet.
And then it became the stronger arm to be able to preserve the revolution. And in Iran, there's always something parallel. You have the army, you have the IRGC, you have the government, you have the leader, you have the parliament, you have the Guardian Council, you have the Assembly of Experts, Foreign Ministry, Supreme National Security Council. So they're all working in a way whereas they might be coordinating together, but at the same time, there is a kind of an authority that is overwhelming the other. And this in a way or another, prevents a coup in the country.
It prevents a coup in the country, but it didn't prevent...
U.S. airstrikes are continuing right now in western Tehran, by the way.
The military, against the IRGC, against the clerics in...
Dubai International Airport has been... Hold on. To all the girlies who wanted to see Dubai getting hit. This is Dubai International Airport. That was Dubai International Airport. It has been rocked, and that's why authorities have temporarily suspended all flights at Dubai International Airport and the nearby Al Maktoum International Airport as well for safety concerns. So the UAE itself has been getting hit a lot. This is loud explosions in central Israel. This is in central Israel, by the way. This is in Israel, in central Israel. This is all in central Israel. Oh, multiple missiles made it through the Iron Dome. Yeah. This is all from Israel. This is the Fairmont Hotel in Dubai. It's also on fire. This is the Fairmont Hotel in Dubai, y'all. This is the foreign minister of...
I don't know what...
This is the foreign minister of Iran. Let's hear what he has to say, by the way. If you are basically liking this content, if you're liking this live, by the way, just continue liking, sharing. I'm so happy that you guys are showing your support. We're going through this together because alone I'd have actually kind of felt sick. I'm not gonna lie. So if you also want more of this content, it would be amazing if you just follow me. If you want to support me, you can follow me. You can subscribe as well. If you want to support me financially, there is my pay links in the link tree in my bio. It's literally, if you click on the link tree, the first link is my pay link. If you want to support me, if you want to support me through gifts, that is also much appreciated. Other than that, you can like and share the live and follow me as well, because I'm going to continue going live because the airstrikes are going to last for a couple of days, and we were supposed to watch the Hillary Clinton deposition today, but it still has not been released. So yeah.
I don't know why the US administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack the other party. We were in the middle of
hold on. The person said We fund G-Side too. What if that was your hotel flight? Quit laughing. I don't fucking care. Are you kidding me? You want me to feel fucking sorry for any country that gets attacked, that is participating in genocide? The fuck is wrong with you? We're talking about human life being snuffed. And your bitch ass is talking about a fucking hotel, bro. Fuck hotels. I don't give a damn. What are you fucking talking about? A hotel is a fucking building that can be rebuilt. The innocent lives that have been snuffed will never be brought back. The fact that you're sitting here comparing human life to hotels, to me says everything. A hotel can be rebuilt, especially fucking like franchise hotels, bro. Like a chain hotel, bro. They have enough money to rebuild that shit. Corporations have enough money. The fact that you're feeling sorry for these corporations that literally rob you and exploit you to get that rich, instead of thinking about the millions of lives that have been genocided, get the fuck out of here. Exactly. Fuck Fairmont, bro.
I don't know why the U.S. administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack, the other party. We were in the middle of negotiations, but this time we made a big progress. So 2 days ago on Thursday, we had a very good meeting in Geneva together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And we were able to address serious questions related to Iran's nuclear program. And a deal was at our reach. Why they decided to attack us? Perhaps, it was others who dragged the United States for their own benefits into this, conflict. It's really pity. I think Americans and Israelis failed to, hit their targets, and now everything is under control, and
Jared Kushner is the person who has been quote-unquote brokering the peace in the Middle East. He is the one who connected the UAE and Israel, and both countries are causing havoc right now. If you do a deep dive into the Kushner family, they have their hands all over Sudan and Palestine. Okay? The Kushners have their hands all over Sudan and Palestine. Like Benjamin Netanyahu literally used to sleep in Jared Kushner's child bedroom, like in his bedroom as a kid. That's how far ago the Kushners know the Netanyahus, and not only Netanyahu, but also Jared Kushner is really close friends with the prime minister, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. This person is way too connected. If you guys want to know how connected he is, there is a creator. Yes, I'll let you up 1 second. There is a creator by the name of Becca Day. Okay, Becca, Bekah Day. Beautiful deep dive. She's a mutual of mine. She has a whole playlist on the Kushner family. Save that playlist. Becca Day, the Kushner family. And then you will see how deeply, deeply intertwined they are with global politics. Glowhan, you wanted to show me something very quickly before I...
Oh, yeah. There's something really quickly. I'm actually outside... I'm outside of the embassy. 1 second. Let me flip my camera. This is the embassy of Iran in Washington, D.C. It's so many people.
What are these protesters showing right now? Can you please give us a brief explanation of what they're protesting for? What are the signs they're holding?
So I see a bunch of flags. I think it's a mixture, honestly. I don't necessarily know if they're like fully pro-Iran. Because I kind of see some counter-protesters as well, and I don't know what the sign is supposed to mean. Yeesh. And I see that too. Yeesh.
Oh, the Philly flag. Oh my god.
Yes. So let's see. They're all recording this person. Oh, I'll go around.
These are just a mix of protesters, like different
Yeah,
protesters at one place. Okay.
it's like a mix. Seems like a
Oh
mix.
my god. These are
Yeah.
the Shaw supporters, probably.
Oh, yeesh. Oh my god. These people.
These are the Shaw supporters.
I don't get why they have the rats. Yeesh. You see that? Yeah, so I mean I just like came out here because was hearing a bunch of noise. Make them up. Yeesh.
What does it say? Make Iran great again. Oh dear lord.
Yeah. Yeah, make Iran great again. Yeah, I know.
So
Oh my
can you
gosh.
briefly explain again for the new people who came in? Where are
Yes,
you?
yes.
What are you seeing?
So for the new people that just came in, I am actually outside of the embassy of Iran. It literally happened once. Like all these people came out once the council meeting was over. I was hearing a bunch of noises outside, so I wanted to see what was going on. And this is what I came out to. It's a mixture of like people who are pro Iran, and also just like a mixture of people who are like anti. It's really sad to see. But I see some people are like,
Is it okay if you show the girl who was holding the Israeli flag again? My bad.
oh, it's there. I don't know why she's actually. I'm coming to start. This was like waving.
Oh lord.
Yeah. I guess we gotta go now. But I see like the people.
Yeah, that is the Shah. Those are the Shah supporters.
Oh.
Those are the Shah supporters.
Someone said paid actors. Yeah, that's what it's feeling like. President Trump thinks. Oosh.
Wait.
I was gonna say, like, in Iran specifically, right now there is no support from the Iranian people for Shah. A lot of the Shah supporters are coming outside of Iran, especially in the United States and in Canada. Canada, we have a huge Iranian population, especially in Richmond Hill. If those are in Canada, that you guys know, especially in Toronto, you guys know that area. It was a major protest. And the first thing that you would know is that the Israeli flag. The fact that during this protest, I've already seen an Israeli flag that tells me everything that I personally need to know. A lot of the Iranian people in Iran dislike the Shah family because they also unalive Iranian people. So, with Iranian people in Iran, the Shah family is not supported. They definitely do not want them in power.
Yeah.
And maybe I would maybe if you feel comfortable, maybe speak to them that are there right now. Like for the fact, yeah.
Can you go to the truck? I'm so sorry. Can you film the truck?
Yeah. What'd
There's
you
a
say?
truck behind you. There's a truck. There's a truck.
So what behind me?
Wait, where's the truck?
Oh, you want to see the truck? Oh, film the truck. This one?
Yeah.
It's like a U-Haul.
Can you show the truck? Oh, why are they handing out flags? Holy shit.
There were so many.
This is like an organized protest, which makes sense. Like if you've attended any protests, like it's definitely organized. So you will see a bunch of trucks or cars handing out flags. I've
But if you
attended
guys want me to ask
yeah.
any questions, I'll most definitely do that for you.
Can you go to the sorry, Zab. Can you go to the girl who had the Israeli flag? And if you're comfortable, I want to ask her why she supports Israel and why she has an Israeli flag here.
Okay. I'll look around.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Zam. Continue what you wanted to say.
I was gonna say just like these. This is obviously an organized protest. The fact that a U-Haul trucks, is if I'm sure a lot of people in this chat have moved once, and you got to book that in advance. So this is not something out of the blue. This is very organized. A lot of protesters are organized. This is something that a lot of these flags are being distributed within the crowd right now. And this is very much feeling
Oh, what is
like
this?
a very Shah supported, organized protest. It's against the Iranian government. So let's just keep that in mind, guys.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you very much for that, John. This is the fact that they're weaponizing the death of Iranian people
Mm-hmm.
for the Shah. Insane to me.
Yeah.
Like for me personally, like my whole feeling with the Iranian government, like let's not overpass the fact that a lot of innocent Iranian people during the protests were unalived by the government. But let's not use their death as a justification for Israel taking over their country. Because this is what's going to happen.
I think I couldn't find the lady with the flag.
Can't
She
find her
disappeared.
anymore.
Yeah, I think she disappeared.
کسی ماشین نداره اینجا صبح بلند شی ببینیم یه 10-15 تا دیگه شاید
I wish I was there. I would have asked them questions.
I know. I feel like they're gonna probably come out here maybe tomorrow, so I can have some better time, and I'm free, so I can come and ask any questions for you. But I know you already want to answer questions, your own self. But sheesh. Yeah, this is most definitely organized.
Wow, look how organized this
Let's
is.
play my lens. 1 second.
Combo said she sensed Covey on the other side of the screen.
Oh, he's here asking questions.
Oh, there we go. Y'all,
Okay, that's way better, right?
I have astigmatism, so I was just like, this is just how it is.
Oh, no, I didn't know it was blurry, sorry.
No, it's okay.
And I just want to say, like, it's no coincidence that we're also seeing like American flags in DC. Like, this is probably being sent down from the top above. Like, if you are going to protest the Iranian government, there shouldn't be any flags but Iran and America. The Shah family needs American backing for them to go back in power. They need the American backing. They need America backing more than they need Israeli backing. So her wrapping around the American flag is no coincidence in my book. Personally, I feel like this is all organized very well. In Iran, it was also reported that a couple days ago, the Iranian government told its people to gather supplies because they saw this attack coming.
Wow.
Yeah, this is crazy.
To people asking who... Oh, yeah, sorry. What do you want to
she's
say?
mad at me.
Do you want to ask anybody who's here what they think about? Or maybe not, actually. I don't want you to get attacked.
I know, right? I'm like the one big tall black man here.
I would have just like...
I mean, I can ask a question. You want me to ask one of them?
In their face.
I would ask them if they are a supporter of the Iranian people or if they're a supporter of the Shah. I think that's the key thing. Are they a
Okay, maybe I
supporter
can
of the
ask one of
Shah?
the
Yeah.
Maybe one of the people that work here that's coordinating it. Okay. I'm trying to pick the one that I'm least likely to get hate crime by. It's just What's this?
Wait,
Oh,
ask
look.
the one who has the American flag
Oh.
wrapped around her.
Okay.
That one. I'm so sorry. I know this is probably nervous.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Venezuela. Is that a Venezuelan flag?
No, that's a Colombian flag. It's a Colombian flag, which once again it goes everything against
She said, hopefully you can rebuild your
liberation.
country the same way that we did.
Yeah, and also
That's
keep in
crazy.
mind that the Colombia government official was okay with what the U.S. did in Venezuela.
Oh,
Let's
sure.
not forget that.
I'm not recording you. I'm actually on a live. It's a TikTok live. I just came out here. I live pretty close and I heard a bunch of noise. I wanted to see what's happening.
Do you know what's happening?
No, can you tell me?
Yeah. So.
I did see the Security Council.
So you have seen it.
Yeah, so I've seen a bit of it.
So U.S. went to the mission rescue to help Iranian people.
Yeah.
Because Iranian people were asking U.S. and all other countries to help change the regime. Because Islamic regime in Iran supports terrorism and kills 42,000 people, Iranian people, in a matter of 2 days.
Wow.
When they were protesting, peaceful protest. So
I think I have a question for you as well. Do you have a question for her?
Yeah. Does she support the Shah being put in power? Or how,
Sorry, did you hear
what
that
she
question?
sees the future?
Sorry, just restate the question one more time.
Exactly. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We're just interested in finding out. Are you from Iran,
Yes,
ma'am?
I am. Yes,
Okay.
I am.
So how are you feeling about the current U.S.-Israeli joint airstrikes on Iran? What are your thoughts on it, and what do you think the future of Iran looks like?
This is not a war. This is a rescue mission. All the Iranian people inside the Iran asked for it because they needed help to get rid of the Islamic regime of Iran, the regime that supports terrorism, the regime that is very dangerous for the whole world. So we thank President Trump, we thank Israeli military, we thank whomever helped with this rescue mission. And we are hoping for a regime change in Iran. This is what people of Iran want.
And who? Oh, sorry, Zam. I just want to ask one more question.
Yeah, I think you and I are going to answer the same question.
Yeah. Who do you see replacing the regime currently? Who would you want in power afterward?
So right now we have a leader for the transition period, which is Reza Pahlavi. Crown Reza Pahlavi, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. But in Iran, when we have voting in session, then the vote will, people will go and vote, and then they will choose their government. So this is, we have a leader for the transition period, and after that, we are going to have a free, democratic voting election in place.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, Dan?
Yes. So my question is.
Yeah, sorry. One last question.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Gulf countries coming out against Iran?
Well, when you say Iran, you have to kind of separate the Islamic regime in Iran and people of Iran, because it's two different things. So you have to tell me what your question is exactly, so I can respond to that.
The Iranian government.
Nobody likes the Iranian government. Iranian government supports terrorism. They killed 42,000 of their own people, of Iranian people, during a peaceful protest. 42,000 people in matter of 2 days. Lots of people are in jail. Lots of people are in line to get executed. So you should know when you are talking about government of Iran, the Islamic regime of Iran, that is the axis of evil, and it's the terror government. So the other countries in the Persian Gulf, they have all rights to be scared of that government and not back up that government. Well, I think nobody in their right mind would back up that government.
Thank you very much for answering all of our questions. I hope you have a good evening.
That was her.
Oh, she's gone.
No.
Wow.
Well, I did that.
Thank
That
you.
was pretty.
Can I just say, we have our first our second correspondent, by the way. Initially, we interviewed a person who was in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, and saw the attack happening. He came on my panel and he basically talked about it. And now Glohan, we have our second correspondent who's on the ground, by the way. Glohan is in Washington, D.C. He's in front of the Iranian embassy where there are protesters who support the Iranian Shah, Pahlavi. And that's who we were just interviewing right now, a supporter of the Shah. So Glohan for that. Thank you very much.
Alrighty. Well, thank you, Athena. I just wanted to show you this. This was an experience. Seemed a little brainwashy, but yeah.
Thank you very much. If you find the girl again who had the Israeli flag, I would really, really love to ask her. But thank you so much, genuinely. You did amazing. I appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you.
Glohan, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Glohan. You saw it here, folks. How many other lives have correspondents? This wasn't even like, initially we had a person who was in Abu Dhabi who had just seen the missile attack. He just came up and he shared his experience. And now we literally have Glohan, who is my mod, who is on the ground in Washington, D.C., who's in front of the Iranian embassy where a protest has just kind of emerged. It seemed very organized. They had a U-Haul, and they were kind of distributing flags, specifically not the regular Iranian flag, but the Iranian flag that was for Pahlavi. So Glohan in the chat, by the way. Glohan, Zam, all my mods generally, okay? My mods are genuinely amazing. Just wanted to say that. So W to all of them. And a lot of you might be asking, who is the Shah, by the way? Oh, hold on. A lot of you might be asking, who is the Shah, by the way, right? So the Shah, when we say the Shah, okay, who we mean is Pahlavi. Okay, so this is the Shah, okay, of Iran. Hold on. So this is the Shah of Iran right here, okay? So his name is Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. He ruled Iran from 1941 until 1979. He was backed by the West, and he was toppled in 1979 during the Iranian Revolution. Now, why we think it's ironic, right, is the fact that he actively had a secret police that was called Savak, which was accused of torturing Iranians, censoring them, silencing also a lot of his political opposition. He was an absolute monarch. Okay, he didn't really believe in democracy. He also pushed to westernize Iranian society. Under his rule, there was a lot of economic inequality within Iran. Oil wealth increased, but a lot of ordinary Iranians felt really left out. Inflation rates were incredibly high. A lot of corruption also existed in Iran, which fueled to resentment in general. Ruhollah Khomeini, who was a very powerful cleric and the leader of the opposition, is the person who kind of led a lot of mass protests against him. And the Shah ended up fleeing in Iran. The monarchy was then abolished in 1979, and then that's when Iran became a theocratic republic, right? So he has a son. That son is this man. He is Reza Pahlavi. This man lives in exile, and he still refers to himself as the crown prince. Some Iranians in the diaspora, specifically in the diaspora, not really in Iran, support this man. So when they say the Shah, they mean this man. Right? He's his son. He's considered the crown prince. He calls himself the crown prince. Iran is still officially an Islamic republic. A lot of people don't support him on the ground. But some people in the diaspora do support him. Now, this man is basically an ally of the West and Israel. And that's why on a lot of his protests, you would see people carrying the American flag, people carrying the Israeli flag as well. And his father was also supported by the West. That's why even though he was an absolute brutal monarch, was able to stay in power. So when we asked the woman who she would want to take over, she said, this guy, Reza Pahlavi, which to me is very ironic because, I don't know, it's just kind of ironic because if you claim that you want equality and if you claim that you basically want freedom for Iranians, why would you want a basically dynasty back that ruled Iranians with an iron fist? And basically unalived a lot of Iranians and tortured a lot of Iranians, right? To the point where he was toppled. So a lot of the people, by the way, in the diaspora who support him, yes, she wanted him to take over. This is the man that she mentioned, Reza Pahlavi. So a lot of the Iranians, by the way, in the diaspora who support him are also rich Iranians. And of course, rich Iranians supported his father because his father benefited the upper class in Iran. But he's not really popular as much, especially amongst Iranians on the ground. But this is the man who they want to be in power. But let's see from the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Arghechi, what he has to say.
I don't know why the U.S. administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack, the other party. We were in the middle of negotiations. At this time, we made a big progress. So 2 days ago, on Thursday, we had a very good meeting in Geneva together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And we were able to address serious questions related to Iran's nuclear program. And a deal was at our reach. Why they decided to attack us? Perhaps, it was others who dragged the United States for their own benefits into this, conflict. It's really pity. I think Americans and Israelis failed to, hit their targets, and now everything is under control. And we almost in less than 2 hours we were able to start retaliation by attacking, American bases and some targets in Israel. And I was in contact with, my colleagues in the Persian Gulf, and I explained for them that we have no intention to attack them, but we are actually attacking the American bases in the act of self-defense. We cannot just sit and watch they are attacking us and we don't respond simply because their bases are in a friendly neighbor country. Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem.
Yeah. This is interesting. Let's see what updates we have. So there have been at least 7 airstrikes on Tehran in 10 minutes. U.S. Israeli arrival in the Lavitan district of northeast Tehran. Breaking the current large-scale U.S.-Israeli air attacks on Tehran are allegedly assassination strikes. This is the scene from Tehran right now. So they're attempting to assassinate further officials. U.S.-Israeli airstrike against Karaj, just west of Tehran. Just U.S. airstrike struck the riot police headquarters in Tehran. Chinese satellite images show that Ali al-Salam air base in Kuwait was struck by Iranian missiles and drones with thick black smoke rising from the base. You see that? The thick black smoke. This is from the base in Kuwait, by the way. Yeah.
Said 9 months ago that they obliterated Iran's nuclear program. And still they are repeating the same. They are talking about Iran's ballistic missiles. They are talking about some other excuses. They are all big lies put forward to justify this act of aggression. So our people are very clear in their mind that they have to stay strong in the face of this injustice, in the face of this organized military bullying. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, the Iranians will come out of this challenge victoriously.
Very similar to that which took place back in June, Iranians once again faced actually a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis while they were engaged in a trajectory of diplomatic interaction. But this time, it seems to be a shift in Iran's behavior, quite in accordance with what we heard from them before, saying that in case of a U.S. attack, there is going to be a possibility of confrontational war down the road. And what we can see right now is Iran attacking the U.S. military bases in the region and seeing it as its right to respond, also retaliate reactions against the Israeli territories. For the time being, we can say escalation is name of the game, and we're not sure how far it would go, hoping that diplomacy could once again pave the way for a sort of de-escalation, but the reality on the ground at the time being is far from that point.
Tahir Desadi there, live for us from Tehran. Mike Hanna is joining us now from Congress is also criticizing him, certainly on both sides of the aisle, or perhaps not that much from the Republicans. But the Iranian foreign minister there was just speaking. Donald Trump's also got an international problem here as well. Now, the Iranian spokesperson said this was a betrayal of the region. Now, Donald Trump has invested a lot in this region. He's talking about, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. He does have a slightly different international diplomatic problem here as well, do you think?
Indeed, yes. Well, President Trump has put great stock in members of that particular region, remembering the efforts that he's made with what he calls the Abraham Accords to get wider spread.
Oh, by the way, I just wanted to say some thank yous, by the way. Emily Kumaran, thank you so much for the $25. Sean Green, thank you so much for the $5. Sandra Carter, thank you so much for the $20. Kayla Cannon, thank you so much for the $30. Selena Jeffries, thank you so much for the $20. I have a lot of thank yous, by the way. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Hold on. I think there's more. Okay, that one. Kristen Brand, thank you so much for the $20. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. And Emily Kumaran, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you. As I just mentioned, if you are appreciating the work that we are putting into this, that I'm putting into this, then my pay link is in the link tree in my bio. It is the first link in my bio, too. I appreciate you for all the gifts gifts as well. It's much appreciated. So WW gifters, W donators, W all the people who are liking, who are sharing, who have been with me for hours. W motherfucking W to my mod team who have been holding it down, who always hold it down. I love my mod team. They really do such an amazing work. W to all the people who have followed, who have liked, who have shared. We're almost at 1 million likes. I'm looking at it. Insane.
In terms of
So
settling or getting greater peace.
Thank you, everybody.
Middle East.
Now, throughout the day, Mike, I've been hearing from Americans, I've been hearing from people in the region. The one thing is there's a disconnect here, because the one thing people in the region are saying is that this is a war on behalf of Israel. It's an action on behalf of Israel. What I'm hearing from Americans, from both, all across the political spectrum.
Wow! Did you see that?
And therefore, it's going to work in Iran. It's an interesting kind of disconnect. But the spectre of Israel.
Holy shit!
Is this a war for Israel?
Thank you, Ayata. Thank you so much, sis.
Well, that's what some of those in MAGA are in fact claiming, that this is not in U.S. interest. It may be in the interest of Israel, that if you try and effect regime change in Iran,
Come on, let's look for that video.
may be to the benefit of Iran, but it is not in U.S. interest. So yes, there is that element to it, and those within the region as well, seeing it as direct U.S. support for Israel in that ongoing conflict with Iran. But that being said, President Trump.
Wait, is this Iran?
Very pro-Israel.
Sorry, is this? Look at this. So apparently this is Bahrain. They're holding a pro-Iran rally in support of the attacks on U.S. bases in Bahrain. Is this how is this AI? Bittersweet, you're just this is insane. What the hell?
شوف الكلب يهرب الكلب يهرب أمريكي
This is insane. The attacks in Bahrain have been actually insane. So no, this isn't AI. This is verified, by the way, by news sources as well. So this is apparently Bahrainis. Oh my God, we reached 1 million likes. Chat. Y'all are amazing, chat. We just reached 1 million likes. Y'all are amazing. Holy fuck.
Two were in a critical condition.
I love y'all. W Weezer's community, by the way. W Weezer's community. Thank you, Ayata.
Now that brings
W Weezer's community. 1 million likes. Are you guys insane?
Attack that started at 8 a.m. to 100.
Amazing.
The majority of them 109.
Oh wait, Anne wants to say something. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't see your messages.
Athena.
Yes.
Last names when you're calling out your thank yous. Let's try not to do that. I don't know if people want that. But also, did you eat and drink anything in the? I don't know how long you've been live.
Yes, I did actually in the middle. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're good. I know you haven't slept in 24 hours, but are you good?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good. Trust me.
Okay. Well, if you need anything, I'm here. You can drop me.
WWN always. I just checked as well. Valerie, thank you very much for the $30, by the way. Thank you, Valerie, for the $30. I just saw it right now. Appreciate you so much. Yes, by the way, I just wanted to say, get yourself a meal. Get yourself a something to drink, whether it is coffee, whether it is water, hydration, tea. I've been drinking tea this whole time as well. So get yourself something to drink, get yourself a snack.
in Palestinian areas So be it.
So, yeah.
To see if there was any damage or any casualties or injuries of that attack. Again, while in the last hour, the latest directive from the
it is Ramadan and Lent, by the way. So if you are observing Ramadan or Lent,
alerts and sirens, the home front,
I'm sorry that you're observing it like this, but I hope that you at least have a good meal for everybody who is observing Ramadan and Lent. I listened to you at my birthday dinner with my family. Happy birthday, Courtney!
West Bank right now, because I've just been hearing.
Hope you had a good birthday.
You can confirm or indeed deny this report for us. But as this attack was taking place, as you say, from 8 a.m. local time this morning, the occupied West Bank towns and villages were cut off from each other. Is that
true? My God.
That is indeed true, Imran, and that reminds us of what Israel has done in June of last year, using the cover of the war here and the war.
By the way, I will continue with Hillary Clinton's deposition. I'm just waiting for it to be released. Today we were supposed to watch Hillary Clinton's deposition, and tomorrow, hopefully, Bill Clinton's deposition, but apparently they haven't released it yet. They haven't released it yet. I have to check. But I'm still going to react to that, by the way. So I'm still going to react to the depositions. The question is, why isn't Hamas attacking while Israel... They're tired. I'm sorry, they've been literally fighting Israel for so long.
Of course, we should say that
they're tired, and they probably want Israel to be distracted. They don't want Israel to be focusing on airstriking and G-siding Palestinians, because it still was consistently G-striking, like G-siding Palestinians.
Certain cities who want to go home or want to take care of their businesses or even go to hospitals, and they remain.
What do you mean you've already seen? Have they? Hold on.
Basic rights, the very
have they released a deposition
of their ability to
already?
From one place to another.
Nida Ibrahim there, live from Ramallah. Now, Iran has launched strikes on U.S. assets across the region.
No, they haven't released a deposition yet. What statement are you talking about?
Struck several residential buildings in Bahrain.
They haven't released her deposition yet.
It's not yet known if there are casualties.
We were supposed to watch her deposition today, but they haven't released it yet.
And this was a scene earlier in the day when
they said they were going to release a deposition. It was supposed to be released today, but it looks like her lawyers probably had some type of objection to it, which is why they're going to wait until they release it. Why it takes time to release it is because they have to redact different things, right? And then after they redact it, they send it to the lawyers, and then her lawyers have to agree or disagree, and then after that, they're able to release it. But looks like they haven't been able to release it yet.
And one of the most frequently used overseas.
But the moment they release it, we are going to watch it.
U.S. aircraft carriers and vessels.
We're going to watch it together.
And in a separate incident, 4 people are injured after a ballistic missile attack on...
Only her statement matters? No.
One of the busiest.
Not only her statement matters. Her testifying matters.
Denounced the strike, calling it a blatant attack involving Iranian ballistic missiles.
Why aren't you a reporter, Covey? I don't think I'll be a good reporter. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm gonna be a good reporter, but I am going back to school for law. I was in academia. But I decided to change up my whole career and go back to law, go back to school for law. So human rights law is what I want to go into.
The hotel's iconic outer facade. No injuries have been reported. And the Qatari Defense Ministry says it's intercepted 63 missiles and 12 drones fired towards its territory.
Wow.
Officials say the attacks resulted in at least 8 injuries.
Oh my God, what is that? Thank you so much.
2 ballistic missiles
have eaten apples.
Reached the Al Udeid airbase, operated by US forces and home to the US Central Command. Qatar's foreign ministry says it has summoned the Iranian ambassador. Ibrahim Sultan Al-Hashmi is the Director of Media and Communications in Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He says Qatar reserves the right to respond to the attacks.
Thank you for the $9, Braylon. I appreciate you. Just saw that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $9, Braylon.
Considers this operation as a blatant violation of its sovereignty and the safety of its territories, and also a grave escalation that threatens the stability of the whole region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already affirmed in an official statement.
Thank you for everybody who has been so generous and been gifting me, whether it's through my pay links or through TikTok as well. I appreciate y'all.
The size of the attacks in order to protect its sovereignty and to protect its higher interests.
Now let's cross over to Axel Zajovic, who is live here in Doha. Axel, the missile defense system that the Qatar...
So it looks like it has calmed down a bit, by the way.
...into has been working, but some things have got through, right?
Looks like it's calmed down a bit, not gonna lie.
Correct. It's according to official data, official statement coming from Qatar's defense ministry, where they said that 2 missiles managed to pass.
I want to hear Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy...
Well, I think we have to...
...is an analyst, but he also worked together on the Oslo Accord negotiations, if I'm not mistaken. I do have Cash App too, and if you want to send me something on your Cash App, you'd have to DM me privately, and I can give it to you. But Cash App works as well, but I'd have to give it to you privately and not publicly. So let's hear what he has to say with regards to the Iran negotiations.
Well, I think we have to take very seriously the idea that, yet again, negotiations were a distraction, were a decoy, were a ruse, diplomacy as a ruse for war. That's what we saw in August. Another round of negotiations was about to happen when the Israeli strike began, clearly in coordination with the Americans. This time it is a joint strike. So you look at the position of the Omanis, you look at the position of the other mediators, and what America has done is basically embarrassed and demeaned its regional allies, setting them up for what is very clearly a very premeditated. This has nothing to do with the strikes with the talks being stuck. Let's be very clear. The idea that America could not get an Iranian commitment to not pursue a new...
If anybody wants my Cash App, you'd have to DM me, by the way. I'll respond to your DMs. But yeah, let's continue.
Nuclear weapon is for the birds. It's absolute bunkum.
I mean, we have to remember that Donald Trump, tore up a previous nuclear arrangement in that discussion as well.
Exactly. The one thing that there has been Iranian clarity on throughout is the declaration, the commitment not to pursue a nuclear weapon. Now, you may not want to take that at face value, but that's why there's been such an intense regime of verification and oversight. And let's also be very clear what happened here. 2 nuclear-armed states attacked a non-nuclear armed state on the premise that it might be trying to pursue nuclear weapons.
Wow. That's a very good point. That's actually a very good point. It's actually a very good point that he brought up. This is an Iranian Shahed 136 drone that got intercepted right next to the Burj Khalifa, by the way. Wow. You know why they're trying to hit the Burj Khalifa? Because it's the tallest building in the world. Ironically, it's also empty. So the Iran's military analyst on IRIB said, as you have observed with your own eyes today, the martyrdom of commanders no longer has any impact on the implementation and coordination of military operations along the multiple different fronts. These operations, both offensive and defensive in nature, will continue to take place along a predetermined trajectory and towards an ever-escalating pace. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic are well prepared for this war, however long it may take. I'm sorry, that is actually scary. Ali Khamenei is dead. Okay, we just got confirmation from Iran. We just got confirmation from Iran. We just got confirmation from Iran, y'all. The supreme leader of Iran has been unalived. They just confirmed it as breaking news. They just confirmed that he has been unalived.
Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera.
You heard it here, y'all.
Now I want to bring you breaking news. This is the announcement coming from Iranian state TV about the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is live on Iranian state TV.
Again,
right now.
you heard it here before you did in Jazeera. Just saying.
Ali reported extensively from Iran. Did you ever think that this day would come where the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, would be killed in such violent circumstances?
Well, this is the situation now. Of course, it's a different day in Tehran, a different day in Iran, and a different day in the region. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been the leader of the Islamic Revolution for around since 1989. This is around 26 years, 36 years. And of course, he witnessed a lot of events and changes, and actually the rise of the Islamic Republic in the region.
Hey, Kobe, what's up?
Convention, wars.
Oh.
So this is a more...
Wait, who let you up? Sorry.
You're invited. You can drop.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to invite you. My bad.
It's okay. No problem.
I am so my bad. Oh, Lord. I must be really tired.
Moment that personally I did not see it coming.
I'm so sorry.
But it's clear that he lived his life as a revolutionary. He was maybe the second or the third president in the history of the Islamic Republic, the second supreme leader. Before that, he was a dissident. He was an opposition figure, jailed. Also went through several assassination attempts, and now he's announced as the second leader of Iran, and of course now he is being presented as the
thank you, Hannah, for the $20, by the way. Appreciate you. Hannah, thank you very much for the $20.
For the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. If he's called a martyr, that means people will rally around him, because this is an unjustified injustice that the Iranian supporters of him will see. It's an incredibly careful word that they've used, right?
Probably if I'm to get into Ali Khamenei's mind, he would love to be given such an end as a martyr, as the Iranian television announced him. Given the fact all the phases he passed through, and there are people who view him in a positive way. There are people who view him in a very negative way. But at the end, you cannot
what is going to happen, chat?
Away from the idea that he was to the Islamic Republic.
I don't even know what could happen.
He was a kind of a very centric and instrumental personality.
I don't even know what could happen. I'm not going to lie.
After the revolution.
Stay there, because we will come back to you in just a second. I want to go to Tahid Asadi, who's joining us live from Tehran. Tahid, you've been...
Iran just confirmed it.
Statement on...
Iran just released a statement. Ali Khamenei is dead.
The gist of the matter is that after hours of following the...
So Iran just announced the death of Ali Khamenei while U.S. and Israeli airstrikes have been ongoing. By the way, heavy airstrikes are ongoing against Ahvaz, southwest of Iran. Multiple sites were hit.
We can say that Iran's supreme...
So while that was happening, Iran has announced the unaliving of Ali Khamenei.
The developments domestically speaking, of course, when it comes to the foreign relations of the country. Speaking of the context, we know that earlier we yesterday heard reports of massive.
So the Washington Post just reported that despite publicly opposing attacks on Tehran, privately both Saudi Arabia and Israel pushed Donald Trump to strike Iran.
From Tehran were on the basis of denial of reports related to.
Do you guys see why I say that Saudi Arabia is controlled opposition against the UAE?
And that opens a mechanism, that opens a sort of actually trajectory for appointment of a new leader. And then that, if I may, I would like to explain.
So the reason, listen, I want to clarify, okay? I don't support the IRGC. The same way I don't really support the West, nor do I support Israel, nor do I support the Russian leadership, nor do I support the Chinese leadership, okay? All of these leaders have caused harm to the global South. Have caused harm in the global South. All of these countries have participated in death, especially on the African continent. What I do know is, though, the destabilization and a power vacuum leads absolutely to no good. Look at the power vacuum that Gaddafi left behind, even though I don't like Gaddafi at all either. But look at the power vacuum that Gaddafi left behind in Libya. Look at the power vacuum that Saddam Hussein left behind in Iraq. Look at all the different power vacuums in these areas. And they've led to nothing good. They've just made the situation worse. Okay? And a power vacuum in a massive power vacuum in a country like Iran,
whoever takes over the role,
which is massive,
in the mood to negotiate with the Americans.
You support the global South? Now, I am from the global South. What are you talking about? I've always supported the global South.
The Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution.
What are you talking about?
Killed by the Americans and the Israelis. The next leader is going to have to stand still.
A power vacuum that is left by the Iranian regime.
How to deal with the Americans, and this is one of
I don't know what to say.
How the direction will be. Will it be
genuinely
towards a revolution?
God help all our people.
A leader who is going to adhere more and more to
God help all our people.
Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution.
And let's see what happens tomorrow and after tomorrow.
Because we have the security layer, we have the political layer, we have also
You're not even African? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What is up with this chat?
Ending up as a
Cooked people in this chat.
His life. Let's talk about his life. Let's talk about
cooked people in this chat, bro.
His legacy actually is. We are now going to go to an obituary which has been put together by Victoria Gatenby, taking a look back at his life.
Born into a clerical family, Ali Khamenei studied at the religious seminary in Qom.
Yes, I am a white woman.
Prominent Shia scholars of the day, including Ruhollah Khomeini, who would later be the leader of the Iranian Revolution. Influenced by Khomeini's revolutionary ideas, Khamenei actively participated in anti-monarchy protests starting from 1960.
Hey, Toby. I just want to say one thing. I think the reason why they confirmed this is because they already have someone in power. I think for Iran, especially Iran being a large country as it is, they have a big military regime.
Yes.
It would make sense for high-level officials, once they found out that his compound was attacked and the fact that he was unalived, that they would take time, which is all day today, to decide who is the next leader before confirming his death. And I think tomorrow we will find out who is the supreme leader of Iran.
Somebody said the leader was already chosen.
Yeah, it was definitely chosen before the confirmation from Iran. It makes sense for them to go back the meeting with all the high-level officials to determine who is going to be the next leader before the announcement.
Yeah. I agree. 100%. I agree. 100%. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. Interested to see who's gonna be his successor, though. But yeah. Thank you very much, Sam, for.
No worries. Yeah. I just wanted to note that, like, this was probably known earlier today that they wanted to have these conversations privately in Iran, which makes sense, to determine who's going to take over Iraq. And there is a very small population within Iran that is very anti-government. We've seen the protests. We cannot deny there was major protests in Iran that many thousands of innocent people were unalive. But it will be interesting to see the next stage.
Yeah, me too. I'm interested in. Well, thank you very much. Wow. Iran.
Then directed officials to accelerate Iran's missile and nuclear programs. In 2020, the United States assassinated Qasem Soleimani, a staunch Khamenei supporter and commander of Iran's Quds forces, further deteriorating Iran's
I've been saying
relations
this
with the West.
for months, by the way.
Discontent continued in Iran.
Things are just going to get worse.
2022 nationwide protests against Mahsa Amini's death in police
Just wanted to say that.
after she was accused of violating the mandatory hijab laws.
Things are just going to get worse for the whole region.
After the Hamas-led attack on October the 7th, 2023, Israel targeted Iranian officials.
Things are just going to continue getting worse.
In April 2024. Iran responded by launching hundreds of drones.
Yes, so he has passed away. His daughter, her husband, his daughter-in-law, and his grandson were all killed together.
And Iran's most important ally in the region. Iran retaliated by firing nearly 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. A ceasefire was implemented after 12 days. Khamenei called for regional cooperation to stop Israel.
The policies adopted
Zam, I actually agree with you on that one.
Division and sedition to drive a wedge among all the Muslims. They are the enemies of the Palestinians, Lebanese, Egyptians, Yemenis.
Which I'm telling you right now, I don't support the IRGC with regards to what it has done to its people. With regards to Frontline says where makeup doesn't make you African. Yes, Frontline. A lot of people thought I was black because you can see it in my photo, you know, my profile picture, and also the photo I posted on my page. But you know, you caught me. Exposed. You caught me, Frontline. I am actually not a black woman. I am actually a Caucasian.
Americans
so
also know that if they start a war
that's crazy. That's insane.
it will be a regional war.
Frontline, you caught me. I am a Caucasian woman. You heard it here.
Man mediating 3 rounds of indirect talks
Caucasian woman.
The US and Iran.
But anyways,
proposed a deal.
I'm joking, y'all. I'm not being serious. Of course I'm black.
Israel and the US attacked Iran.
Please, that person was delusional enough to think that I'm wearing makeup to look African.
At a historic crossroads.
Yes.
Future without the man who had guided the nation through turbulent times.
Watch people clip that and host like 50 lives exposing Covey.
From Iran with us in the studio. I've got our Tehran correspondent, Tawhid Asadi, who's joining us live from Tehran. Now, Tawhid, there is going to be a period of mourning. There is going to be
58-hour lives. So again, as I mentioned, right, I don't support the IRGC. Okay. Neither do I support China, neither do I support Russia, neither do I support the West, neither do I support Israel, because I know that all of these regimes actively are harmful to the global South.
About the legacy first.
But the problem is,
news agency says that when he was killed,
I don't know.
he was working at
The problem
his
is
office.
that it's going to leave a power
One
vacuum.
point that we know also is
And
the morning
power
that we mentioned
vacuums
right now
never
without
help
the
people.
Announcement of
I hated
14 days
Gaddafi,
of
hated his
this
guts.
morning. And of course,
But I think NATO toppling Gaddafi had to be the worst thing that happened in recent history to Libya.
University of Tehran, and that means
Because now there's active slave trade in Libya.
Morning, as we are expecting funeral and
Chaos is a ladder.
road. Also, the country simultaneously,
And that's the only thing that's scaring me now.
Continues.
The only thing that's scaring me now is what's going to happen to the future.
Ago, we heard sounds of explosion here in the capital and in other cities. But speaking of the,
It's not going to be good.
The key, or one of the key, actually, keywords when we speak about the rhetoric of Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader.
What I need you guys to do,
is just part and parcel.
by the way, I need you guys to look up two things. Write this down, okay? Write this down. Get a pen and a paper, or get your phone. Write these two things down. Homework. That's what I'm gonna do, okay? I need you guys to look up two things. Educate yourself. The first one is called The Scramble for Africa. Write this down. Okay? Little homework for you guys. Okay? So the first thing is the scramble for Africa. Look into this. Why it happened, where it happened, what was the purpose of it happening, and how it impacted Africa. And then the second one is this, the Sykes-Picot Agreement. Okay? The Sykes-Picot Agreement. This is another thing that I want you guys to look up. How this ended up harming the Middle East, and how 109 years later, the Sykes-Picot is still impacting the Middle East. You read up on two of these things, you understand what's happening right now. Right now, in 2026, you and me together, we are experiencing a new Sykes-Picot and a new scramble for Africa.
The fact that he was killed will elevate.
That's what we're experiencing. We're experiencing a new Sykes-Picot and a new scramble for Africa.
Ali Khamenei will become.
And once you read that, and you understand what two of these events were, you will understand what is happening right now. And the problem is, I think Western European countries who did both of these events, they've learned from the past, and they won't repeat the mistakes again. The same mistakes that made them crumble, they won't repeat those mistakes again.
Wants to see itself land.
I just want to tell you that. They won't make the same mistakes again.
Confrontation and resistance will continue the path of resistance that Khamenei.
They will repeat those. They will not repeat those mistakes again. Now they know better. They will do better, and they will recolonize that whole region. Same thing for Latin America too. All these lines are being redrawn.
Kind of described or said to be.
And I'm saying, mark my words. I'm telling you again. Like these areas are getting recolonized.
Very successful. Is solidify.
And this time they're going to be colonized more effectively and more efficiently because they've learned from their mistakes in the past.
So it could survive a strike like this. Now, he will be remembered for that, but this is now going to...
That is my analysis.
...moving forward because it's going to...
These areas are going to be recolonized.
...get strikes on it by the...
And it will be more effective this time. And more efficient.
It's very strength.
Because they've learned from their mistakes. So if you want to understand the present, if you want to understand why all of these things are happening, understand they're happening because of those two things. Understand those two things and you'll understand right now. Oh God.
Decision makers in the Islamic Republic are going
So the Taliban are claiming to use air defense against Pakistani aircrafts above Kabul. There have been explosions and gun sounds reported in Kabul in Afghanistan. And the IRGC has issued a 40-day mourning period. 7-day public holiday has been set in Iran.
In confrontation, or will it be in pragmatism? Even Khamenei goes another extra mile, when he says preserving the system.
Yes, Afghanistan and Pakistan have been fighting for like a couple of days now. I think Pakistan unalived like 200 Afghani fighters like yesterday.
And there is this comparison between his life, him being alive, or the system, then he wants the system to continue. So this will tell us what's going to happen in the future.
Tahid, stay there. We are going to come back to you in just a moment, and you, Ali, but I'd like to bring in a view from the US. Amy Fredrickson is a Republican political strategist. She joins us live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. We have confirmation.
Vision, do you support Ethiopia invading Eritrea? What do you mean by Shabia next?
US-Israeli strike. This is going to have a profound impact on...
What do you mean by Shabia next? Do you support Ethiopia invading Eritrea? I'm confused.
Perhaps major combat operations have now come to an end because of this, and he's going to use what we've heard from American time and time again, the Venezuela model.
So what do you mean by Shabia next?
This is the Venezuela model.
Well, I think it's some version of the Venezuela model. It certainly is going to have, as you said, a profound impact. It is going to reset the table in the region, just as the move on Venezuela.
Yeah, I hope liberation comes for the Afghan people as well. They've suffered a lot.
And so in some ways, that's true. And we also had a very disciplined, coordinated, precise...
So this is my speculation.
It was an attack that killed members of his family. Let's not forget.
This is my speculation. I think the war in Sudan is going to get worse. The UAE is going to ramp up its support of the RSF. As they're going to use this as a distraction. So because the mainstream media is going to hyper focus on Iran and America, the UAE is going to ramp up its support of the RSF. That's going to worsen the war in Sudan. I think Ethiopia is going to invade with the help of the UAE and Israel. That's my speculation. Ethiopia has already sent troops to the Eritrean, to the border with Tigray and also Eritrea. So I think that they're going to use this as an opportunity to invade while everybody is paying attention to Iran.
That is for the actions taken. So it's mixed on both sides, but falls down mostly along partisan lines. And here's what I would say. I think that the administration should be working overtime.
I mean, Russia is preoccupied with Ukraine.
More support, because
China is not really going to do anything.
For the action.
Houthis are going to continue
American, diplomacy
attacking the Red Sea. Iran is not going to go down easily.
Or even Moscow
They're going to go down guns ablaze.
Let's talk about diplomacy, because that's an
Strait of Hormuz is already getting closed.
that you've just made. No one's trusting the US when it comes to diplomacy. There were talks going on.
Yeah.
Technical talks about to take place.
I'm afraid the West has been playing chess, y'all.
On Monday.
And this is why it pisses me off when I see my people so distracted.
We are so close to a deal.
When I see my people so distracted, focusing on the most ridiculous conversations.
That's, I think, in the next 72 hours, right?
It really pisses me off.
Allies that will be supportive.
Because while people are focusing on tribalism, they're focusing on ethnic groups, they're focusing on religion, they're focusing on, I don't know, haplogroups, they're focusing on the history from 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. They're focusing on nonsense.
This can be about degrading nuclear
These people have been playing chess.
command and control and deterring future attacks. We have
Chess.
in the region. We know that Iran and Tehran has said that this is going to be a region. This is going to be expanded.
And that's why it pisses me off.
Conflict, and it behooves the U.S. to
I know
protect our
them.
forces in the area, protect our allies in the area, be mindful and protective of civilians in the
Ethiopia is not asking for access. Why are you lying?
The Iranian people are fighters with this regime, and doing all of that while also finding off ramps and managing that very.
Not all Eritreans. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, Shabi. Not all Eritreans are aware.
Turkey have all come out.
There are many Eritreans who are distracted themselves.
Said that diplomacy was the way forward. It's not just internal.
There are way too many Eritreans who are distracted themselves. Not all of them are aware of what's happening.
You've got regional allies.
By the way, you guys think I'm joking about Eritrea? Hold on. Let me show you this, okay? I saw this yesterday. You think I'm joking about Ethiopia? The same country, Ethiopia, who is their prime minister is already saying genocidal things. You know that, right? The Ethiopian prime minister is saying genocidal things.
Have stakes.
The whole time. I want to show you all this.
Ethiopia just ended a devastating civil war. It killed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, 3 years later, it's teetering on the brink of another.
Such as saying that the Red Sea is going to be his. Such as saying that nothing is going to separate Ethiopia from the Red Sea. Oh, hold on, sorry. Such as saying nothing is going to separate Ethiopia from the Red Sea. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Can you see? Okay, hold on.
And this time, many more countries could be involved. In the last war, there were two main players. The Ethiopian government, who were supported by longtime for Eritrea, against the Tigray People's Liberation Front, the TPLF, who were fighting for control over their region in the north, which borders Eritrea. A peace deal was signed in 2022, but the TPLF says many of the provisions have not been fully implemented.
The immediate precipitant for some of the more serious escalation we're seeing at the moment really surrounds the situation between the federal government and the TPLF, or the de facto regional authorities in Tigray. Related to that, I think the concerns that the federal administration in Addis has about the relationship between the Eritrean government and the Tigrayan authorities. I think that specific issue is probably the immediate precipitant. But of course, all of that is taking place against a backdrop of contestation and Ethiopian claims, Ethiopian government claims around Red Sea access.
Ethiopia is the world's most populous landlocked nation. It lost its access to the Red Sea in the early 1990s when its then northernmost province, Eritrea.
Eritrea wasn't just a province, by the way. It was invaded. It was colonized, sorry. It was colonized.
Declared independence. Earlier in February, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed gave this emphatic statement to the parliament.
So he says Ethiopia and the Red Sea will not stay separated forever.
When it comes to Eritrea, this is a deeply existential standoff.
Ethiopia is much larger than Eritrea, and there'd be grave risks to Eritrea's survival and sovereignty if a direct war with Ethiopia broke out again. So for everyone involved, this is an incredibly risky and probably extremely destructive war. It's possible if conflict does break out that there are no winners. There's just a lot of losers, both in Ethiopia, Tigray, but also around the region as well.
And that regional aspect is what would make it more complicated.
There are a few different scenarios that we see, one of which is that a war starts predominantly in Tigray itself, and then eventually expands to draw on Ethiopia versus Eritrea, and then also, given all the regional dynamics, starts to overlay and merge with the war in Sudan, for instance.
There is a high likelihood that the war in Sudan merges with the war in Ethiopia, right? Because conflict actors in both of those conflict systems are already engaged across borders. So
This video was released a day ago. Yesterday.
I think the Ethiopian government, the TPLF, Eritrea have stakes and equities, and to varying degrees are probably involved in Sudan. So it's not just their external backers, but them as well. And I think it's quite likely, that the SAF and RSF in the context of a conflict, maybe centered on Tigray or elsewhere in Ethiopia and Eritrea, would get involved in that conflict as well. I think saying that this would be a messy conflict maybe even understates the case.
And there is yet another layer to this potential conflict. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have significant stakes in what happens.
When you talk about Sudan, then of course you have to bring in the broader constellation of Middle Eastern actors that are now shaping the conflict landscape in the Horn of Africa, and then that includes the Eritrea-Ethiopia-Tigray dynamic.
So the person who said murdering Christians, so they're unaliving anyone who's African. Just wanted to clarify that. Africans are being unalived, regardless of if they're Christian or Muslim, whatever it is, Africans are being unalived. This is the Horn of Africa. And I think that Ethiopia is going to use this Iran war currently as an excuse to invade.
40 days of public mourning has been declared. Khamenei's daughter, grandchild, and 2 other family members were also killed in those strikes. The announcement follows a joint US and Israeli aerial bombardment targeting Iranian military and government sites. Iranian media have reported more explosions in the capital, Tehran. Iran retaliated with missile and drone strikes on Israel and US military bases in the region. In a moment, we'll be getting the latest from Tehran on the announcement of the Supreme Leader's death. But first, Victoria Gately takes a look back at the life of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Born into a clerical family, Ali Khamenei studied at the religious seminary in Qom.
I think I'm going to take a break, y'all.
Khamenei, who would later be the leader of the Iranian Revolution.
I will see y'all tomorrow.
Khamenei actively participated in anti-monarchy protests starting
for more
in
updates.
1963.
So I appreciate every single one who was here.
The monarchy was deposed in 1979.
And
when the Iran-Iraq war broke out
paid
in
attention.
1990, the young Islamic Republic was struggling to establish itself both domestically and internationally.
Yeah, thank you very much. Should I end it with an Eritrean song?
A orator in support of Khamenei won the presidency.
To warm it up, I don't know. Okay, then I'll end it with Eritrean music. As per usual, I've basically been here since the morning. W. Anybody who has been here this whole time? W. So that is exactly what we will do. We'll end it with an Eritrean song. Yes, you've got homework. I want to end it with an Eritrean song. But yes, we've been live. How many hours have I been live now? 7 hours. Holy shit. I've been live for 7 hours. And then in the morning, I was live for like 4 hours. That's crazy. That's how I spent my Saturday. I was planning on going out today, too. So what I usually do to the people who usually follow me, by the way, you guys know I always end my live 1.1 million likes. Holy shit. W you guys, by the way. But the people who know me, I usually end my lives with like Eritrean music. So yes. That's what I'm doing right now. This is Eritrean music. Eritrea is a country on the Horn of Africa. It controls the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, very important country, and also the Red Sea. So that's what I do, by the way. This song is from the Tigray group. They are the second largest ethnic group in Eritrea. So this is the song. They're also found in Sudan, by the way. They're a border tribe. Oh, I can't understand what they're saying. They're speaking a different language. There are 9 different languages in Eritrea. I speak like 3 of them, but Tigray is not one of them. Hey. Eritreans. Hey. Later, little Taurus birdie. Thank you for coming. Hey. Just makes you happy, doesn't it? Hey. Hey. No, they're not Beja, they're Tigre. Hey, hey. Oh my goodness, they're going crazy. Those are not Sudanese, they're Eritrean. You can literally see the flag right behind them, bro. They're Eritrean. Hey, 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 hey. Hey. Well, hopefully you enjoyed that, by the way. One thing I'm going to say is I always highlight how Sudanese people are currently suffering. There are multiple famines that are happening in Sudan, okay? There is a link. If you go to the link tree in my bio, and you will see Haitian, Eritrean, Sudanese, Congolese initiatives, okay? So you go to the Sudanese section of that my link tree, and there is an initiative called Darfur IDP, okay? Darfur IDP. If you cannot donate, this is an initiative, a brilliant initiative that is actively helping Sudanese families on the ground, Sudanese families who desperately need essentials. If you cannot donate, that is perfectly fine, right? If you're living paycheck to paycheck and having a hard time donating, that's perfectly fine. But you can share it in your family WhatsApp group amongst your friends, and maybe you might find somebody who wants to donate, okay? Darfur IDP. Another thing is, right, that there is another Eritrean initiative. Eritreans are displaced in Sudan. I know that we don't talk about it, but there have been a lot of Eritrean victims of the RSF as well in Sudan. And currently in Egypt, a lot of Eritreans, up to 3,000 Eritreans were detained. 2 children were also unalived since January alone. So there is an initiative that was started because it's Ramadan. A lot of Muslim Eritreans are fasting, and if they're in Sudan, some of them are starving, right? There's a lack of food security. So there is an initiative in my link tree in my bio that is supposed to help Eritrean families during Ramadan. So it's supposed to give them basic food essentials for their iftar. And if you want to help Eritrean families, then that is also in the link tree in my bio. Help feed Eritrean families in Egypt and in Sudan, because they're also experiencing the famine there. There are a lot of Eritreans in Sudan. So help Eritrean families through Ramadan. And if you want to feed them, that is also in the link tree in my bio. Anyways, I appreciate y'all so much. I love y'all so much, and I will see y'all tomorrow for further updates. Thank you to my mods. Thank you to brilliant. My mods are always brilliant. Thank you to everybody who tapped the screen. Thank you everybody who shared. Thank you anybody who donated. Thank you everybody who stayed here and literally stayed here with me the whole time. Yeah, and for the support as well. Follow me and come back for more updates tomorrow.
Joe Williams. What's going
Wins.
on? You doing all right today?
Yeah, I'm doing wonderful.
Man, you want to answer and read that prompt for me?
Yeah,
What you say? Way of the what?
I think black men should be able to date broke. Yes.
Can you give us
Why?
some things that? Can you give us some good things that transpires from women dating broke men?
I mean, it's a lot of things that happen. I mean, dating. I know some dudes that been broke and met the female and and she helped them out and he helped her out and now they got a family.
How he helped her out when he broke?
I'm saying she was going to school for nursing and then when she got a job she helped him get on his feet.
He helped her
And
he kept
now,
them kids while she was at school.
yeah.
So she didn't have to pay for daycare.
Yeah.
So he was the babysitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Don't you know
now
how big, don't you know how much that meant to her?
that meant a lot.
Exactly.
And it saved a lot of money.
You know how much daycare it was?
I know how much daycare is. They high.
Yeah.
It's more than rent.
Yes, sir.
Okay then. So
Is it more
one
than rent?
hand
I'm asking.
washes the other. That's what people fail to
Is
understand.
daycare
So
more than
now,
rent? A
so now,
mortgage?
so now
And near
they
about
doing
depends
wonderful.
on where you're going, where you
They
live
doing
at.
wonderful. They doing wonderful now.
See that?
And she appreciate him.
The man, the
But
man's, the
she
man
appreciate
set
him
his
how he did
ego
that.
aside. He set his ego aside and did what he needed to do.
So
Yeah.
Joe, have you ever dated while you was broke?
I'm married.
I'm saying when you was in the dating field, did you date while you was broke?
No. No.
You didn't. So you always had money.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Anybody else got something for Joe?
I dated when I was broke. All day, all night, 7 days a week.
So
I'm saying I've been with them. I've
We
been
know
with the
what you was
same
doing,
woman
Black.
all my
And they were fine.
all
Some of them
my
were
days.
fine as wine.
So, hey Joe, I
Yeah.
got a question for you. So, if you didn't, Joe, if you didn't have money, do you think you still would have been women would have been still attracted to you?
I wasn't running around with different women. I had the same woman that I got now, and now we married.
So, where did you, Joe? Did you meet her when you was young, real
I met her
young,
when I was young,
before you
and
got a
now we
job?
married. Yeah, before I got a job. Yeah, we
So
went
you
to
were,
school together.
so you were dating broke then?
I
No,
wasn't
he said
broke.
he was in school. He
I
was in
wasn't
high
broke.
school.
Yeah,
I
high
wasn't
school. He
broke.
ain't got that much money. How much
I
money you
Yeah,
had in
but
wasn't
they
high
broke.
don't.
school?
I wasn't broke. Trust me. I wasn't
But they
broke.
say the moderator say school don't count.
I wasn't broke.
And